And we are live. Sorry about that. As anyone who's been tuning in knows, I'm the least tech savvy person in the entire building right now. So, um, I didn't know I was meant to hit a button right there because I'm an idiot, and I now know that we are live and I'm watching my preview. So, thank you all for joining us. We are on Monday, day 3, or Monday, part 3, is what we're referring to it to here, and this is stream number 3 for the day.
3.3.
Again,
three,
it has been a lot of broadcast over here, so brains aren't functioning super well. But thank you all for tuning back into our coverage here of the inaugural Cocodona 250. Again, we are working on getting you as much video footage as we can right now from our wonderful volunteers at the various aid stations. And so as soon as we have some coverage via the cams, we will pull it in for you.
Let's just get right into it, because we do have that steady cam
Yep.
at aid station number 14.
And then we do have a shot
Oh.
at Fort Tuttle.
We have an aid
from
station shot at Fort Tuttle.
We will come to that soon. That aid station shot at Fort Tuttle. But right now we are looking at the static cam at Sedona. And why don't we go ahead and take a look at where some of the race leaders are on the live tracker here, so that we can inform the audience of where we're at.
Absolutely. For those of you just tuning in, this race has become Michael Versteeg's to lose. Versteeg is roughly 17 miles ahead of the rest of the field. Versteeg is at mile 229, 230, somewhere in that realm. We don't have an exact location because he is on the cusp of Walnut Canyon, and reception is a little bit tougher there. But Versteeg this has been the story today. He's looked fantastic. He has been leading all day. He took the lead after he caught up to and passed Michael McKnight late yesterday. And Versteeg has been on a mission. He's been moving very well. He's looked fantastic. We caught video of him earlier today about in the 5 o'clock hour of the broadcast, where Versteeg was moving very well into Fort Tuttle and out of Fort Tuttle towards the section of the Arizona Trail that the Cocodona 250 intersects with.
Yeah, and then just to give you an update on our other race leaders, we do have Dax Hawk, who is still in second place. His last update was about 6 minutes ago, and he was at mile 212.7, so he's still hanging into second place. And then a little bit further back here is the Flagstaff, Arizona native, Mr. Pete Mortimer. He's at mile 208.1, and he was about 7 minutes ago for his last ping.
Yeah, Dax and Pete have gotten stronger as well. Of course, one of the things that one of the memorable moments of our coverage was on day one. Dax Hawk was actually caught in a very candid moment where he was having some, let's just put it nicely, he was having stomach issues, and our drone coverage caught it all. And he looked pretty rough, and that was at about mile 50 or 51. It's 150 plus miles ago, and now he looks fantastic. And of course, Pete Mortimer has been grinding steady throughout the entire race. Pete has been in the top 10 pretty much the entire way, and now he has worked his way up to third. He had actually closed the gap with Dax down to about a mile or so, I believe, a little bit earlier this evening, but it looks like Dax has been on the move. Shortly behind Pete Mortimer is Chandler, Arizona's Josh Locke. Josh is still a couple miles out from Cinder Pit 8 at mile 205, but he's moving very well, and he's actually moved up through the field as well. We had a couple people asking about the women. Of course, Maggie Girl is at the top of the charts right now for the women's race. She's about 197 miles into the race, and she has a sizable lead over Jesse Morton Langenhaug, which it's about a 9-10 mile lead at this point for second. And I do believe that unless I miss my guess, that would third place woman, would be Dawn Greenwald, not too far behind. So Jesse and Dawn are roughly a mile apart by our estimations on tracking. If you go a little bit further back, Sarah O is at mile 182.4, and Alice Spacek is at 180.8. Other notable names, of course, one of your favorites, Whit Weisbraum, is in 5th place at 197.2 miles. Drew Fraze is Aravaipa Racing Team member, and he's in 8th place at mile 192. Trevor Medding is in 9th place at mile 190. Mark Vogel is not too far back from there at mile 185.6. Jeff Garmeyer and Jamil Coury are at mile 183.
And another fan favorite in there, Jose Sosa, who has he always seems to get a huge pop. The San Diego native, Jose Sosa, always getting a huge pop in the chat here.
Let's zoom in on that, just not necessarily on the map. Well, actually on the map as well. But
is it back a little further? Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. You've got Mark Vogel at 185.6. You've got Stefan Fiandero, the youngest member of the field, at 185.4. Jesse Morton Langhaug at 185.2. And then Don Greenwald at 184.4 and Jesse Alexander at 184.3. But then you've got Sarah O, Jeff Garmeyer, Jamil Coury, and Jose Sosa basically all together.
Yeah, so it looks like they're all at the Black Tank aid station.
Yeah, it looks like they're all running in a pack. We don't have any.
We don't have any filming out of there. We were trying to get some footage earlier. Your mic was below your chin there, Chris.
Oh, sorry.
That is a rookie mistake for someone who used to work in television. But no, all love Chris. But yeah, if we look here, it does look like there's a chance that those four are all in the aid station together. So it'll be interesting to see how they are when they leave the aid station, whether they are in a group or whether they are spread apart a little bit.
Yeah, and that's four strong runners right there. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, you've got actually a very experienced and balanced crew out of those four. You've got thru hikers, you've got battle-tested ultramarathoners, you've got some men and women. So it's going to be an interesting crew coming out of that
Sarah
aid station.
this is her longest race, I do believe. I believe that this is her first 200-plus mile race. Now, she has come and run the Black Canyon Ultras a number of times down here in the desert, so she's very familiar with the early sections of that course, and I think that has served her very well into these later parts here. And then this will also be, this is also where Jamil is dropping off Skylar, so maybe at some point a little later we will be able to check in with Skylar and see how he is doing after his long adventure all the way from Dead Horse Ranch State Park at mile 135 to the Black Tank aid station at mile 182. So how many miles is that? 47 miles, I believe, roughly?
Yeah, that's about.
For Skylar Hall. I believe he said at one point that if he did have to do that, that would be his second longest run, maybe ever?
For Skylar?
Yeah. 47, 48 miles?
I want to say he did the Whiskey Basin 95K or whatever it was, and I'm pretty sure he did across the years. And maybe it is. I don't know.
No, he definitely did the ATY, so huge shout out to Skylar there. I know that we voted the other day in the chat that Skylar should have to pace Jamil up and down Eldon but I think that after this 47-plus mile pacing duty, we might be able to forgive him and let him tap out at Black Tank.
Actually, I just got word. I did have a little bit of behind-the-scenes info on it, on Jamil's next pacer. It's Tony Tadieski. I don't know if you're familiar with Tony.
Was he originally signed up for this race?
Yes, he was
Yeah.
originally signed up for this race. I don't know why he opted not to run it, but he's a very strong runner. For those that have watched Aravaipa events for a while, Tony was the winner of the first Aravaipa last person standing event at Across the Years, where he actually outdueled Jamil Coury for, I believe, about 135, 136 miles. And the format there is a little bit different than Big's Backyard. Big Backyard, you obviously have to do 4.16 miles per hour. At the Aravaipa last person standing at Across the Years, you had to do 1.05 miles every 15 minutes. And their duel lasted well into a second day. So, and Tony is a fairly fast runner in his own right. He's got a pretty stout running resume, at least on a local level.
Yeah, and it sounds like he opted out due to a little bit of an injury.
Oh, okay.
So it must not have been too serious, and that is coming from our very own Brianna Stewicki, who was holding it down at the Sedona aid station for a while. And again, she knows all these participants very well, so she had that insider information for us. So.
Yeah, Tony is. It sounds like he's going to be with Jamil for a while, which is kind of a testimony. You're saying that he withdrew due to an injury, but he might be with Jamil for the long haul. We'll see how that turns out. I saw a name on the live stream that I wanted to bring up.
And
actually,
before we get to that, I do just want. We have someone who says looks like the Sedona aid station is packed, so this seems like a pretty good time to just take you over to that static cam. Yeah, so we will keep you in here again. This is just the aid station. This is just a static cam that's going to give you a visual of the aid station there, but we will give you some coverage of that. And sorry for interrupting
no
you
worries.
there, Chris.
A couple of housekeeping items to hit on here. First of all, thank you for those that are donating in the chat. John Armstrong, a friend of Aravaipa Running, and in the interest of full disclosure, one of my favorite people, despite being a Purdue grad, gave us a $50 donation. Very impressive production and coverage, fantastic commentary. Impressed fails to accurately describe and fully describe the awe I am in of Aravaipa, the staff, and the runners. This truly sets a new standard that was previously unimaginable. I am flattered to just be a part of all of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're just the kind of the schmucks who get to sit up here and talk. If it weren't for all the volunteers at the aid stations and the volunteers doing the filming and people like Anthony for building these scenes and graphics and things like that, this wouldn't be possible. Chris and I literally just get to sit up here and talk about a sport we love.
We are just happy pizza-eating ciphers.
Yeah,
what we are.
That is true, and I did catch Chris sneaking a photo of our pizza, so he may be sharing that a little bit later.
I sent it to Jen Laughlin and asked her, or let her know that she could post it up and she could show that it's fuel for the
well, this is what
broadcast.
happens at Aravaipa After Dark, is you get a big pile of pizzas, thanks to our friends at Freak Bros, for most of those pizzas. We have mixed it up a little bit, but Freak Bros is definitely a staple for us here at the Aravaipa headquarters.
Also, a thank you to Martha Hughes for the donation. Martha runs the World Podcast, sends support to Aravaipa. You rock. Hey, Martha, thanks for hanging with us through all of this time and this whole adventure. I've been having a blast being a part of this. Like I said, I am just a running fanboy, and I stick by that. I have been following the running scene for a few years, and when I saw an opportunity to throw my hat in the ring when Jamil started talking about doing live coverage of ultramarathons, initially with Desert Solstice in 2018, I basically pestered him until he decided to let me in on it, and I've had a blast ever since. Also, there was another name that somebody was asking about, and this is something that I want to add in. I believe somebody was asking about Noel Kingston, and I was going to take a peek and see how he was doing on our tracker.
Mike Darez in the chat while you pull that up. $10 donation. This changes everything. Mike, thanks a lot, man. We really appreciate your support. And we appreciate the support of everyone who's just tuning in as well. Without you viewing and having interest in this, this coverage doesn't happen. So we really appreciate y'all.
Yeah, Noel Kingston is at mile 153. He's on his way into Sedona. And Noel is a valued member of the Aravaipa community, does a lot of work in event setup for the organization. And it's also his 56th birthday. So happy birthday to Noel, and I hope that he's enjoying himself out on the course. And I'm also impressed that he did not stop home, because if you've been listening, you know that I mentioned that Noel lives almost virtually on the course. He actually sets up one of the aid stations for Whiskey Basin in his front yard. So he's got his home is right on the Prescott Circle Trail, and but yet he resisted the urge to call it an adventure at Whiskey Row. He fights on. He's a great guy, and we have to change that how it says he's 55 years old. He's now 56.
And then Chris Polito in the chat room is asking for an update from Cinder Pit. We don't have any footage currently at Cinder Pit, but if we do get any footage, we will definitely relay that to you. And thank you, Chris, for tuning in. I remember Chris from last year's Aravaipa Strong.
Yes.
With the infamous Polito face during all of his runs. So shout out to Chris. Thanks for tuning in. And again, as soon as we can get some coverage from basically anywhere, we will bring that to you. For right now, we just want to check in on a few folks. But yeah, Josh Locke should be rolling into Cinder Pit. I don't know if we have anyone there or not, but again, if we do, we will be bringing that to you.
Yeah, it looks like Chris is asking in accordance to see how Josh Locke is doing. Josh is a couple miles out of Cinder Pit. Cinder Pit is at 205, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 205.7.
And he was at 201.9?
Yeah, so he is it's hard to tell. I don't know that terrain very well, but Josh has been moving very well. He's actually been one of those racers that has been moving up as the event has gone on. So he's been doing very well.
And what do we have anyone else that we were looking to check into on the aid station? Can I get the... Sorry. Here. There was someone else that they wanted us to check
Seatown fan was, while you're looking for that, Seatown fan was asking if any cameras are still on with Versteeg. Not now, but as he hits Eldon, we will have cameras on Versteeg. From there, pretty much assuming until the end of the race. We'll see. Obviously, we're playing it by ear, but we're going to see as to whether or not we can get coverage. But we're looking to actually join Versteeg on the climb up Eldon, and actually from the descent from the top of the Eldon climb, which is not actually at the summit. It's a couple hundred feet below. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully he doesn't end up at the summit. But then from there he will be descending down into downtown Flagstaff and to a hopefully well-deserved finish.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to find. I know that someone was asking us to look up someone, and I can't find it. So if you do need us to check in on anyone, just let us know. And I missed this, Chris. Did you insult the Purdue Boilermakers at one point here? Because we have a strong Boilermaker contingent, and me being from the state of Illinois, I'm not like a huge Purdue guy either, but I would never never dare insult some of our lovely viewers here.
I don't. So as I mentioned, John Armstrong, one of our very generous viewers as part of the live stream, He is a Purdue guy, and I did go to Indiana for grad school, so he loves to needle me about that. I did my undergrad at ASU, but my grad school was at Indiana. So
Yeah, so it looks like Andrew Glaze was one of the runners they were looking for. So let me pull that up here, and it looks like he is at mile 148.7. So he is past the past the Deer Pass aid station at like hour 60 of this coverage. That is a tongue twister. So let's go ahead and pull. Yeah, so let's check in on kind of where he is. Yeah, thank you, Anthony, for popping the iPad up. So looks like he's kind of in between groups there, but he is making his way into Red Rock Country over in Sedona. And so during the daytime, Deer Pass is the first time that runners really get a good look of the Red Rocks off in the distance, aside from like some of the high points, and they're super far away. So it's really cool to be able to see the Red Rocks in the distance as you traverse from Deer Pass, which is a more traditional, almost desert-type trail. It's not desert, obviously, but it's more traditional, like dirt rock, into the kind of red clay that is that you find closer to Sedona there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be. Well, I think that the tail end of the group is going to be hitting Sedona tomorrow morning, and they're in for a heck of a treat.
Yeah, actually, we have a Will Miss Drew Brees, who is a Boilermaker shout out here, and as an Eastern Illinois University alum, Drew Brees has been coached by Sean Payton,
yes,
an EIU alum. So I do actually have to give a shout out to Seatown fan there. He will miss Drew Brees, and I imagine that the graduate from my alma mater, Sean Payton, will also miss Drew Brees a little bit as well.
Oh, EIU was a little bit of a quarterback factory in their own right. I mean, you had Jimmy Garoppolo and Tony Romo.
And I was there while Jimmy Garoppolo was there for my 2 years of grad school.
Oh, wow.
When I was at EIU. And he actually may have been a freshman when I was a senior. So I definitely saw Jimmy around. But we're going to bring it back. Yeah, we got Tony Romo in a comment from Kevin B. Yeah, Tony Romo, also an EIU alum as well.
Yep.
And then we did have one more shout-out from Mike in the chat. Speaking of Purdue, check out Ryan Clayton's YouTube page. And Ryan was actually in the chat last night. I don't know if we saw him in today. But, yeah, shout-out to Ryan Clayton, who I don't know if he's a Purdue alum, but I do know at one point he worked for the university, and hopefully he still does work for the university. I'm not 100% sure, but last I knew Ryan Clayton was a Boilermaker,
Yeah.
So shout out to Ryan.
I want to make that crystal clear, even though I went to IU. I was not impugning the name of Purdue University by any stretch of the imagination.
We have now established here at Aravaipa After Dark like an hashtag Indiana Gate or something like that. The battle between these Indiana universities.
Because I know how John can be, and I definitely would not want to poke that bear right now. And frankly, as an IU fan, there really hasn't been a lot to cheer for on the sports side. So
let's go ahead while we have this pulled up, and let's get off of the football chat because I don't know how many actually care about that. But again, shout out to all of our alma maters out there, and we're going to go ahead and check in on the race lead. Michael Versteeg, who it does not look like his...
It hasn't pinged in a while, I wouldn't think.
Well, it says 2 minutes, and he's not moving very quickly, so I don't know if he's just taking it easy or we are... One thing we do have to remember is this is kind of Canyonland surrounding Flagstaff, so satellite drifting and errors can be abundant there, so we will... We will definitely keep an eye on Michael because, again, his little thing here hasn't moved in a while. And what is...
Yeah,
I don't know what CM means.
Course marker?
Yeah. Oh, someone out maybe marking the course. It also could just be something that is out of place on the map here. But again, we will kind of take a look back at where some of our other top men and women are. And while we do that, why don't we bring it over to Andy Klink's static cam at Sedona aid station here. Yep, there we go. So you can check out, looks like we have a runner in the aid station, maybe? Or are those volunteers moving around? It's hard to tell right now. We do apologize. We know the quality of the static cam right now isn't great, but again, a lot of this is just kind of in the middle of nowhere. This particular aid station is in Sedona, but it can still be hard to get cell service to stream like this consistently in some of these places. So
Yeah. I mean, we're really just at the mercy of the elements and the signals that we get as we go. One of the things I actually wanted to check on as well, while we've got our tracker, I kind of wanted to take a peek at the back of the pack to make sure that I was right on whether or not we were probably safe from having any runners involuntarily have their race come to a close.
So it looks like we've got 4 runners currently at the aid station, and they have, let's pull this cutoff time up for a minute.
Yeah, they have
about an hour to leave that aid station, basically.
Yes.
So they do have to leave the aid station before the cutoff. They have to be through the aid station there. But they're all in the aid station already, and it is...
I was going to see if we can just pull it up, and I'll just kind of give a shout out to each of these runners at the end of the at the back of the pack to let everybody know. All right, here we go. We actually are moving in on Dead Horse Ranch. Let's see. We've got Andre Lee. We've got Pradeep Pais. Kaushik Sunder. I apologize if I'm doing a terrible job with these names. One of the things I'm actually going to suggest is a runner pronunciation guide for upcoming races where we actually have them say it themselves. And I saved this one for last because I know that Gene Dykes has made the cutoff. And I know that that has been a name that everybody has been following. Gene Dykes was one of 2 73-year-olds that decided to undertake the Cocodona 250. Gene is a legend if you've been following this sport for any period of time. So the fact that Gene is out there was really cool. When the pictures first started showing up of him at the start line, people got excited, and Gene is still plugging away, still going at it, and still ahead of the cutoffs, as are all of the runners that are currently on the course. As we mentioned, they had to get to Dead Horse Aid by 10:30 Arizona time. It is 9:36. They do have to vacate Dead Horse Aid by 10:30, but assuming that they all do so, they should be fine. The one thing that's nice, I can see some of them maybe perhaps wanting to get rest. However, at least one of the things that they don't have to worry about is that none of them have to rush. They don't have to try and scramble to fill their packs or to grab food or to, apply, squirrel's nut butter, shadow squirrel's nut butter, or, things of that nature. They don't have to do blister care like in a rush. They can take their time. They can make sure that they're ready before they embark on the next section of the course.
So we had a question in the chat by Diggs Digglers. The cutoff time for this race is 125 hours, so that is Saturday at, at 10 a.m., I think.
125 hours would be Saturday at noon. No, 10 a.m. 10 a.m. You're correct.
Look at that. We are this deep into the live stream, and I can still do some form of basic math. So, that is as of right now. So we've had aid station cutoffs have adjusted. I don't know if the finish time has adjusted. So I will let you know if there are any changes to that. Now, technically, it depends on what wave start you had. So if you were in the last wave, you could finish as late as 10:50 it is 125 hours from when your wave started.
Cheryl is asking what time my mystery guest will be on. Unfortunately, my mystery guest has made himself unavailable because he's tired and he needs sleep. So I guess I'll just kind of shout him out. And my special guest that I intended to have on was Aravaipa's warehouse manager, John Marushak. For those of you that are familiar with Aravaipa Racing, John is a valued member of the staff and the community. He is a hell of a runner as well, with several 100-mile finishes under his belt. As a guy, not to get too specific, but he's in his 50s and he's still dropping down sub 20-hour 100-milers.
And I will say this: John is a Minnesota gentleman as well, originally from Minnesota. So again, shout out to the Midwest, as you and I are both from Illinois. John's from Minnesota, so got to show love to the home roots there.
Absolutely, and the main reason I wanted to point out John and give him credit was that he has been leading the charge in setting up all of these aid stations, and we have 21 aid stations over the course of this race. Normally at other Aravaipa events, 3, 4, 5 aid stations. I believe Mogollon Monster had 7 or 8.
Plus a number of drop bag locations as well.
Yes.
So you have to factor that in because all of this stuff has to go on trucks.
Absolutely.
And all of those trucks have to get out to the aid stations.
Yeah, and normally everything that needs to be out on the course for an Aravaipa Ultra is able to be fit into one box truck. And you guys, I don't work for Aravaipa, clarify that. You guys had box trucks rolling in and out of your parking lot like you wouldn't believe this week. Basically the warehouse was being emptied out. Everything was being put to use. The sheer number of tents, equipment, stoves, how much propane, how much ice, everything, the coolers, all of that stuff. And, when I got here today, John was actually washing one of the box trucks that you folks rented to get it ready to return, I'm assuming. But John works tirelessly to help put events on. I remember a couple years ago, he ran the 6-day and ran 443 miles over the course of the 6-day. And then he broke the race down.
Yep,
that's absolutely stunning.
Right.
So thank you, John, for your efforts. I'm sorry I couldn't get you on the live stream with us, but I'm thankful, and I just wanted to give you the recognition that you deserve.
And then we are taking you back to our static cam here at the Sedona aid station, just to give you a little bit of perspective on what the runners are going to be seeing when they come into this aid station, and just so you don't have to look at us anymore here in the camera. So
absolutely.
And again, as we get a bit more footage from various points on the course, we will certainly relay that to you. And so I'm just checking in to see if we have an update on Versteeg's location. Yeah, Michael is back moving fairly swiftly. He is at mile 232. So that means if this information is correct, he would have a little over 23 miles left. I know that we said 23 miles earlier, but I'm thinking that the person who relayed that information was thinking the finish was at 250.
Yeah.
Because it's called the Cocodona 250.
Well, at any rate, he's got less than a marathon to go at this point.
Yeah. And I wonder if he stopped there for any sort of rest or what went on there. It wouldn't pass me if I wouldn't put it past Versteeg to get a little trail nap, but he is definitely moving. And again, he's moving at about 15 minutes per mile after 230 some odd miles, which is pretty impressive. And if we go back to second place here, we have Dax Hawk, who is approaching mile 215 and is moving at 2.8 miles per hour. And again, they're on different terrains. They're at different points in the race there.
Yeah, I'm still really impressed with what Dax has done. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I thought that he was in really bad shape 12 hours into the race, but he is gone on to show that I really don't know what I'm talking about, because he is not only recovered, he's thrived, and now he is the second place competitor. I mean, to be 100% honest, I don't think that he really has a chance of catching Versteeg, but at the same time, you know, Dax has run an excellent race in his own right. So that would, I would have to, I just have to say, great job, Dax.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it goes back to what we've been saying for quite a while, is that I think just starting this race is an accomplishment in and of itself, and then whatever you do accomplish, whether you make it 1 foot or you make it 255.8 miles, you should be really proud of what you've accomplished. And I do believe that Versteeg is probably going to finish first in this race, but there is still some running left. So, I mean, technically anything can happen, but as of right now, we are watching a pretty amazing performance by Versteeg, and we're watching really amazing runs from all of the runners in this field. Dax, the fact that at mile 50 he was having some stomach issues and was able to troubleshoot that and work his way back up into a really great spot, as far as he was kind of closing in on Michael there for a little bit. And, Pete Mortimer has worked his way up from a little bit further back. Joshua Locke, who seems to always get kind of skipped over a little bit, he's kind of been just moving steady down the course and making his way up to the Great Pines of Flagstaff, Arizona.
Yeah, if you were following our stream the first day, we were kind of getting pelted with people that were accusing us of sleeping on Josh. And it wasn't that we were sleeping on him. It's that by natural, just by virtue of nature, we tended to have our cameras towards the front of the pack. And Josh was hanging back and running a smart race and conserving himself. And now he's been coming on extremely strong over the last 24 hours. And so, for those of you that were, calling out, Josh prior to the last 24 hours, it's not that we weren't believing that he could end up, potentially in a situation where he's in a top 5 finish or even, chasing down a podium. It was just simply that we were kind of reporting on what had happened to that point.
Yeah, and let's see, LV Runner 88 won't be going 4 miles per hour up Eldon, but yeah, he's moving damn good. Yeah, he likely won't, although the last time we heard from him, he was looking forward to the climb up Mount Eldon, which I think is probably a pretty rare mindset. I think most runners see that steep, arduous climb at the end of the race and are like, man, did Jamil really need to put that in? We could have cut this off right at 250 miles and just meandered our way down historic Route 66 into the heart of Flagstaff.
Right?
But
That's
no, we
the
have to
thing.
go over here and climb 2,000 feet in 3 miles just to come back down and go over to Flagstaff or to Central Flagstaff.
Yeah, this race still hits 250 miles without Eldon. That's the thing. It's not that, it's not like Jamil was needing to add mileage to make it 250 miles so he could call it the Cocodona 250. It's that it was already at 250 miles, and he added a few more just to add that climb up Mount Eldon at mile 246.
Yeah, Digglers in the chat. We don't have any further update from Michael at this point. If he does share anything publicly, we will do our best to bring that to you so that we can kind of keep you guys updated, but we're definitely keeping him in our thoughts.
For those that might not have seen, I don't know if perhaps we can flip to our Instagram or our iPad. There we go. Michael McKnight did have his race come to a close last night and ended up going to the hospital. One of the things I'm grateful for with Michael is that he is good about letting the people that are concerned about him know how he's doing. I mean, within 15 minutes of his finish, he actually had posted on Strava that he was going to get an IV and going to get some medical care. So hopefully his recovery is fast and complete, and that we see him racing again sooner rather than later. Of course, Michael has had an amazing run of results, 200 milers, basically winning the Triple Crown, not just by winning the Triple Crown cumulatively, but individually as well, sweeping all 3 races last season.
So we are going to bring you back to our static cam here at the Sedona aid station.
Looks like
for
somebody
Aravaipa
is
After Dark. We
having
got
a sandwich.
Yeah, we got a sandwich or a burger being eaten here. This only happens at Aravaipa
After Dark.
So let's just enjoy the scarfing, and I'm going to pull the chat back up here. Really bummed about his DNF. Yeah, Ethan, I think we all are bummed. We're glad that he made the decision that he made for his own health benefit, and we are all wishing him a speedy recovery.
100%.
Yeah. Anthony, let me get the mouse back over here real quick. There we go. It's all yours now. Just trying to see the chat here. Does Cocodona immediately become the prestige 200-plus miler in North America? Well, I think that isn't up to us here. I think that's actually up to you all, whether we get that notoriety. It's like giving yourself a nickname. You're not allowed to do that, So
100%.
It's really up to you guys and gals out there as to what this event becomes. But we hope that it becomes, one of the premier 200-plus mile races in the country, just like a lot of the others that are already very prestigious in this
Absolutely.
country.
I don't think that there's necessarily any designs on making it instantaneously some sort of, number one race. But I think that the notion of it being considered to be an amazing race is good enough. I think that just being in the conversation is an extremely high praise at this point. I mean, the race isn't even through its first running yet. We don't even have a course record yet. So, to cast the notion that it's the premier race of its distance, I mean, that's really cool to think about. Don't get me wrong, but we'll like you said, we'll let the people decide. And
yeah, and I don't know that we are I don't know that matters to us that it is the premier event. I think that what matters to us is that we're able to showcase the beauty that is Central Arizona to you all, and that's all we care about. We don't I don't think there's any fun in comparing this race to any others, because this is the only Cocodona 250, just like there's only one Tahoe 200, there's only one Bigfoot 200, there's only one Moab 240, and so I think the question is more, how much more premium in Premier will next year's race be compared to this year's race? I think that is more the comparison that I would like to make, because I only want to compare the experience we create here at Aravaipa with Aravaipa, because the experience that is created at Tahoe and Bigfoot and Moab is incredible in their own right, and I think that it's not like one is ever a more premier event. I think that there are a lot of premier events in this country, and we're glad to even just be thrown out with those other iconic races.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is that you alluded to next year, the idea of Cocodona 250, possibly breaking new ground. I'm excited for an international field next year. We have been stifled in that regard, simply because of everything that's going on in the country and around the world. We haven't really talked much about it. Just the fact that we know that we don't get that international flavor. You don't have a lot of, you don't have a European contingent. You don't have an Asian contingent. You don't have a Canadian contingent, really, because they've been under travel lockdown. So you don't have an international flavor that you would expect or hope in a lot of these races. So we're happy that we were still able to get a stout field this year. But I know that there was space for more runners if more people would have opted to run it this year. I'm extremely thrilled, and I'm sure that Jamil is thrilled that we had close to 180 competitors in the field this year. But next year, I could easily see that doubling, and I could see as strong as this field was, I could see it being even stronger next year.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that someone in the chat said it's nice to see 200. But yeah, it's nice. It's great to have a light shine on 200-plus mile distances. Yeah, you're right. And again, shout out to Candace Burt, who puts on, Moab, Tahoe, and Bigfoot.
Yeah.
She does an excellent job with those races. And she was really one of the people in this country who put that first step forward.
Yeah, 100%.
In those races. So if it wasn't for her breaking through, we wouldn't be able to be doing this. And so I see Mike Darras in the chat. Roy, if we made a drinking game out of this, we'd be hammered. Well, I'm interested. What is this drinking game?
They're referring to, I think it's one of those things that I happen to have things that I say fairly often when I'm broadcasting. And
also, it's you, not me?
I assume.
Oh, well, if it's me, then just don't
when
let
I'm
me know
agreeing
so that
with
I don't
somebody,
say those
I
on
tend
purpose.
to say 100% a lot. You might have noticed that. And somebody had said actually further up in the chat, has anyone else, Roy Quinn, has anyone else started a drinking game for whenever they say 100%? And Mike Darras said, Roy, if we made a drinking game of that, we'd be hammered for a week. Totally. 100%.
And then before we move to, we have some footage from Fort Tuttle. I do want to shout out the one international contingent, well, not the one, but one of them that you didn't mention is my beloved Australians. And Jem Rooney in the chat said,
I'm so
if there's
embarrassed.
international travel, count me in. Jem, I can't let him off the hook without shouting out the Aussies. So, I'm disappointed that you left them out. Very underrated trail runners in their own right over in Australia and New Zealand, the Anzacs, as we might refer to them. So shout out to Jem and all our other Australians and New Zealanders in the
I know that
chat.
Jem has been anxiously awaiting the opportunity to get over to the States and run some Aravaipa races. He's been talking about it now for a year, ever since Aravaipa Strong.
And we got Dylan Harris saying, drink every time Matt fixes his posture. Yeah, great joke, Dylan. Don't you have a documentary to be working on right about now? No, but seriously, Dylan, you guys are doing a great job, and thanks for giving us a little extra footage out there. And if anyone wants to drink anytime I shift posture, I've basically been sitting in these chairs for like 60 of the last 70 hours.
Yeah.
So, feel free to do so, but that's why. So shout out to Dylan, and thank you for the little banter. But we are going to go to Nathan Young over here in Fort Tuttle and just check in with him. And look at that. Anthony pulls it in for me because he knows that I don't know how to push these buttons without breaking something. So, Nathan, can you hear us over there in Fort Tuttle?
I sure can. How you guys doing?
Good. What are they? Are they expecting a runner coming in anytime soon, or what's the atmosphere like over there? It looks pretty quiet right now. Yeah.
Yeah, we're actually expecting Dax here in the next about hour and 15 minutes or so. He's about 4 miles out, and surprisingly, Peter Mortimer is right behind him by about 2 miles or so. There was a little bit more of a significant gap between them a couple of hours ago. So hopefully we'll see them both in before midnight at this point.
Yeah, it looks like Dax and Pete are definitely getting quite close to the Fort Tuttle aid station. So it's been a bit of a chance to catch your breath after the excitement from when Michael Versteeg came in a few hours ago. What was the mood of everybody around there? Were they as excited as we were to see Versteeg actually, hitting the aid station as strong as he seemed?
Yeah, I mean, we first caught up with Michael at around mile 204 or so, right before he came into the center pit, and he was extremely strong coming into that aid station. He took a little bit of a break, about 10, 15 minutes or so, and then the rest of the time he just hit it. He was so fast we couldn't catch him at the lake over here, and he came into Fort Tuttle, and everybody was very enthusiastic about him coming through.
Yeah, Michael Versteeg has just really, the second half of this race looked so composed, so calm. We've seen him at multiple aid stations just literally kicking back and relaxing. We saw him playing with his dog at the Fort Tuttle aid station. And can you confirm one thing for us? We've been talking about this now we talked about it for a while. What was he drinking? What was in the bottle?
I could not speculate on that, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. It looked
all
like
I saw was him down a bunch of pizza. That's pretty much it at this point.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He downed a bunch of pizza for sure.
Pizza?
But he had a lot of pizza. But as far as what he was drinking, I couldn't tell you, unfortunately.
I'm glad you told us that, because we were under the impression we were kind of keeping eyes on him. We didn't, at least on our video stream, we didn't see him eat anything. So that is definitely. It makes sense, because he seemed really strong, but yeah, we didn't somehow we just didn't catch it on our end that he had actually taken in any solid food.
Yeah, and he
took a few snacks with him and everything, but he was solid. He came in and out real quick.
Good.
Awesome, and we're going to bring this back to the studio, so we're actually going to try and get this set up as a static cam. So that we'll be able to see people coming in at the aid station. So
nice.
Rob will continue to work on getting that set up the way he wants it, and we will pull it back in. And thank you so much, Nathan, for that update.
Great information. Thank you.
And you were back here with us in the studio. Anthony wasn't over at the computer that time, so I pushed a button, and I didn't break anything. So at this point, I am just super proud of any time I do anything, and the live stream doesn't break. So I appreciate all of you tuning in. Gojar just logged on. Any Yule logs on tonight?
Kinda.
We had one for a little bit up at Turkey Butte. Yeah. Again, I'm starting to forget aid stations because I haven't slept in basically 3 days. So we're up. We had a view of a nice log fire up at Turkey Butte, but unfortunately we no longer have that. So we might see one a little bit later. I'm not too sure, but if so, you will be the first person that I let you know, or that I let know.
Seatown fan asking, are you guys going to race next year? I was registered for this, and I went back and forth on whether or not to click the button. I had some issues with some injuries that I had to drop out of some previous races. Otherwise, I might be out there suffering. But next year, after watching all this, I go back and forth. I mean, I think I would love to do it, and I would love to, carry a cam and let people know what's going on at the back of the pack, because people have been asking. We want back of the pack coverage. What better person to have do back of the pack coverage than somebody who basically has made a living at back of the pack at Aravaipa races?
Yeah, and as far as the question for me, the answer is pretty simply no. I'm not going to race it next year. Maybe one day I will move this far up in distance when I am as mentally tough as people like Dax and Michael Versteeg and Joshua and Peter Mortimer and everyone else who's out there. But right now, I do not have that mental fortitude. So I'm going to continue to stick to the shorter distance ultras, which in and of itself sounds like a crazy term.
Yeah.
A short distance ultra, but that's kind of where I'm at right now. Plus, would you have as much fun on the live stream if Rob and I weren't here and you were stuck with like Jamil and Skylar or something like that? So someone's got to be here to bring you live coverage for 125 hours. And I say that jokingly because obviously they would have a lot more fun with Jamil and Skylar. As we've said multiple times, we are the JV squad. But I think that everyone seems to be having a good time. I mean, we've created drinking games based off our mannerisms. So I think the crowd is enjoying themselves.
Absolutely.
And if I am no longer employed at this time next week, I just want to thank you all for tuning in.
Yeah, it's been a blast. You actually mentioned something that I wanted to kind of piggyback and circle back around to.
Skylar is in the chat. What is this? Well, Skylar, this is called Aravaipa After Dark.
Anything can
welcome
happen
to
in
the
Aravaipa
show.
After Dark. With regard to the notion of shorter ultras, it's one of those terms or one of those mindsets that I think we need to eliminate as a trail and ultra running community. One of the races as part of the Aravaipa annual circuit is the Coldwater Rumble. And at the Coldwater Rumble, you've got the 4 mile, the 20K, 20 mile, 52K, 52 mile, and 100 mile race. And sometimes people will say, I'm only doing the 50K or I'm only doing the 50 mile if there's a 100 mile race. No, you're doing the 50K. You're doing the 50 mile. Don't ever marginalize or speak lesser of doing some of these distances. Frankly, don't even speak less of it if you're doing the 4 mile or the 5K or the 10K. You're out there and you're doing it. You're running a race and you're out there, living your best life. So, frankly, don't ever sell yourself short, and definitely don't ever sell others short if they're running shorter distances.
Well, yeah, I think it goes to a phrase that I like to use, and that's that everyone's summit is different, right? So, whether you're running 250 milers or whether you're trying to do your first 5K, that accomplishment in and of itself is still incredible. Like this, the thinking or the thinking behind like what is like really awesome as an accomplishment is a sliding scale and is relative to each person. So, yeah, I definitely I will be running the shorter distance ultras because that is hard for me. And I know that there are other people who are out there where that's easy for them. And there's others out there who are doing shorter distance trail races, and that is hard for them as well. So, I think that everyone just getting out there, putting yourself out there, and moving forward is the most important thing. And I know yesterday, I'm remembering this now, we did have someone in the chat who asked for any tips for getting into trail running, and I don't know if that person is still in the chat, but I think if we do have a moment, that's something that like is important to discuss. If you have any tips for newbie trail runners or anything like that, I would give the floor to you first. So that I can collect my thoughts a little bit.
I would say if you're just trying to get into trail running for the first time, it's just temper your expectations. Trail running can be really hard, and it can be a huge adjustment especially if you're coming from road racing. I remember the first time I went trail running, and I thought, okay, well, I run this fast on the road, and I ran a section of Trail 100 here in Phoenix from North Mountain, from Dreamy Draw to North Mountain, and I'm thinking to myself, well, I run this fast on road, I should be running this fast on trail, and I should be running up all these hills and down all these hills, and I hated it. I actually had to have a friend of mine kind of tell me to, you can walk the uphills, you can, take breaks, and so when you're first getting into trail running, just temper your expectations and get out there and enjoy it. Find what you love. I mean, some people love, these, steep grinds. They love, struggling up these, steep hills. I mean, nobody I know loves climbing more than Jamil Coury. Me, I don't mind climbing, but I'd rather, run something that's more rolling, something where I can, get into an actual running rhythm for a half mile or a mile, and find what works for you, find what makes you happy and, and push your limits a little, but also just don't expect too much of yourself too quickly.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me, the biggest piece of advice I would have is just have fun. I think that's one of the most important things with with any form of running, but specifically trail running, because like you said, it can be really difficult at times. And so just getting out there and enjoying yourself, I think, is the most important thing, and immersing yourself into the culture. The trail running community is really rad, and so I think that when you find more people who enjoy the things you're doing, like trail running, I think that that can help pull you along as a newbie, and you can kind of learn from others who maybe have a little bit more experience than you do.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. The fact that we're in a great community. As far as my experiences with the trail and ultra running community have been nothing short of fantastic. I really came out of my shell once I started running Aravaipa events, and now I just talk a lot. We had a couple of questions in the chat, as well as some sniping from Skylar Hall. But let's look at the questions. Somebody was asking who is pacing Jamil if Skylar Hall is not. I believe it's Anthony or Tony Tadieski is pacing Jamil. And I don't know for sure, but I've heard that Tony might actually be running him into the finish. Into Fort Tuttle at the very least. So, but Tony is a very strong runner in his own right, and he and Jamil shared 135 miles together on the Aravaipa Last Person Standing event as Tony outdueled Jamil. So Jamil is in good hands in the fact that he's running with Tony.
And then before we get into more questions, I am actually going to tap out for a little break, and
Sure.
Rob is going to come back in. I need to have maybe a little bit more coffee, and just collect my thoughts a little bit more after Skylar walked in on us bashing on him and Jamil. But no, seriously, I'm gonna go and have some more coffee so that I can then let Chris get out of here at a not so ungodly hour if he needs to do so. But Rob is gonna come on in, so.
Well, I'm going to stick around,
and
and to be honest, even after I come off the air, I figured I'd just take a nap over on the other side of the room for a little bit. That way, I can back up you guys as if you need be. Let's go to the iPad here and just kind of show where we're at in regards to the leaders. Versteeg is still kind of close to the Walnut Canyon area, so. He's got, he's about 233 miles in. So, he's got, 22-ish, 23-ish miles left to go. Dax Hawk is still a couple miles out of Fort Tuttle, and Pete Mortimer is a couple miles behind him. A little bit further back, Josh Locke, who has been making a surge over the past 18 to 24 hours, is in fourth place. There's a little bit of separation between Pete and Josh, as you can see, about 5.5, 6 miles. But, there's still plenty of time. Whit Weisbrom, favorite of Matt's, has hit the 200-mile mark and is about 5 miles out of Cinder Pit Aid. And then our first woman is currently sitting in 6th overall. Maggie is at 198.4 miles, give or take, about 7 and change before she gets to Cinder Pit, which means she's actually, is she coming up on, she just passed the switchbacks, or is she just coming up to them?
You're talking about the Castor switchbacks?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
She should be.
You're right.
She's way past. She's now, and she's in Coconino County.
Okay.
So.
That's right. I forgot the switchbacks are the gateway to Coconino County, not the other way around.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, these are looking good. Maggie Gaturl is just cruising along, and we're just gonna leave the cam. I want to give you some footage here on. At Fort Tuttle. We're just waiting for runners to come in. So we'll just check in with the chat, because like I said, we are just going to hang out and wait for what we believe is going to be a Michael Versteeg finish. And yeah, I'm just a little upset right now because I'm looking at this prediction that I wrote down on paper. Anthony, can we get the picture up? Because I want to make fun of myself for a second. So if you guys are have been with us for the last, I don't even know how many hours at this point. I'm going to just abandon math altogether. Something I probably should have done in high school. But we can't get the PIP up yet. We'll get that in a sec, but just real quick. So I made a prediction earlier that Michael Versteeg would win, which was my pre-race prediction.
That looks good.
Well, no, I'm just kidding. I just got lucky. Well, and again, the race is not over yet.
No,
there's a lot. I mean,
but I'm saying
he does have
good.
He's got a commanding lead.
Absolutely, it is. He is in control of his own destiny at this point.
Like you kept saying, this is like his race to lose.
100%.
But my prediction of at 11:44 p.m. finishing time, we are a little over an hour, and we're an hour and 31 minutes away from that. So unless he goes and just, no, it's not even possible. There's not even a, not even close.
Yeah, that Eldon Klein was going to make that. Or I mean, yeah. That's,
so I could take it all. Hit me with it all in the chat about how off that prediction time was, and shout out to Kevin Lara there, who was out with Jamil at Barkley back in March. So I was way off on that prediction. I knew that there was maybe less than 10% chance that I was going to be right, but I was just going to put it out there and see what happened. There was part of me that was like, I think it's possible, and then I don't know what happened, guys. But I'm here to just take it all. There's a lot of other elements of the race that we're really looking at. And again, I was in the other room just kind of working on some logistical stuff to kind of see where we can get cameras. Because if you guys were with us today, we learned on the fly that there is even less cell coverage than we thought. I personally, again, I'm gonna blame it on myself. I don't really care.
Yeah.
So it's like, so I was hoping there would be more cell coverage once we got up onto the Coconino Plateau.
That's what I thought as well.
Right? It makes sense. I mean, I've spent a lot of time out there, and
for sure.
I
thought Walnut Canyon might be a little bit tough, but it's even getting there has been rough.
I even took the filmer off of Walnut Canyon today because I was like, I don't think I'd rather move them somewhere else. That's why I was moving people to like Fort Tuttle and moving them down. But and again, shout out if you volunteered. So many people have been so flexible with it. We have just a great team out there, and it's a big course to have a lot of people to cover. So
yes,
but we are going to be getting some footage off and on from Fort Tuttle as we await Michael Versteeg to get closer to that Eldon climb, because we will have a couple runners in place to try to get you footage of that. So the goal is, at least my goal is, to stay on until at least he finishes. Part of me is like hoping that there was going to be enough coming, but it looks like the gap is going to be big enough where we probably will take a few-hour break, which is basically, I don't know, just a little snooze, a little trail. We're going to take a little trail nap on the live stream, but we will be back up again like we were early in the morning. But I don't know. It depends on when it really comes down to Versteeg's finish. You think I would have learned by night 3 after having the same thing by the first 2 nights of just being like.
Well, one of the things that we could do, we have a lot of content.
We do.
We could
I like
share a
with
lot of that with, with people. For those that might be tuning in for the first time, we can share some Cocodona stories.
Oh, we're all good. I mean, I feel good. I can do this for 7 days.
You might have to.
I mean, I can do this for. I'm not going to. I'm just saying 7 more days from now, the race will be over. But
you're gonna cut it off after 5.
Yeah, no. This has just been so much fun. And
no, it's been a blast. I've been looking forward to it. Frankly, it's given me something to look forward to each and every day this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a ton of fun. So I have like a whole list and a rundown of like other content that we have, and we're gonna be peppering that in I'm just kind of getting a read right now, especially while there's a decent amount of people still in the chat waiting to hang out. I love what you guys have been doing, just talking about the sport. I mean, I'm really here for the community of it. It's just kind of cool that as a bonus we get to watch this race unfold.
But I think we've actually made it.
Made what?
I think we've made it big time.
What do you mean?
Have you checked ultra running memes lately?
Oh, okay. I see. You're gonna pull up that meme.
Yeah.
Well,
you're big time when ultra running memes.
well, I didn't even realize what account that was. I thought like that. You just made that right there. We're trying to make me laugh.
No.
All right. This is breaking news.
Ultra running memes has taken us to task. For those of you that haven't seen it, I believe that it did pop up in the chat. So
3 o'clock, checks Cocodona live stream. 3:06 checks Cocodona live stream. 09, 15, and 17. Yeah, I would say that's about right. I mean,
and Thomas London mentions throw-ins in a check for Robin Hood once or twice, and that's eerily accurate. Guilty as charged.
that's pretty funny. Are there any other comments in here to check out?
Howie Stern photo.
I was
what is
like,
Cocodona?
That was, you know what? I read the actual comment first before actually reading the handle, and I was like a little offended, and then I thought it was the funniest thing I've read. So Howie Stern is one of our 3 amazing photographers out there, and he is no stranger to the ultra running community. He is an incredible photographer.
Yeah, this is on ultra running memes on Instagram.
Wait, let's keep going through some of these. Let's keep going to the end of these comments. How many clicks does it take to get to the end of the Cocodona 250? The world may never know. All right, this is getting better. And Run Gooder, kind of like you're spying on us. That's hilarious. Well, that's good to know that the folks at Run Gooder are tuning in. You know what? It is Aravaipa After Dark, so.
And we wear our sunglasses at night.
I'm putting them on. And like I said, I'm not even kidding. Maybe it's because like I've been staring at a screen for like a lot of times, lots of hours, but I can like read everything so much better with these ones on. So kept live stream on second screen during Zoom meeting today. No, I'm not addicted. We'll go through a few more here. Nielsen ratings crew chief.
Who says I ever turn it off?
That is honestly well appreciated. I know that a lot of you have so many other things you could be doing with your time, and instead you have chosen to at least spend Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday this week with us here. Apologize for that.
I saw somebody in the comment section mentioning that this kind of coverage would be awesome at Tushers. As somebody who's run out at Tushers,
not much service.
It's not going to happen.
I know. I would love to do it.
It's gorgeous.
In San Juan's too, but not much service.
Same. Yeah, Tushers is one of the most gorgeous areas of the United States to trail run. I mean, you're up above 9,000 feet the entire race. You're up and down off of ridiculously gorgeous mountain views. You're running in between herds of goats. But there's barely any reception for phones even at the start-finish line.
Yeah.
It's just not a viable race to do coverage for.
I don't think it's impossible.
It's probably not impossible. But
I mean, look, there's ways to do it, but it's some things take time.
Absolutely. And I think that anybody who has not run Tushers should get your butt up and run Tushers because
it's already sold out this year, so you're going to have to wait until 2022.
Is it already sold out?
I'm pretty sure. Matt, can you confirm that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's an absolutely stunning event, and it's a haul to get there from anywhere. I mean, the Tusher Mountains and Beaver, Utah are in the middle of nowhere, but it's worth getting there.
And real quick, I'm just gonna leave. If we can pull up, Anthony, can we pull up? I'm gonna pull up Sedona. Can we also be picture-in-picture on that feed? Is that all set up? What's that? So we're just gonna get a couple different images on here. We do have our static cam at Sedona still. We don't have as much of a crew out there to. Oh yeah, I know. I was just making sure we could. It is harder to see the buttons with the sunglasses on. I realize that's why. So I'll go back and forth. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. I love that they're just rolling with it. We really have the best community here, and that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. But yeah, back to we were talking about tushers.
Yes.
Yeah, I've only seen like all the footage, obviously, because I've been here just for a few months, but I've been aware of tushers for quite some time, and I mean it's a newer addition to Aravaipa. It's not a new race, but it's a newer addition as an Aravaipa race, obviously.
Yeah, it had existed under.
I'll be there this year. So.
Yeah, no, I mean I'll be up there too. I mean I'm going to be.
I will
up
not
there.
be running it, but my wife will be running it.
No, I ran the marathon and I dropped at mile 15, 7.5 hours in.
What was the toughest part about that course?
Everything. I had miles that took me 45 minutes.
Really?
Yes. I mean I'm slow. I mean make no mistake, but it took me just under 2 hours to for the 2 miles leading up to the top of Delano Peak.
So, wait.
It is
how much vert is from the start of that? What's the vertical gain on that climb?
Probably about 2,500, 3,000 feet. I mean, it's just hard. I mean, and you're at elevation already. I mean, you're running at 10,000 feet the entire time. So if you're not acclimated or if you don't handle elevation well, and I know that I don't, I struggled.
Actually, let's talk about this since some of our runners are coming up into elevation. Like, can we? Yeah, we're gonna go over to Tuttle. Anthony's got it. See if I press the button while he's trying to do it, it messes things up. So I'm just gonna let him take over for this point. Yeah, like, let's talk about altitude.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of obviously, as you get higher in elevation, so Flagstaff, where we're going to be taking a look at now soon at Fort Tuttle, inside on the indoor part of the aid station, Flagstaff sits on average around 7,000 feet. There are sections that are like 6,900. There are sections that are like, when you get back toward the Nordic Center, I'm saying without going up like a mountain climb, obviously, it goes up to 12,600 plus. So, anywhere between 7,000 and 8,000 feet, but the town itself is around 7, right? So some people feel altitude a lot sooner than others. So some people will be at 7,000 feet and just like not really feel anything.
Yeah.
And then others will get a punch in the lungs at like 5,000, 6,000 feet. So everybody's got a different altitude has a different effect on each individual.
Yeah, for sure.
And of course, if you lived at altitude for a while, then your body adapts. So now my question is for you. I just wanted to give a little context to people if they're not aware of how elevation might affect them if they're going up above sea level. You really start to feel it above 6,000 and up, and it changes. My threshold is like, I'll feel it if I go on an effort between like 7 and 9. Again, because I'm living in Phoenix at like 1,500 feet. Not really, you're not getting any benefit because the barometric pressure is not much different than sea level at that point. And as far as the oxygen as well, like you're not hypoxic there. So what level do you really start to feel it?
Me personally, I start to feel it pretty hard at about 5,000 feet even. That's one of the reasons I love going to Payson and 90 minutes northeast of Phoenix and running at the Mogollon Rim. Mainly because I know I need to do more of it in order to become a better runner.
Right.
And the Mogollon Rim sits at about 5,300 feet at the bottom and maybe about 7,000-ish feet at the top. I've never been a great elevation runner, and even a mile above sea level, I really start to struggle. But I still love doing it. I mean, every year I head up to Silverton for the Kendall Mountain Run, and I'm going to make Tushers an annual pilgrimage as well. So.
Tushers, I can't wait to go check that course out.
It is so beautiful. And you know what? I'm going to give you some advice, some unsolicited advice. Make some extra time if you haven't been to Bryce and Zion, because you can hit them both on the way back.
Absolutely, yeah. Because it's in Tushers is in Beaver, Utah, and then you're kind of up in that. You just make the turnover and you go to Penguich, and then you go further east, and then you're right there at Bryce Canyon National Park.
Yeah, Bryce Canyon's about 90 minutes away, and
it's such a beautiful place.
I spent a day and a half there, and I was blown away. I went down and hiked down into the bottom of the canyon at 3:30 in the morning, so I was actually coming out of the canyon as the sun rose. And some of the best pictures I've ever taken, through on my Instagram account, and people were like, blown away, and I was blown away at just how gorgeous and how amazing the colors were, the contrast of the rock formations at Bryce versus the beautiful blue skies that day.
The cool thing about Bryce Canyon is it's really runnable. Like it's like pretty buffed out. It's not, it's like not single track in most of the areas.
No, it's not technical running at all.
Yeah, it's really nice. I remember the first time I went. It was actually the first national park I had ever been to. Like, God, man, maybe like 7 or 8 years ago at that point. But when I still lived on the East Coast, and I don't know, the Southwest, like that southern Utah and obviously northern Arizona, it just has like such beautiful diverse terrain. The Red Rock Canyons. It looks like we've got a second cam now at.
Is that H-Rod?
Who is out? No, I think he's on the old link. Who is out at Black Tank right now?
Dan Pena. I thought that was his voice.
Dan, you dropping in with a surprise? Let's get Dan up. Oh, I didn't even see you down there. My computer was blocking the other feeds.
Oh my, we have a lot of.
We got
We have a lot going on.
We've got Spider Pena of Livestream fame from Monday #1,
who ran Versteeg into Whiskey Row.
That's exactly
the first
right.
night of the first night of Cocodona.
Yeah, ran him in. A beautiful, he had like a 1.5 mile like downhill run. It was just perfect.
And at the end of it, he caught Versteeg's calling his shot and talking about the Suns.
And that those are some of the few developing stories here. Not really developing, we've been bringing to you, but stories that we're going to keep updating as we get information. Of course, there is the potential for Michael Versteeg to, one way or another, one day or another, potentially meet the Phoenix Suns, which is his request if he throws down at this race, and he called that shot. But the one I'm really following is Stephen Claus. So we do have to deliver milk and cookies to Stephen Claus, and I don't care if it's a DNF or a finish. That guy is getting milk and cookies.
Nice.
I don't care if I have to go up there and give him myself, because he is honestly been the highlight of a lot of the hours of this live stream.
Yeah,
youngest
absolutely.
runner.
And he's been so full of positive energy as well.
And that's what it's about.
You see, every time he comes into an aid station, not only does he have a smile on his face, he's got something wise beyond his years to say to just kind of pick people up. He's saying that he's the bringer of joy and things of that nature.
And now we're tuning into Black Tank Aid Station.
Spider Pena.
We've got Spider in here. Dan, tell us everything.
Well, I believe we've got a runner here, right?
Yeah.
Elle Spacek.
Hi guys,
How you
in all her glory.
How you doing, Elle?
Well, I'm currently trying to eat a smoothie that's like twice the size of my face. That's going kind of poorly. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of sleepy, but I'm hoping I have to check in with the medic, so I'm a little scared about that.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay with it.
Yep, you're good. He said as long as you were sleeping, he didn't have any concern.
Yeah, but he might be concerned when I try to leave. So we might be running from the medic here. We'll find out.
Good thing you have
Stay
lots of-
tuned, live stream audience, for the really incredible content that could happen in about 10 minutes where Elle is running away from Ulysses, the medic.
Well, you heard it straight from Elle. No, but Elle, seriously, thank you so much for allowing us to invade your space out there on the course, and you've really been crushing it out there, and we can't wait to follow the rest of your journey.
Thanks, man. Thanks for all you
Go
guys.
get it.
Everyone's
doing great.
loving all this content, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. There wouldn't be anything to cover if it wasn't these amazing 176 runners towing the start line
Absolutely.
on Monday.
This has been a fantastic time. Getting to almost feel like you get to know these runners out on the course because you spend so much time following them and cheering them on. And that's the thing is that
You want some of it, bro?
all of these runners. I find myself cheering them all on. I mean, do I have favorites? Absolutely. I consider a couple of the people in the field to be genuine, decent friends of mine, and I hope that they fare well. And I'm rooting. If given my druthers, I would prefer that they finish ahead of other people. But I'm just happy to see everybody out there crushing it. I mean, it's truly a sight to see.
Emily's at. Are we looking? We're gonna bring up Emily's feed soon. Do we have our feed up? Yeah, Emily. I talked to her on the phone. She's out at Fort Tuttle, because there you see the squirrels nut butter archway right there, and she's on. Emily, what's the scene like out there? It looks a little quiet, waiting for runners to come in.
It is super quiet. It's super cold. A little update is that I had to put Mr. Fox's puffy jacket on.
We got to get him a signature
He doesn't
puffy
like
jacket.
it.
Not a fan.
No, but yeah, it's pretty cold already up here, and it's super quiet. An update that you'll like, Rob. One of the crew members for Peter Mortimer's team said that she had a fire pit, and she was asking someone around for permission if she can set that up.
This is the best. You are absolutely right, Emily. This is the best news that I've got in the last 2 hours. Well, I've gotten a lot of good news in the last 2 hours, but this is fantastic because I have mostly been stepping out not only to take a break, but it's been my goal to bring you night 3 of Cocodona Campfire.
Yes.
So stand by.
We're on the military fort here, so I don't know what the rules are.
Right. And, of course, we are going to honor whatever restrictions for fires, for filming, for all that stuff, because that is the most important thing. But if we got a fire, it looks like we might be able to get a cam on there. Maybe, maybe not. But either way, we'll try to give you that virtual ultra running Yule log that has been accidentally coined during this Cocodona live stream coverage. But other than that, Emily, can you tell us a little bit about what it's been like working with the documentary team today? Because your fiance, Dylan Harris, has been... and his team have just been probably not sleeping to work on.
Yeah. So I personally have just been having a blast. Dylan, of course, has the role of about 5 people, and he's doing incredible. All of them are doing incredible. I'm so excited, as I know everyone is, for all of the footage. They just have so much footage, and it's going to be so awesome when it's all put together.
I know. Honestly, I can't wait to just see it's gonna. It's gonna be one of the best documentaries that I'm gonna sit down and watch. And I'm saying that as a fan of the sport and as a fan of the work of the power team that Dylan put together. Of Dylan Harris, of course, Derek Lytle, Allie McLaughlin, and Jake Van Heel. So the 4 of them, and of course. Emily going double duty as production assistant and getting us great content and intel from the field since yesterday. So thanks to all 5 of them. We will check in with you again and keep us updated for what the deal is, because I know you guys are going to try to head toward the finish to get a few different angles on Michael Versteeg, right?
Correct. That is correct. Yep. And we're just waiting here for Dax. It should be, I don't know. What do you think?
Awesome.
Like minutes?
Yeah,
thanks,
actually,
Emily.
let's actually see.
We'll see if he sprints at the end like Michael did.
Yeah, it shouldn't be far out, so we'll keep an eye out and an ear out. And
sounds
other than that, we're going to switch it up.
One thing we actually just
Let's bring up. Here we go. There are
Can you
now
hear me?
so many buttons on here.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, it's Hector. We got, looks like we got a runner here. Is this Whit?
Wait.
We got Whit here.
This is Hector.
That's Hector.
H-Rod making a surprise appearance. How's Whit doing? That would put him out at
Cinder Pit.
Cinder Pit.
Awesome. You look good.
Fantastic.
And Witt is right behind Josh Locke, or they've got to be really close. Have you seen Josh Locke as
is
well?
getting ready to go.
Okay,
He
so
was
they're
sleeping.
basically neck
His
and neck.
crew just left to go wake him up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Josh had taken a quick break. And as we just mentioned, Witt has hit the aid station as well.
And ladies and gentlemen, Hector's surprise is a double surprise. We are getting some eyes on a little Cocodona campfire scene. So this will make 3 nights in a row. Hector, can we just get a little view of that fire right there?
It just warms my heart.
It's out at Cinder Pit in mile 205.
Yeah. Put my hands up to the fire.
Look
here.
at that. And there you go, folks. We make promises and we deliver. We said we would bring you a virtual fire for a bit, and it looks like we're going to try to get one up at Fort Tuttle, of course, if we are allowed to, for the runners, but of course for our viewing pleasure, because we accidentally found out that the fire at night is a great place for ultra runners to hang out, share their strategy, and share their story before they tackle the next section of the course, and we get to listen in.
For sure. It's kind of become the nightly thing, these fireside chats that we actually were able to sit in on and listen to. We get some, some little details. I remember the first night they were kind of, talking about how rough that first climb was. And then last night we didn't get as much audio, but it was still kind of nice to have the fire on in the background. And now we've got it again tonight for night 3. So I'm kind of loving that.
Yeah, so and the fans in the chat are super stoked, and they're giving shout-outs to the Wolf Pack. And they want to know, Hector, are you still chopping wood out there? It looks like you are because you found the fire.
We'll see. Yeah. I'm out.
Are you picking up another?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
We're gonna. Yeah, we're gonna see. We'll make sure we catch Maggie coming through. Definitely want to catch Taylor. So we'll be here for a little bit.
Amazing.
Good.
And Hector, I just have a question. Have you? We were learning a couple hours ago. Michael obviously posted on his Instagram that he did get diagnosed with rhabdo. Have you been in touch with him? I know you were crewing him, and you're a coaching client of his. Do you know how he's doing? Is he recovering well?
So last night, I think you guys were saying it. I'm so glad we all decided that it was at whatever aid station that was. It was a good call for us to just call it a night and fight another day. So we went back to the hotel, or back to a hotel. We ended up booking one. Went to I got the update maybe right before he was going to post that, or like right around that same time. So I haven't got anything new. I definitely let him and his wife know that I'm in town. If they need anything, to reach out. So I just definitely going to kind of give him some privacy and him get some rest.
Absolutely.
And recover. So he's got my number, and I'll check on in the morning.
Hector, thanks for
Hector.
that update, and we'll check in with you.
Great of you to be there for him and his family.
We're going to go over to Fort Tuttle now. We have word that Dax is coming in. Dax Hawk. Nathan.
Do we have another?
Nate, do you want to bring your camera out so we could see where Dax is coming from? Is that you that we're hearing
outside?
From? We're going to switch over to Nolan's camera. Oh, I see.
Nolan's?
We have a little switch over of the camera equipment. So we're going to get another view here.
And while we're waiting on that, just a quick update. People were asking about the Dead Horse cutoff that was at 10:30 tonight. All of the runners that came into Dead Horse, those final 4, made it, including Gene Dykes and Andre Lee.
And here we go. We're going to bring it up in a sec. So we're getting word that Dax Hawk is making his way in.
It's not grabbing.
So right now we are listening in. We're trying to get visuals in the field, but we are listening in. Anthony, I'm just going to touch something. I hope I don't mess you up. We are listening in to Fort Tuttle, and we're going to try to get you visuals in a bit of Dax Hawk as he gets into the aid station at mile 219.
Dax has been one of the other excellent stories of the past day and a half or 2 days. He's just, made a steady climb from the 9, 10, 11 range in the standings all the way up to second as the race reaches towards its conclusion. Obviously, at Fort Tuttle now, Dax has just under 40 miles to go. So, and it seems like he's been moving pretty strong. And hopefully, once we can get visual, we'll be able to see exactly how good he's feeling. The one thing about the runners when they hit Fort Tuttle, and obviously we've only had one prior to Dax being Michael Versteeg, is that I don't think they're going to be hurrying through Fort Tuttle. I think that they're going to want to make sure they've got everything, because they might want to just minimize their stops the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Because once they get up to Eldon, it's all smooth sailing.
It's one of those good stops
for sure
to hang out at. We saw Michael Versteeg there. He actually was in and out pretty quickly, given the fact that he's at mile 219. But I think he was there for probably 10 or 15 minutes, taking care of his feet.
That is a quick stop at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, last night.
Here we go.
Last night,
Excellent.
I remember. We'll see Dax is right there. You'll see him standing there with his crew. He is the runner.
That's
We're going
him
to
right
go
there in the
to
gray.
Emily, actually. We do have eyes now on Dax.
That multiple
There he is,
camera
with the buff on his
angles.
head. Sorry, folks. We have lots
That's a
of
live
cameras up
stream
there
here.
now. Dax, how you feeling?
Rob asked
great.
how you're feeling.
What's that?
How are you feeling? Rob asked.
Oh, I'm feeling pretty good, but my brain is limping out because I haven't slept since 3 a.m. the race morning, so I think a few minutes is going to help.
That's a good idea.
Can you reiterate what he said there, Emily?
He said he feels good,
Oh, good.
but his brain does not because he hasn't slept, and that's obviously something that all the runners out there are dealing with. That's part of those ultra races. It's like that's why we spend so much time talking about sleep strategy, and sleep is important.
100%.
I think we all know that, whether in life, whether it has to do with running or not. Sleeping is super important, and it's like it's that strategic approach of when are you going to do it, how are you going to do it, and just like elevation that we were talking about.
Yeah.
It affects everybody differently. So, but Dax has been cruising, and he's been looking really strong, and he. Even you can tell he's. I mean, obviously, any runner coming through is going to be tired. Even for Steve, I'm sure.
Yes.
He's completely
Yes.
cooked. But every runner coming through, that's
See
tired.
Chris Thornley taking him.
Oh yeah, it is Chris.
Squirrel's Nut Butter founder and creator. Thanks to Squirrel's Nut Butter being there for the runners and helping to put together this aid station. Chris is an integral member of the trail and ultra running community.
Hey, Dill.
And there's Dylan. Let's actually check in with Dylan real quick.
Oh, Rob wants to check in. with
How's
you.
real quick? Because I know you got to capture some footage. Emily, can you ask him how's it been since we last checked in with him? We talked at Sedona, so how's it been making that documentary since this afternoon in the heat of the Red Rocks?
It's been good. I don't know. I mean, at least from our end, the team's getting in a good flow. So, yeah, we're capturing things that are making us happy and putting together a good story. And I mean,
people are starting to struggle. People are starting to break down, but everybody seems to be in good spirits. I mean, even Dax was just telling me that he had to keep reminding himself over and over what he was.
Hold on. All right, you're back.
Dax said he had to keep reminding himself over and over that he was running the Cocodona 250 because he kept forgetting why he was out there.
Oh, wow.
And he said he hasn't slept since the start for more than just a couple minutes at a time. So the first thing he asked when he got in here is how long till the next aid station and how far is the person behind me. So it seems like regardless of how he's feeling, he seems committed to pushing. Yes. But,
so you don't think he's going to take an extended stop here to even maybe even a quick nap?
Yeah, well, he's going to close his eyes for a few minutes, he said. He was just saying before he walked in there too that he feels really warm. He actually had to take off all of his layers once he got in the trees. So all he has on is one single layer, and said he felt really warm out there. And although he was a little dizzy, he was getting even lost coming into this aid station. He was sort of running all over the place.
Oh, I thought he was just messing around.
No,
Oh, wow.
No.
I thought he was trying to be funny.
He's talking well, and he's smiling.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people get to Port Tuttle. It seems from my perspective, especially with Michael coming in earlier, I think they get to Port Tuttle and think that Eldon is the next step. In all reality, they have
Walnut Canyon.
what is it, like 13 or 16?
16 miles to Walnut
16
Canyon.
miles to Walnut Canyon, which, I mean, that's an eternity, especially for right now. So Eldon is still a push for sure.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Thanks, Dylan, for that. We appreciate it. We'll let you get back to take care of the film. We really really appreciate that intel. But that is actually a really good point, Chris, because we're talking about how it's 16 miles from Fort Tuttle to Walnut Canyon.
Yes.
We watched Michael Versteeg come into this very aid station during the daylight, right where Emily's standing. We had right there where our view is now. He was right in the chair right there, or one of those chairs, and we saw him there, and he only just got to Walnut Canyon according to our GPS tracker right now. Like, he's just in that area.
Yeah.
And he was there hours ago. So that shows you it's not like a mellow go out and cruise 16-miler and all of a sudden, like, you're there and you just got to get over Eldon.
Yeah, Versteeg hit this aid station right as I was right before I came on, so about 5:45, 6 p.m. tonight. And that was 5 hours ago.
Yeah, no, totally.
So that 16-mile stretch is taking the race leader 5 hours.
Yeah.
So it would not surprise me to find out that it might even take longer for some of the other runners. And I'm hoping that Dax is prepared for this next stretch, because as you could see from the profile, I mean, you're kind of isolated, and there is some, there's some steep terrain on one side of the trail on some of the stretches.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's just, we're looking at the GPS. Sorry, looking at the track right now. I'm just gonna head over to the iPad for perspective.
Thank you.
Bib 17. It's Dax Hawk, of course. This whole stretch between Bib 17 and Bib 3 is that 16-mile stretch that we're talking about.
Yeah, it looks like Pete is actually just getting right now to Walnut Canyon. So yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that the runners that are hitting this stretch at night, and Derek made an excellent point about the fact that they're not almost to Eldon, really,
right?
Like, in the grand scheme of things, they've got to hit Walnut Canyon, and then they've got to actually make that move to Eldon. So, but actually looking at our iPad tracker, it looks like Pete Mortimer is not too far out. He's at mile
It's
217.
got like a mile and a half to go.
Yeah, so we
Fort
could
Tuttle.
probably expect.
When was that last ping, though?
It was right.
Okay, the very new ping.
Yes.
So that's accurate.
So Pete is probably about 15 to 20 minutes outside of Fort Tuttle. I wonder if he can smell that home cooking as he is now entering the Flagstaff general area. So, Dax is at mile 220 at Fort Tuttle, and Pete Mortimer is on his way behind him. And those two, along with Michael Versteeg, who has reached Walnut Canyon, are your 1, 2, 3 on the men's side at this point. There is a sizable gap between Pete and number 4 male, which I believe is Josh Locke. It could be Whit or Josh, as they're both at the previous aid station at Cinder Pit still. But yeah, I mean, as you can see here, Michael Versteeg is indeed in the home stretch for all intents and purposes. But there could be some jockeying for position between second and third moving forward here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we did talk to Peter a few times throughout the day today, and he said he's going for that second place. Like, I think the first time he said that was at Huntley Tank at around 174 this morning, and he was in good spirits then, and he was just like, I'm going for second place, and he's just going to take it one place at a time. And I think that's going to be one of the, because in a race like this, and even shorter races, but especially when the field is spread out, there's a lot of races to watch, or a lot of stories to watch.
Absolutely.
I won't say races to watch, because there's stories from the first to the last runner. Like, for instance, actually, I'm going to bring this back up. As I refresh this feed, I want to see. Let's take a look at where our trail sweep is. So our last sweep here is a perfect example right here. So you see right there where it says sweep 3. So Gene Dykes, who is at mile 136.9, just about mile 137. Like, I'm interested in Gene's experience. Like, and also Gene is one of the 2 oldest runners who towed the starting line.
Yeah.
I believe he was 73, and just such great energy when he came in for the packet pickup here at the Aravaipa HQ. I was talking to Dylan, because Dylan, who we were just talking to on our camera team, was telling me that he was just in friendly banter with the fellow 73-year-old quote-unquote competitor. Obviously, they're having fun out there, and they're putting it on the line. But he's like, oh, we're just going to have fun. And then he turned around and he's like, I'm going to beat him, though. Like, and just like, came in and had fun for it. So what's his experience like? So every single runner has a story out there.
100%. And if you're thinking about running this race, be prepared. I know that we've had a lot of talk about it in the chat and in the studio about whether or not to run this race next year. This is definitely, a quote graduate level race.
Yeah.
And Gene Dykes is a legend. Gene is one of the most accomplished runners in American running history. As recently as at age 70, so 3 years ago, Gene broke 3 hours in the marathon.
That's insane. That's
Yes.
amazing.
I mean, that tells you the level of competitor that is taking part in this race right now. And Gene is grinding it out, man. The guy is grit personified. So, he's out there towards, the back of the pack. Andre Lee, local runner who is making an effort to run 50 ultras over the course of a year. You've got runners, Bill Dittman. There's a name that we haven't mentioned in a while, the Jamil Coury. I'm sure we'll be tuning in with Jamil in a while. I mean, these are, this field is stacked. And you're seeing, greatness out of all of these competitors, whether their names we're familiar with or names that we're hearing for the very first time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's well said. I guess, there are stories across the pack all the time, whether it's a 250 miler or the turkey trot.
Yeah.
It's everybody's got a story, and I think that's what pulls us into the race. And as we continue to talk about this topic, let's share some of your running stories. Like, what got you into running in the chat? And if you're cool with us sharing that, because I remember thinking I was never going to run, outside of, high school track that I used for training. And then, it just kind of becomes a part of your life, and it's the community that we love. And especially when it comes into the trail, there's something special. I love road running, and the track world is super fun and amazing. It's almost like a whole different thing, though. It's not like running is running. The trail and ultra community is just incredible.
It is.
You would know that probably a lot more than I would. You race. I really don't race anymore. I haven't raced in like eight years. But you're.
But you don't have to race to appreciate it. That's one of the beautiful things about it.
You really don't. I don't even know why I'm still such a geek for this sport. I don't even know the last time I went for a proper run, other than when I tried to destroy myself in the Grand Canyon last month, and I don't think I've run since. I feel like I just love to just be engrossed in this sport and the community. Yeah, so Diggs Digglers, I joined the military. I had no choice but to run. I mean, there's so many reasons why you just start running.
I ran so a friend of mine would actually come visit me. That was my impetus to actually start running. A friend of mine from back home said, "Hey, I was thinking about visiting Arizona. Will you run this marathon with me?" I said, "No." He said, "Well, will you run the half?" And I said, I started doing a little bit of reading. I figure I can train for it. And after I got done with that half marathon, I said, "I'm so glad that's done. I'm never running a race again."
Yeah.
And, few marathons, couple dozen ultras later, I'm still here.
Yeah. And what I'm reading the Ageless Wanderer, your comment is exactly what I'm saying. It's like there's so many stories. It's not about like age or anything like that. There's so much inspiration and so much grit in the veterans out there.
Oh, yeah.
And it's amazing. I don't know. It's you can go on and talk all day about it and share people's stories, and that's why we're here. So, and I'll share one more. Amanda Spale saying she started running in 7th grade because she wanted to impress a cute 8th grade boy who ran. The boy didn't stick around, but 20 years later, running did. See, you never know. Everything happens, and you're still running. So that's awesome. But anyway, a little side chat in Aravaipa After Dark. So we can just go on running tangents.
That's what it's all about. This free-form style broadcast web stream where we're able to interact with people on the stream, and we can kind of just pivot and freelance as we please. I mean, obviously we have an obligation and a duty to you, the viewer, to give you as much information as we're capable of when it comes to runners in the field and the coverage out there, and share the video from our coverage teams.
Right.
But, I have what's called the Gilligan's Island effect that'll take place sometimes, where you'll start talking about something and you'll just go on it for a 3-hour tour, and then you'll circle back around and maybe you'll touch upon it later. Maybe you'll never discuss it again. But, we've talked about fueling. We've talked about how we got into running. We've talked about where we were when Stefan was born. We've talked about all of these different aspects of different angles that kind of have a tangential relationship to the race that we're following.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's just one of the many things about the sport that just keeps going on and on. We can just there's so much depth and so much perspective that we could share about the sport. But right now, we are looking in at Fort Tuttle. We have a couple feeds up. It is 11:02 p.m. as we enter night 3 of the Cocodona 250. And this is the inside section of the Fort Tuttle aid station, where about, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes ago, we had Dax Hawk come in.
Do we know if Dax is still shutting his eyes?
I think he is, based on the fact that, so if you look at that door on your right, that is Dylan Harris, who we've obviously talked to before. And then I believe we're waiting for him to come out because he's going to be following him. I'm going to go over to Emily again. So Emily is in Fort Tuttle aid station.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, Emily, is that Allie Mack to your left?
Oh, is it frozen?
Can you see me? No, can you hear me, rather?
I can see and hear you guys, but my screen looks frozen, is it?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay, whatever. I just can't see it. Hey?
Allie, tell us how you're doing. So you came
Hold on
down to
1 second,
Colorado.
We're gonna get this shot.
Oh, let them get the shot.
I'm sorry.
And you can see my screen, Rob?
Yeah, you're fine. Let's
Okay,
let's watch them take the shot. Thanks for the
Sure.
for the view.
So they're
Emily.
going in to wake him up now. There was a 10-minute alarm set.
There's Chris Thornley with his unmistakable hat, the founder of Squirrel's Nut Butter.
Yeah.
They're going to check
Wait,
on.
let's listen in. I don't want the audio to bleed into our documentary team's audio for a second.
Sorry, it sounds like it's the right thing. Did you hear that update, Rob?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
He requested 10 more minutes.
Ah, the good old snooze button, Chris.
But luckily
Of course, I'm
he
kidding,
has like a whole bunch of people, so he's not going to be able to snooze it for too long. We'll all make
Yeah.
sure to wait.
Yeah, I mean, that extra 10 minutes could probably go a long way, I'd imagine. So.
Oh, absolutely. This doubles
Yeah, I
his
can't
sleep
imagine
time.
how good that rest felt for him with his.
Yeah.
And truth be told, it looked like he could use it at this point.
Yeah. So, Allie, I just want to check in with you. How has it been going? Part of the documentary team. You came in from Colorado to join the team. Tell me how the last few days have been.
It's been a whirlwind. Yeah, it's crazy that it only started 2 days ago, but it's been super fun. I love our documentary team. This is my first time to meet everyone. But yeah, that's probably my favorite part. We've had a lot of fun. We started, we were all there together. We went to Crown King all together. And then after that was when we started tag teaming and splitting up. And I think we've done really well. But at nights, we're usually always together. So we reconvene and we're like a little family now.
That's awesome. And what are your thoughts in general just on the Cocodona 250?
Oh, wow. It's special. Especially all the places we've been. We took that fire road into Crown King and then we continued it all the way to Prescott. And there's things that places I've never would have gone if we weren't trying to get out to these far out places. And then coming down Mingus Mountain was super cool. I've managed to get a few runs in our downtime, and that has been really special to get to go on I've ran on some of the course too. Which I will say, coming down into Jerome, there's a pretty steep descent and rocky, and it was kind of miserable. I couldn't wait to turn around and go uphill because the downhill was rough. So
yeah,
I can imagine what the racers are going through because that was at mile 160, I think. So yeah, not fun.
No, that's awesome. So we're glad that you're having a blast out there, and the night is not over. So I hope you have fun capturing the rest.
Excited to do the finish. Michael Versteeg, I've been kind of cheering for him since the first aid station. He took a shot of whiskey with his mom crewing him, and she was not happy. And we got that all on film. I thought it was pretty fun.
Oh,
he's kind of
wait.
I want to hear about this.
I want to get a little more detail on this. Let me clarify. I was not expecting. This is kind of like a late development. It's a 2 days old breaking news. That's what we're going to say because now this is the first we're hearing about it. A little teaser of what we might see in the Cocodona 250 documentary. So you're saying at the first aid station, so at mile 11, he did
No, I think it was
Or
30
Crown King.
Crown King. Crown
Oh,
King.
so Crown King.
Yeah.
I was gonna say somebody brought a shot of whiskey out to Cottonwood Creek. That'd be impressive. But all right, so at Crown King at mile 37 at aid station 3 on Monday, he did a shot of whiskey. His mom was there and was not happy with that decision. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, yes.
All right. Well, I can't wait to see cliffhanger, folks. We're gonna have to wait and see how that one develops. But thank you for that. Thank you for that teaser, Allie. Go get back with the team and enjoy the night.
All right, thank you. You too. Bye.
Take care. So yeah, you heard
Breaking,
it there,
not
folks.
breaking news.
Yeah, I mean it's breaking. Just the fact that it happened on Monday, I think it's still breaking news because I think I'm going to call that a Cocodona exclusive.
That is true. Yes.
There you go.
I like that.
Emily, there's some questions in the chat. A few people are asking why, if he's trying to sleep, why is the door not fully closed? And I have to say that's a really good point. Do you happen to know, or is the door maybe just is not closing? It doesn't seem like there's a.
Great question. I definitely don't want to be the one to open or close a door that's cracked maybe just the way it should be. So.
Oh no, we're not. Yeah, of course, we're not asking that. I was just curious. I didn't know if that was part of the strategy. Because I've used a similar strategy before. It's like I don't. If you make the room too dark, maybe you won't wake up. You'll go into one of those things where I'm just gonna take a 10-minute power nap, and then 4 hours later you're like, oh.
Yeah, I can go ask someone.
Yeah.
I think it's just like the door hinge or something like that. But who knows? Maybe it's part of the strategy.
What's interesting
is
now?
this his crew?
This is his crew.
Can we? How has the race experience been from their perspective?
Your guys' perspective.
I mean, I'm crewing with 2 kids right now, so.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, you just don't have any downtime, so.
Wait, is this Sarah?
Yeah.
This is okay. I just want to. So I learned earlier that you and Dax are quite the swing dancers. Is that correct? Like is it called the Lindy style of dancing?
Swing dancing, Lindy Hop is like a genre of that.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're dance partners.
The Lindy Hop. Yeah, he did say you are his favorite dance partner and favorite partner in life, and that was such a sweet moment that he shared on his way out. So that's awesome. That was a fun fact that we learned from the chat. And I guess the last question is, what is kind of the strategy going into the next aid station? Are you going to follow them out to Walnut Canyon?
Yeah, I mean, he's been pretty consistent up until now where he needs more of a nap. Otherwise, it's been pretty consistent with what I have to do. So I'm just making sure that he has the water, and he's been doing the PR lotion on his legs. And other than that, my kids are asleep, so I don't have any other strategy.
There you go. So some of the people were asking, did he request the door to be cracked? Or did
that door?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. They just left it. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
They didn't
know if it was part of a strategy.
Yeah, to not get in too sound of a sleep.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Sure, no worries.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I know. I thought it was a great question too.
I plan to just knock him around, make him up.
That's awesome. Well, that is Dax Hawk's partner right there, and we thank you, Sarah. And you know what? You are out there, like you said, you're crewing for him and with your girls, and it's Mother's Day weekend coming up, so early happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
You got it. So enjoy it, and we'll check in with Dax Hawk later in the race.
Yeah. And as we've mentioned, we're rapidly approaching the point where Pete Mortimer will be making his way into Fort Tuttle. Pete at last ping was at mile 218.1, and Fort Tuttle is about a little over a mile ahead of him. So it wouldn't be surprising to see Pete actually hit Fort Tuttle by the bottom of the hour. So by 11:30 local time. And there's a fox sighting.
Another fox sighting right there.
I love that dog.
Absolutely.
I have a collection of photos of myself with fox at, various aid stations at Aravaipa races. It always makes me smile.
It's like he knows you're on the other side of that lens. He's just
he does.
Deeply into
We're
your eyes,
peoples.
Chris.
We are tight.
Yeah, so again, we are looking in at Fort Tuttle on the other side of that fox. On the other side of that cracked open door is Dax Hawk taking a snooze. It is a 20-minute snooze. We're getting an update here. Who's that from? Oh, got it. Let me see that again. All right, so it looks like Michael Versteeg at 10:21. Thanks for that, Matt. Is taking a little trail nap. Oh, at Walnut Canyon. Okay. So Versteeg, our first place runner, is taking a nap, and so is our second place runner, Dax Hawk. You have to imagine that kind of cancels out any, depending on what their definition is of a short nap, that might, cancel out any advantage. Because we did see how sleep played in earlier in the yesterday.
Versteeg's nap is going to be something that I'm going to be thinking about for a long time if I ever decide to run a race of this length. He just happened to have the most productive, perfect nap. He was out for 3 hours, and then all of a sudden he was up and at it and looking as good as any other, as good as he was at the start of the race, really. I mean, the first time we had eyes on him really was as, he was finishing the Crown King climb, and he was looking like a little bit worse for wear at that point. And, the last day or so, he's looked absolutely fantastic. So I think that, of anybody who is, taken a genuine sleep, and I think the 3 hours qualifies, he seems to have used it the best to recover. I would assume that this nap would be much shorter, as he's got roughly 19 miles left, or actually just under 20 miles left. Yeah, which is an amazing threshold to be at this point. Our lead runner is now under 20 miles from the finish line in the Cocodona 250. So that's something that is pretty amazing. Oh wait, check out, they're going in to check on Dax.
Let's wait.
I believe that was Sarah that went in after him. Yeah, I can hear you.
So, just a little update. The medic has to do a check on Dax.
So Emily's feed's cutting out.
Yeah,
a little bit,
Emily's audio is cutting out. The video is perfect.
The video is perfect, so we're going to stay on it. And we'll just... Sounds like the audio's back now.
You hear me?
Yes.
Cool. So, the medics, like Dylan was mentioning, he was acting, a little confused coming in. So they said they have to do an assessment of him, check his pupils, and his mentation, prior to letting him leave.
No, and absolutely.
That makes perfect sense, because it did seem like he was a little bit not quite himself.
Well, I mean, we're at mile.
Because I thought he was literally trying to be funny by walking around, but he was actually totally just not really knowing where he was walking. So that was interesting.
And that really is, we love to see, everybody, whether you're in the front of the pack or the back of the pack, when you toe the line, obviously the goal is usually to finish and finish strong, but
yeah,
there's always another day. There's never a need to, there's nothing wrong. I personally don't think, I'm not saying that's what's going on. This is just more of a broader topic. It's like, you got to sometimes just take a break.
Yeah.
You got to, put your health first. So, taking that time, that's why we have medical team checking everybody out. So,
this sport is all about pushing your limits, and I get that, and I applaud that. But sometimes you just maybe exercising a little bit more caution, and being a little bit more reserved, can pay off in the long run, because it did seem like, again, I don't know Dax. I've never met him. I've never watched him run before.
Wait.
Yes.
Go ahead, Emily.
I think Peter is pretty close.
Okay. Yeah, we figured Pete Mortimer would be hitting Fort Tuttle 8 here very quickly. But yeah, I don't know Dax, so I can't make any assessment. But at the same time, he did seem like he was they did need to actually, double check to make sure he was okay before they allowed him to leave. So.
Yeah, and we saw the same thing with Elf Basic out at Black Tank. It's just
for sure.
It's a common thing. Everybody's going to have their high and low points, and you always have to choose the best decision for yourself, whatever that is, whether you're in the front of the pack or the back of the pack. So we will wait for an update there on Dax, who is still currently in the other room, potentially taking a snooze, and we are awaiting our third place runner, Peter Mortimer, Flagstaff's own, to come into Fort Tuttle.
Diggs, that's an excellent question. So can they recommend more rest, or can they pull him from the race if not safe? I am not 100% sure. If we were able to get a hold of Stephen Adderholt, that would probably be a question better suited for him.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, or even if there's a lull, which it doesn't sound like there's going to be, because I think we're expecting Peter. If there is a lull.
What was their question? I could ask the medic here.
Oh, I mean, if they're not busy, I was curious on a broader question of, I think it would be cool to tell our viewers what kind of things do they assess for runners when they have to check them at this distance? Are there certain vitals and tests that they look out before they give the runners the okay to move on?
Sure. Okay, medic went back into the room, but if there's a free chance or after.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't have to be right
rush,
now.
Of course, like that's not.
We can do it.
But thank you.
If there gets to be a lull, for instance, if Pete Mortimer comes in, we're obviously going to pivot to that before we start asking questions of the medics.
Yeah, but we do have a great medical team out there checking in on the well-being of our runners throughout the course.
100%. Medical staff at all of our Aravaipa races is top-notch. At one point, I couldn't race without ending up in their tents.
Sarah's going back in.
All right, well, we'll wait. Yeah, so...
Yeah, we're going to...
Looks like we've got... How far out do we think Peter is now at this point?
It's got to be...
What's your best guess, Chris?
I'm guessing maybe... I think that there's a chance that he's there by 11:30, 11:35.
And it's currently 11:20 p.m. local Arizona time.
It says, the tracker says that he's at mile 218.1, and he hasn't been moving very quickly. But again, we're just kind of, it's an inexact situation. But the area leading into Fort Tuttle is not an extremely daunting section of track. It's not extremely technical. There's not a lot of climb. It's fairly flat. They have turned the light on in that room.
Okay.
This is riveting coverage.
The medic in the red, just for everyone to know as well.
And as we await, Chris, this is night 3 of sometimes the most riveting footage is there are moments like this that make you honestly sit at the edge of the seat to see what happens.
The suspense is just as much as the action, just as gripping as the action sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, we have no idea what's going on in that room. All we know is that Dax is in there. He was sleeping. And now there have been multiple people heading into that room, hoping everything is okay.
And we do have some breaking news or update here that Versteeg has just left Walnut Canyon, according to our race command update.
So the next stop for Michael Versteeg is Mount Eldon. Obviously, it'll take him a little while to get there, but
how long do we think?
Well, let's see. The climb to Mount Eldon is at mile 246. He's at mile 236, so 10 miles of relatively non-technical terrain as he runs that section. I would say...
Well, that's 10 miles to the summit, so there's definitely technical terrain awaiting.
Oh, I was thinking that the base of Eldon was at 246.
Oh, no, yeah. And Yeah, because it's like 2,500 feet. My Strava, when I do that amount, always comes up over 3,000. So I don't know. I mean, so we're just still waiting.
Yeah, we'll keep eyes on what's going on at Fort Tuttle. Yeah, several people have been in and out of that room. I'm assuming that they're just double checking to make sure he's okay. It sounds like he's awake. It sounds like he wants to go, but they've got to be extremely sure because it's 16 miles to the next aid station. They've got to make sure that he is capable from a physical and mental standpoint to go. It's not like I don't think that we're necessarily in a situation where we're looking at him being pulled from the course. It's more just that they want to make sure that he's gotten enough rest at this point because he has barely taken any sleeps to this point, and we're at mile 220. So,
and just by observing, I'm led to believe that the door issue is because I think we can confirm that the door is broken and the door hinge up there, and that's why the door is not fully closing. So we can close the door on that question, and we're going to say that that's a good pun because it's almost midnight, and I myself may need to be checked out by the medical team to see if I need to take a couple hours.
Okay, they're bringing some things into the.
They're bringing in. I guess that's his crew.
Is that his crew stuff?
Yeah, let's let them have their privacy, obviously.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
We'll see if we can get updates just from observing from outside the door.
Sure.
But yeah,
props to the PBR as part of somebody's aid station.
There's Fox again.
Drop bag.
A lot of bags still here.
Yeah, a lot of drop bags.
A lot of runners still yet to come.
So, Emily, you've been out there, all over the course in the last few days. Have you seen any crazy drop bag items? Obviously, we've heard about the PBR and the drop bags. We saw multiple cans of Mountain Dew, I think, at a Sedona aid station. It was a lot of them. But anything that you've seen that was quite surprising?
That's a good question. I guess I haven't really looked into any of them that much.
No, well, if you've seen any runner pulling any out, I was just curious because sometimes you can see some interesting things at races. But
No,
yeah,
I really haven't been with anyone while they've been going through. And to backtrack, I wasn't planning on looking in anyone's bags.
No, and that's definitely not what we were.
I saw a pair of Lunas actually attached to somebody's bag. Is somebody going to switch into Lunas for the home stretch?
That could be like a recovery. It's a good recovery method. If you're going to spend a lot of time there, let the feet breathe a bit.
That's true.
But
yeah, that's an excellent point.
So this is kind of just showing you the scene here at Fort Tuttle, mile 219. Runners can come in and pick up their drop bags, and as we await some more runners. We're going to give a little.
Well, they're bringing in just I saw a stethoscope and a blood pressure cuff. So I think now they're going to just obtain some vital signs. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's probably a good thing because that means he's passed whatever sort of cognitive assessments that they were trying to give.
So we're going to come back to Emily in a bit. It looks like we might have Hector Rodriguez jumping back on at Black Tank. I'm going to see if we can pull him in.
Can you guys hear me?
Hector, how you doing?
Oh, Peter's getting in.
Actually, Hector, we're going to go right back.
Good.
We do have word that Peter Mortimer is coming in to Fort Tuttle. We'll go back to Hector momentarily. There you hear it, the cowbells.
And we have Pete Mortimer hitting Fort Tuttle at mile 219. And, of course, Pete is currently in third place, and second place runner Dax Hawk is still at Fort Tuttle. So the gap that had been previously there, which had been at one point a few miles, is now no longer there. So we've got a definite battle for second place at this point.
Yeah.
So again, if you're just joining us, this is Peter Mortimer is coming in third place, but our second place runner, Dax Hawk, is being checked out by the medical team. And that's all the details really on that. So at this point, there could be a swap in placement between these two runners, depending on who goes out first. So we'll take a look from a distance and let Peter have his moment with his crew, especially, you know, as we get this late in the race. But we'll just observe from afar here what he and his crew are doing. So in that door over there, again, is Dax Hawk, and back over on that wall is Peter.
He wants to go so bad, you can tell.
Emily, let's get a little
Yes.
closer to Peter, and we'll just observe from that camera angle right there. Let him hang out with his crew for a bit, and we'll just listen in.
Way to go.
Again, if you're just joining us, we're just listening in to Peter Mortimer, who just came into Fort Tuttle aid station at mile 219 on the Cocodona course.
Looks like he's in good spirits.
Yeah, we've seen a smile. Of course, you know, saw the med team come in, just check the vitals, which is a very common thing. It's required at a lot of different stops, especially this far into the race.
Yeah, I was surprised at how quickly they approached him.
It's a lot of time. 6 mile months. It's like I find like back. Plus, really, I know these trails.
You're feeling, so you're starting to feel okay?
Yeah, we pretty good stretch. Yeah, we were rolling right on. Yeah, I think we only walked like a handful of times. Only fell once after 230 miles.
She's
Oh, is she? Okay. Yeah. But all my friends are both. I did that.
Up there?
Yeah. That helps to regulate that.
Okay, got
Um,
it. Taking the leggings off or no?
okay.
Okay, got it.
Again, if you're just joining us, we're listening in to Peter Mortimer. Our documentary team is interviewing him right now, so he's talking to his crew.
With you the rest of the way. Great.
We just got word from MedStar that their medical team is currently providing their standard assessment of level of orientation, hydration, and hyper or hypothermia. Thank you very much, MedStar, for letting us know about that.
Lights ready.
Our audio is a little bit limited, but Pete seems to be doing really great from a mindset standpoint.
You good? More coffee? See, that's it.
So we have an update from MedStar, our medical solutions team out there. So the medical team they're currently providing their standard assessment of level of orientation, hydration, and hyper or hypothermia. So again, this is a standard assessment that they give to the runners. Again, we got to thank MedStar out there for keeping all the runners safe from across the pack.
100%.
Because that is ultimately the most important thing.
You should be. I think that's what she's checking on.
Is anyone from Tim racing?
20 minutes out, 10 minutes ago. So 10 minutes away, 12 minutes. You can touch that. You want to change that shirt? No. Alright. it's psychic.
Well, that's your
Of course. I've been excited to watch it the whole way. Get the whole fucking cheer on.
So we are, again, if you're just joining, we are sitting, we're watching, we got two runners in Fort Tuttle at mile 219. Peter Mortimer and Dax Hawk. This is Peter Mortimer that you're looking at on your screen now. I'm just looking in at the Michael Versteeg's time. I think he's well, first off, if he doesn't, unless he finishes in the next 5 minutes, I'm obviously way off from my 11:44 p.m. prediction from earlier today. Of course, that won't happen because. So right now he's about a third of the way between. Little fox update right there.
Sighting.
Our Aravaipa Running mascot. There's the quintessential fox hop. Looking out for the documentary team right there. As we have our second and third place. Well, actually, it's a good question, Chris. So Peter came in third.
Yes.
And Dax came in second. Right now, I mean, they're together. You can't really say Peter is still in third. It's kind of like it really depends on when they leave, right? So what would you call the current? It's kind of like a limbo.
I would say they're tied for second until one of them decides to leave the aid station.
Right.
Frankly, it looks like in Pete's case, he's just taking his time, and in Dax's case, he needs to make sure that he is clear in terms of the medical assessment team. Obviously, we've seen people moving in and out of the room where Dax was taking a short nap. And hopefully everything is okay. Hopefully he is ready to move. I would love to see the two of them, have a great run, both of them, between now and the end of the race. But safety above all, especially when these runners have put multiple days and 220 miles underneath their belt so far. Diggs, yes, they both did start in the same wave. They both started in wave one.
Yep.
I can use more Fox in my life, I'm not going to lie.
So again, we are kind of getting a behind-the-scenes look of watching the riveting moments of the documentary being filmed late in the race as Dax Hawk is meeting with the medical team still, or at least in the room where he was taking a snooze. was originally planned to be a 10-minute nap. They extended it another 10 minutes, but here he is coming out now. We're just gonna listen in. Oh, good spirits.
Awesome. Great job, Dax.
It looks like he's heading out.
Of course, that is Squirrels Nut Butter founder Chris Thornley walking him out the door there at the Fort Tuttle aid station. Glad that Dax seems to be in pretty good spirits. He seems to be moving okay. And now I guess I would say that Dax is still technically in second place as he has left or is leaving the aid station, whereas it seems like Pete is still there. However, it's going to be interesting because, if we're, being honest with ourselves, it looked like Peter is more refreshed than Dax at this point. Obviously, looks can be deceiving, but there is also still, 36, 37 miles to go. So, a few hundred feet or a few meters or even a mile or two is definitely not an insurmountable lead at this point, especially when a couple of those miles include and involve the climb up Mount Eldon.
I believe that in the red jacket, I believe that was Ben Light helping him.
Is Ben going to go with him, or is?
I think it's Ben Light.
And now we turn our attention to Pete Mortimer, currently in third place, literally minutes behind Dax, as Dax has just left the aid station. I wonder if the fact that Dax came out of that room created a little bit of a sense of urgency for Pete.
Honestly, it seems that way.
I'm sorry?
She said, honestly,
it seems that way.
Okay, well, that's entirely possible. There's maybe a bit of gamesmanship in that regard, where Pete realizes that he's got his best chance to to catch Dax is to not let Dax get too far ahead. Obviously, it's common sense in that regard, but probably was like a wake-up call for Pete.
He did say, again, every time we had a chance to have a bit of an extended conversation with him, which was 2 or 3 times today alone, he did say that he's going after that second place.
Pete is a very I've known Pete for a little while, and he's the kind of guy that he sets his targets, and he he sets goals within. Is that some sort of Pete's special? What's he doing?
I think he might just want some privacy. I think that's a little human barricade. So maybe we'll wait for him to leave. Maybe he's
he got
applying.
some.
Emily, let's go off that for a sec. That's what I'm assuming. Unless there was just a fun photo up. We didn't see anything. We'll never know. It's all good, and we don't need to know.
Oh, I'll ask him later.
I'm sure you will.
Definitely.
But yeah, so he's putting on his headlamp, and looks like he's gearing up to go momentarily based on the looks of things. And you see there again, he's got a few shoe selection, few options there, and so a lot of runners are going with that shoe swap. And again, I think the entire time Versteeg has been in the same pair of shoes.
Yeah, wasn't he wearing those S-Labs?
He was wearing S-Labs since 8s. They looked like the 8s at least, and we saw him do multiple sock swaps.
Yeah,
throughout the last 2 days, but it was always just putting the same pair the shoes aside and picking that same pair back up after putting on a fresh pair of socks. So,
Rob, can you hear me at all?
yeah, that's a good point, Anthony. Anthony, I don't know if he started with the new ones, so And the questions to ask him at the finish line.
Yeah, I guess anything can happen in Aravaipa after dark. Thanks, Jared. To the point where we had to have some privacy for Pete. But yeah, I was thinking that it was probably some application of some anti-chafe of some kind.
Probably some squirrel's nut butter.
Squirrel's nut butter, absolutely.
Right here. It's good stuff, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this one looks like it's been, might have grabbed...
You can keep that one.
It's one of the samples. Roy Quinn saying, "Whiskey Man don't need more shoes." Could be the case.
Well, that's the thing about Bird, it's somebody else.
Yeah, and so
Jared asking if Pete's waiting on something here. I think Pete's just waiting until it's ready to go.
Yeah.
there's the great medical team.
There's definitely the nap.
It scares me when like there's things in front of you and they can't make a decision. Like that's a lot of fatigue, you know. And towards the end, he was like, "No, I want this oatmeal with this." I'm like, "Yes, you're doing great."
That's awesome to hear.
You're doing great.
But, I mean, he was a little delirious coming in, but definitely mentality change. So for the better. The guy 10 minute nap helped a lot. And the good food too.
We're happy to hear that. And Dylan had just told me too that Dax actually went out without a pacer, which is pretty interesting.
So I guess we do have confirmation that Dax did leave on this next 16-mile stretch without a pacer. He's going out there solo. So that was that. Thank you for answering that, Emily. We did have.
Yeah, he left the aid station on the jog the whole time.
And again, we are at Fort Tuttle, 219. Man, Chris, I can't believe we're at 219. For a while, we were just in the low hundreds.
Seems like just yesterday.
Later aid stations go.
This one, the next 3 aid stations will be for sure. But
yes.
Finish line will be obviously. Because it's
I'm trying to.
That last push.
Mm-hmm.
So once they get the finish line, it's like, all right, I'm done.
I see. So they give everything no matter what's going to happen at the end.
So this is the make or breaking point, I feel like. But this is our definitely like this spot is our most crucial part of our like mental status because they made that climb, and the fatigue is starting to set in really good. So that is a lot colder up here. Yeah.
I know the extreme temperature changes they've had throughout the day. Some of the viewers here on the live stream were asking kind of exactly what kind of tests you did for Dax.
So for Dax, we just obviously wanted to check mental status. We wanted to make sure that he was coherent. He knew where he was, what he was doing. When he first came in, he definitely he said to me that a while back, about maybe a mile or two, he forgot where he was. So that was one of our crucial things, was to make sure that he was coherent enough to know where he was and what was going on. So that 10-minute nap and that food definitely helped a lot. But we mainly were just checking his mental status and then checked all his vitals, and everything checked out great. So
awesome. Thank you guys so much for being out here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Emily, for providing that commentary. At this point in the race, it looks like Pete was starting to make his move towards heading out, but he hasn't left yet. So, but he doesn't look to be in any sense of urgency. But he's standing up.
All right, now he's getting up.
Is he switching off pacers at this point, or is the same pacer that was with him before going back out?
I believe he's switching to this gentleman in the blue to my right.
Okay.
That's my understanding from my eavesdropping.
Well, we appreciate your eavesdropping.
Call it eavesdropping. Others call it journalistic reporting. So thank you. The honor.
Absolutely. Field research. Kim asking about the cutoff times for the aid stations, starting with Deer Pass. We will provide a graphic for that shortly here. We'll pop it up and give you a chance to take a screenshot of it. We're going to stick with our coverage at Fort Tuttle aid right now as current third place Pete Mortimer is getting ready to leave the aid station. He's only a couple minutes behind second place Dax Hawk at this moment. And so there's still nearly 37 miles to go. So it's entirely possible that Pete could run Dax down. And just speaking from a completely objective standpoint, we've talked about it before, and we'll talk about it again. This is Pete's backyard in a literal sense at this point. Pete is a Flagstaff native. They are at Fort Tuttle. And they're going to be heading out towards Walnut Canyon, then up to Mount Eldon, and then finally into downtown Flagstaff. So Pete is in very familiar territory at this point.
We are 11:55 p.m. local time here in Flagstaff, Arizona. 219 miles into the inaugural Cocodona 250. Wow. We're at this moment, Chris. It's just like...
This is exciting.
26 miles to get. Here I am doing math again. All right, let's hear the comments in the chats about my math.
Yeah, they've got 36, 37 miles to go.
Oh, I was right. Okay.
So, and if I had to guess, maybe Dax had a 4 or maybe closer to 7 or 8 minute advantage on Pete heading out, but there's still plenty of time yet that we don't know what's going to happen between those two. But yeah, as you can see, Pete and his pacer heading out back towards the trail.
Oh, thank you. So I don't know if your fire pit's going to happen now that Peter's passed through here and Peter's crew has the fire pit.
Yeah, it's all good. It's hard news to take, Emily, but no, all kidding aside, this was great. Like, you asked great questions there.
Yeah, the next runner is not going to be hitting Fort Tuttle for probably close to. It's going to be a couple hours at least because Josh Locke is in 4th place currently.
Rogers Lake, huh?
Yeah, Josh is at mile 209, so he's got nearly just under 10 miles to go. And at this point in the race, that could be 2 hours, that could be 3 hours. We don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm learning my lesson that these 200 plus milers, especially, I don't think it's totally unique to the Cocodona 250, but the spread at the very end or close to the very end of the race could be a big spread between your runners. So who knows? I'm trying to figure out if we're gonna have Versteeg come in closer to 2 a.m. because some people are now. I see some comments rolling in. Maybe it's gonna be 5 a.m. That's another 5 hours from now. Emily, do you know? Does the documentary team have a prediction or any more intel when you think Michael Versteeg might be finishing if he continues at the pace and performance he's going at right now?
I think we're kind of in the same boat as you guys, trying to have our best guesstimate. But we're going to be just heading towards the end pretty soon here and just waiting. But
is your plan to kind of your team to just kind of hang out at the finish until it happens and kind of just be ready?
That's the plan right now, yes.
Yeah, so that's the moment because I'm sure they've hit the wall. Like I will admit, I've definitely hit the wall. My body is definitely starting to tell me. I can't even imagine what it feels like with 219 miles in, but sleep really is the differentiator. So we're just gonna wait and see though. I'm determined to get that footage from. We got 2 runners waiting out there, and once Michael Versteeg moves a little closer to, I believe it was the 40. He's gonna have to go to that. Yeah, he's gonna hit that underpass in the 40, and then he's gonna go over the 180. And then he'll jump onto that scenic trail.
We did talk about, somebody mentioned that we were going to have some footage. Someone was going to run with Michael up Eldon.
Yes, so I've got one runner waiting, and he's not going to be there yet because I think we still got a good amount of time. It's for the live stream. We're gonna have him try to follow him up Eldon as long as we can get coverage. Because again, once you start going on switchbacks and there's trees and you're making your way up to higher elevations, as we know from just being out in the mountains a lot, that service is always touch and go. So yeah, the plan is to have eyes on Versteeg on the hike up Eldon and into the aid station just after the Sunset Trail near the summit of Eldon, and then potentially from Oldham Road, where Oldham Road the Oldham Trail, intersects with the Eldon Lookout Road. We're going to try to get a follow cam from there, and once you make that left, I believe it is, when you're on Eldon Lookout Road, you go down the Oldham Trail, and we're going to try to have a runner in this section right here, and they'll come down through Buffalo Park, popular place to hike, train in Flagstaff, and to come down Beaver Street, over Hospital Hill, down to Beaver Street, and right into Heritage Square. So
we did get a photo of the finish line sent to us by, I believe that was from Jeff Roast on our feed. We'll see if we can get that up on Instagram or on social media somewhere. but it's
I'm going to see if we can. I should have a filmer down there at midnight. It just clicked over to 12:02, so I will get. Yeah, I know. That's what we're all saying too.
Yeah,
you're not alone.
yeah, and I have to admit, when I saw the picture come through on our internal communication of the finish line, it did give me a moment where I had a little bit of goosebumps.
We do.
Okay, Kim, you did find the cutoffs, but let's see if we can give you a quick snapshot of the cutoffs as well. We did have a question about that. And for those of you just tuning in, we strongly suggest taking a screenshot of this because this is the plan as of now. Obviously, the Jerome and Dead Horse cutoffs have passed. We did not lose anybody at Dead Horse, which was a pretty great feeling to know that nobody's race came to an end there as a result of missing the cutoff. Everybody took off by 10:30 p.m., and the final person to take off from that point was actually legendary Gene Dykes. So that'll be something to follow if Gene is going to be making the cutoffs as time goes on. Our next cutoff of note would be at mile 145, Deer Pass, 3:15 a.m., and then from there, Sedona at mile 161 at 11:15 a.m., and then Black Tank at 8:30 p.m. tomorrow night. At mile 182, mile 205, Cinder Pit, 9:30 a.m. on Friday. Mile 219, which we have just been hanging out at Fort Tuttle, the cutoff there is 4:45 p.m. on Friday. And then mile 235, aid station number 20, Walnut Canyon, the last stop before the Mount Eldon climb. The cutoff is 12:30 a.m. on Saturday morning.
Yeah, so those of you just joining us, like Tom Abbott in the chat, shout out, he's joining us from the UK. So those of you that are waking up, what will be, well, I guess it's early Thursday now for us. We're 4 minutes into Thursday now, but those of you that are properly waking up probably around 6 or 8 in your local time over in Europe.
It's Thursday night for Jem.
That's true. We cannot forget about that.
Jem, tell us how this ends.
Jem
You're
Rooney.
already in the future, right? That's how that works?
Oh. So what was the finish time then, Jem Rooney? I want to hear what Rooney's got to say. Yeah, I guess the most notable update is that Versteeg is still in the lead, and Dax Hawk was in Fort Tuttle at aid station. He came in second at Fort Tuttle, but he was there for close to an hour. His plan was to be there for just to take a 10-minute nap, but that turned into a 20-minute nap and probably turned into another 20 or 30 minutes with just being checked out from the medical team for standard assessments. And he came in, and ultimately he did come out of that nap room looking refreshed and in good spirits, which is
absolutely
really been what he's been showing really throughout the race. There was obviously a few low points. The first one we caught on camera on Monday.
He looked a lot better coming out of that room than he did when he went into it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So that said, Peter Mortimer came in looking much fresher, coming in at third place, and he spent maybe 1/3 the amount of time there.
Yeah,
and,
as you mentioned, Pete was probably almost 3 miles behind Dax when Dax hit that aid station. So the gap is gone from potentially 25 to 35 minutes down to less than 10. Yeah, we talk about how late it is here. It's 3 a.m. over on the other side of the country. So we thank you for sticking around with us here as we are doing our thing and hashtag Aravaipa After Dark. we're just kind of figuring out which way to pivot here in the studio. Looking back through some of the other competitors, if we want to we can bring up the iPad and we'll just kind of work our way back. As we just mentioned, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, Michael Versteeg, Dax Hawk, and Peter Mortimer have a sizable lead over the rest of the field. And Pete and Dax just left the aid station at Fort Tuttle at mile 219. Going down the line, Joshua Locke is currently in 4th place, but Josh is just under 10 miles out from Fort Tuttle, so 9.8 miles, so he won't be there for a while. Whit Weisbrom is currently in 5th place, and Whit looks to be leaving Cinder Pit. I'm just making sure that I'm not missing anybody who's hidden behind. Actually, I'm pretty positive I am. It looks like Whit and Maggie are actually both at Cinder Pit at this point. Working our way a little bit further back, Todd Bachman is about 3.5 miles out from Cinder Pit. Trevor Medding is either right behind or right alongside him. And Taylor Spike is less than a mile back from them. Drew Fries, Aravaipa Racing Team member, has just crossed the 200-mile mark himself. Stefan Flandiero, the youngest member of the Cocodona 250 racing field, has hit mile 195. Working our way back a little bit further, Jesse Alexander, mile 194.7. Dawn Greenwalt, our second place female, is at 194.5. And our third place female, Jessie Morton Langhaug, is at 194.1. Mark Vogel, 192.6. And Jamil Coury, the founder of the Cocodona 250, is at 190.4. So it's been a long day. We've got quite a bit of space. As you can see, there's nearly 100 miles separating the front of the pack from the back of the pack.
That puts a lot of things into perspective.
Absolutely. And as you know, the people at the back of the pack in a race like this, we can't stress enough. These people are no slouch. Gene Dykes is a legend. Andre Lee is a hell of a runner. You know, their stories couldn't be more different. Andre's running resume is far more recent. And compared to Gene, he's just a kid because Andre, I believe, is 50 or 51 years old. But you know, there's nobody that's made it to this point in this race without being an absolute fantastic athlete.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's I'm sorry if I was my brain is trying to work right now.
Maybe we need the team from MedStar to check you out and see how you're doing.
No,
maybe
good.
Give you an assessment.
There's just a lot of information in my brain. I'm trying to
for sure. No, there's a lot going
when
on.
To get our filmer there, so I got a few different screens over here. But thanks for carrying the weight on that one right there.
Oh, no problem.
Obviously, we appreciate the update of
I'm having a blast being a part of bringing this to the audience.
Yeah.
You know, and I appreciate their patience. Is we are in the wee hours, and this broadcast has been going on for let's do some math. It's been going on for 18 hours today. So. Eric Ivey noting that Versteeg should be able to see the lights of the truckers on I-40 by now. Yeah, absolutely. He's that close to I-40. And we're at the daytime, he would see, he would see Eldon from where he's at, absolutely. The MedStar folks said they're heading here.
Did they really?
Yes, they did.
Oh, MedStar, you're the best.
Gisela Moreno is asking for an update on Jose Sosa Jr. Without looking at the tracking, I know he was with Jamil Coury. They were either at mile 188.4, and I believe that Jamil was at mile 189 or 190. They're very close to each other. So Jose Sosa is moving along. I believe he's in the top 15 or 20 at this point.
Yeah, he's behind Jamil right now. Oh, and that looking at the tracking, the latest refresh, Jamil Coury has now made his way into
He's crossed the
Coconino
county line.
That is exciting. The founder of the Cocodona is in Coconino County, which is, even
And
though it's just this invisible boundary separating Yavapai County to the south and Coconino County.
Well,
it's gotta feel good.
The county line. The last time we did
that's what we're talking about. Right
broadcast, the county line made a big difference in terms of.
It did. The counties have different regulations and restrictions and protocols. So, it makes a difference.
And it is 12:13 in the morning, so that means it's no longer Noel Kingston's birthday.
Oh.
So Noel Kingston,
a year from
number
now, we'll
161. Yeah, we'll have to wait another 364 days.
I believe that might mean it is Austin Corbett's birthday, who is
one of our film team.
He is on getting ready for duty to film. I have not contacted him in a few hours because I didn't want him to get up there and just be waiting in the cold night at the base of Eldon. But he is going to get ready to take Versteeg up there. I'm actually going to go give him a call in a little bit. But I believe I saw his brother or a family member in the chat hours ago saying that his birthday was coming up. So, and there is Trail Gangstas in there. Rory Moynihan himself is confirming that he's 27. So is that right, Rory? He's turning 27. As of right now, he just turned 27 14 minutes ago. Happy birthday, Austin Corbett.
Yeah.
Rory's got a nice shakeout run ahead of him.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait to see the footage of Rory running trail cam behind Michael Versteeg as Versteeg comes down from Mount Eldon.
Yeah. It's going to be, I'm hoping we have service for it. We'll get some kind of visuals on it. I just want to kind of tell that story and give our viewers that have been with us for many, many hours.
Yeah, people asking exactly where the finish is of the Cocodona 250 in downtown Flagstaff at Heritage Park. And the setup is already there. I don't know if I would assume
I'm going to see if we can get visuals at Heritage Square.
That would be great. Yeah, do we have a hard cam there?
We are working on it. It's one of the many moving parts of this side of the desk.
Tom Abbott asking on the Phoenix Suns. We don't really have one yet.
It's too soon to.
However, for those that aren't familiar with what's going on, Michael Versteeg called his shot on Whiskey Row at mile 81, basically saying that if he won the race, he should get a chance to meet the Phoenix Suns, all of them, not just Devin Booker, not just Chris Paul, not just DeAndre Ayton. He wants to meet all of them and go see a game. And he said that he doesn't think that's too much to ask if he runs 255.8 miles and wins the Cocodona 250. So we have a bit of a social media campaign trying to make that happen. I know that it's on Twitter, so I did a search of Versteeg Suns earlier, and several posts were made dedicated to trying to get the attention of the Phoenix Suns and of their PR department, hoping that maybe they can help make this happen for Michael Versteeg if he does indeed win the Cocodona 250.
And Austin is in the chat, which means he is listening in. And yeah, Austin, I'll have an update for you soon on when we're going to put you in place. But as you can see, I think it's still a little bit. I mean, it's pretty easy to get to that section. But yeah, of course, our filmers will follow behind the runner. They will not, of course, be pacing or anything. They're just capturing the moment as they try to keep up. Not try. They will definitely be keeping up. They are seasoned runners.
Yeah, Versteeg is he's got a pacing team of his own that's been helping him throughout this race. Pat Votruba mentioning that Versteeg wants to meet Frank Kaminsky, of course. Frank the Tank from the University of Wisconsin, as is Patrick Votruba. A little bit
Wait
of
a second. We've got Michael Versteeg's mom in the chat. Mary B., I'm Michael Versteeg's mom, and I want to greet him at the finish line. We're going to definitely, Mary, we definitely want to make sure you greet him at the finish line. We're determined to stay on. I should probably speak singularly. I don't expect you to stay, Chris.
Yeah, I have to admit I'm going to be to the point where I'm probably tapping out here fairly soon. And maybe we need to intersperse some other content here as well, so we can kind of. I mean, I don't mind.
We could
sticking around.
I'm here for the chat if they're here for me. I'm just gonna throw that out there. We can do this.
Oh, we can also answer the chat if even while we were, maybe putting up some other content as well.
It looks like you really just want to get our faces off this live stream. I think we're gonna keep it on.
I've never been one for being
around.
in front of the camera to begin with, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, I've never.
Are you a more radio background?
Oh yeah. Okay. I mean,
Okay.
I was in almost entirely radio background.
Yeah, I wonder if we could potentially pull some strings here and get Michael Versteeg's mom on the video feed. If she's listening in, maybe she should give us a thumbs up or let us know, and then maybe then she can send me an email and we can make that work. But we will, no pressure, of course. It's just nice to know that it's happening. Yeah, Michael, it's such an inspiring effort that we're seeing out there. Again, from across everybody, but we can't not talk about Michael Versteeg.
Yeah, he looked very strong.
I hope more of the world is aware who Michael Versteeg is.
They will
today.
be after this, absolutely.
Because, let's talk about elite runners that have their moments like that. Sometimes, I mean, it happens that there's a point where you're just not a household name in this niche, and then you put in the efforts, and it's not like one thing. You realize they've been putting in the effort for years and years, and there it is.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Versteeg is more of a locally recognized, like a runner's runner type of guy. Like
he's runner's runner for sure.
The people who do understand and have an appreciation of trail runners and people who are doing FKTs probably know Versteeg. But since he isn't a big racer per se, he probably isn't as well known as other racers of his caliber. So this is, maybe in some ways a coming out party for Michael Versteeg because, his name has been firmly entrenched in my awareness simply because he is a local guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he came into my awareness from, of course, the Run Steep Get High channel, Jamil's YouTube channel, and the Run Steep Get High brand. And he would pop into vlogs often, and of course the aforementioned Whiskey Man.
Yes, he is the Whiskey Man.
The Whiskey Man mini doc, which is just such a good one. It's one of my favorite classic Run Steeps. So Versteeg's at mile 230. Wait, really? Did we not get an update?
Yeah, he's about mile 239.
Right.
So he's.
Let me make some calls. Unless Austin is in the chat. Austin, if you could hear me, go to your location and prepare, because that snuck up quickly.
Yeah, Michael is either at or crossing I-40 underneath. He's not running across the interstate. But
It looks like we were having a refresh issue, and he still has to make his way up the scenic trail. So
Yeah, for those of you that aren't familiar with Versteeg, I mean, he's got some impressive finishes. He finished fourth place at Run Rabbit Run in 2019. He had a top 10 finish at the Canyons 100K in 2019 as well. He is the course record holder for the Mogollon Monster race here in Arizona. He has been a longtime competitor in races here in the Southwest. He's won the Whiskey Basin 88K here. He's run the Black Canyon 100K a few times, and has a couple of top 5 finishes. And he's also known for a lot of FKTs and a little bit more obscure running accomplishments. And yes, as Clint Green points out, he was the record holder or the FKT holder for the Arizona Trail for several years, which is an eternity in this sport. And that mark was only eclipsed just last month. So for nearly 5 years, he held the AZ Trail fastest known time.
yeah, so a couple updates here. Just got off the phone with our runner, Austin Corbett, our filmer.
Our birthday boy?
Birthday boy, Austin Corbett, is making his way over to position to get ready. And I think we still have some time, of course, but we do just want to make sure we don't miss Michael Versteeg, because again, we do not know how quickly he's going to be moving.
It's going to get real when he hits Highway 89 there. Once he crosses 89 and heads to basically the front of the Eldon Scramble on the southeast side, that's an absolutely brutal stretch of trail. I'm sure that that he'll be just fine navigating it based on what he's done so far. But, stranger things have happened. I don't know what kind of ETA for his finish is at this point. He's got 16 miles to go, which doesn't even seem real at this point. 16 miles for Michael Versteeg to get to the finish line of the Cocodona 250. Just under 240 miles done. And still yet has the climb to the highest summit on the course yet to come.
And another update is we are working on getting the Whiskey Man's mom on the feed so we can get a check-in. Because how fitting is this? I mean, we've got Michael Versteeg coming in. He's looking good, and his mom is one of his biggest fans. And we're, approaching Mother's Day weekend, and we can potentially talk to Michael's mother. I'm sure she's up at the edge of her seat.
You're asking how much of a climb Eldon is, and
it's about 2,500 feet, give or take, and it tops out about just around 9,300 feet above sea level. But they don't go to the actual summit. They skirt the summit on the Sunset Trail.
And it's a very rugged stretch of trail that they're going to be heading up. It's a grind.
There's a good amount of boulder hopping and stuff, but it gets pretty chalky and slippery, especially as you get to that upper third of it.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it is one of my least favorite stretches of trail in the state of Arizona, to put it like that. I'm personally not a fan of that stretch, but it's not because it's not a beautiful trail. It's because it's so tough. Tony James asking, looked like it's a pretty close race for third. Do you know how those guys are doing sleep-wise? Well, actually, Tony, it's really a dogfight for second. The second and third place runners are within a mile of each other, and that was one of the situations that came into play at the last aid station, as a matter of fact. Dax Hawk, who came into the last aid station probably with about a 30-minute lead on Peter Mortimer, Dax came in and he looked, I guess the best word I could use is he looked disoriented. And so Dax didn't look like he needed to take a nap, and he did take a short nap, and then he asked for 10 extra minutes of a nap, and he got that. And then when he tried to get up, the medical personnel kind of gave him a couple of, I guess, clearinghouse screening questions to make sure that he was okay to continue. And they double and triple checked him, and it took him a little bit of time to gather himself, from what we understand. We actually couldn't see that process because Dax was in a room that we didn't have access to, and we didn't want to violate his privacy. First of all, it's not anybody's business unless they want to make it our business that is receiving medical attention. And second of all, it's just you want to respect those, respect the privacy of the runners, because they do at least deserve that when it comes to their own well-being. But while all of this is going on, third place Peter Mortimer did make his way into the aid station at Fort Tuttle and closed that 30-minute or so gap, and they were both in the aid station at the same time. And then Dax came out of that room where he had sequestered himself looking much better, looking much more refreshed. And it was a little bit surprising, to be honest, to see how good he looked when he came out of there. And when he came out of the room, he basically just headed towards the door and went on his way. And it looked for a brief moment like that was a kick in the pants to Pete Mortimer and his team to get him going, because it looked like they were starting to get him to move. But then Pete hung around for several more minutes. So Pete took his time leaving the aid station and left, about 9 or 10 minutes behind Dax. So, but at this stage, even though we're talking about the top couple people in the race and they're 219 miles in, 1 mile is not much of a difference at this point with the runners that are involved. Anything can happen here. Dax could elongate his lead. Pete could run him down. Neither would surprise me at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be, again, multiple stories to watch throughout the race.
For sure.
And multiple races to watch within the race.
I'm glad to see that that Dax was kind of, quote, forced to prove that he was okay, because that stretch of trail coming out of Fort Tuttle towards Walnut Canyon, while I haven't run it, I mean, I can read a map. And there are some points where it brushes up against some pretty steep drops. And if you're disoriented and, in the middle of the night, well, then, who knows? It could be dangerous. And, we don't want to see anybody get hurt. Clint mentions that he thinks Peter feels he has the advantages in his home trails. That's entirely possible. Maybe that's why there was no sense of urgency on Peter's part to jump up out of his chair as soon as Dax had come out and decided that he was going to continue on. Smitty, did I hear you right? 240 miles in and have Eldon to climb at practically the end of the race. Yeah, you did hear right. Eldon is at mile 245, 246. And then from there, it's all downhill. Did I see... Oh, about Eldon Lookout Trail?
All right, now we're seeing closer to 4:30, which is 3 hours and 58 minutes from now. It's the way that like all of these times add up. It's like if I try to take a nap, I know I'm gonna miss the finish, so I'm gonna stay awake.
No,
because that's what almost happened on Tuesday morning.
Yeah, Josh.
I'm having a blast, though. I just want to.
Oh, I'm having a great time.
I'm just
but
like so like this is like the craziest.
I mean, I'm having a great time, but I admit that I'm getting kind of gassed.
I again, there is zero pressure. You're as much of a geek about this stuff as I am, and just like a lover of the sport and just watch it all unfold and the community. And we were talking about this when we were doing coverage together for the Black Canyon.
Yeah, I mean,
100K.
You know, with every passing race that we do coverage of, you know, the ideas come forth in our minds and the excitement. And, you know, the one thing I will say is that I take solace in knowing that this is that none of the races that we cover for the next year are going to be this long. Everything else is going to be a, quote, day's work, maybe a day and a half at Haviland 100. But, and yeah, you know, the notion when people asking about coverage of races, I think that it's a fairly safe assumption to put the word out that we're obviously got our mind on other races moving forward, and hopefully we can keep on providing some coverage that everybody's enjoying.
So, is this right that Michael Versteeg did an Arizona Trail, and that's what he's on right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we that came up before. I think Wayzata in the chat was asking that. It's well known, but I mean, this section of trail, it's pretty buffed out. It's not like he's gonna get a technical advantage. If anything, it's more of a nostalgic flair.
For sure.
And it's like it's like a 7. I think it's like a 7-mile section. But yeah, it's a good point. Like, he is kind of like on, you know, I was gonna say home turf, but really the entire course is his home turf. During my pre-race interview with Michael, though, we were just gonna have like a 10 or 15 minute chat, really focused on Cocodona, and we just got talking about the Arizona Trail, and him and I were just talking, like in the studio. I was talking to him on camera, and we were just. It was like a 50-minute conversation. It was so fun. I just wanted to hang out with him all day. Because once I got him talking about the Arizona Trail, I was like, well, you're going to hate this question. I'm like, but like obviously String Bean, you know, Joe McKnight took it down about 5 weeks ago, and, you know, are you going to go take it back? And he had this look. He's like, it's pretty. I mean, he said that record will stand for a long time at 13 days, 3 hours. But.
Yeah, that's the thing about an FKT of that nature. I mean, you know, when people talk about the Arizona Trail and the FKT, and, you know, String Bean McConaughey taking it from Michael Versteeg, you know, and the notion of maybe, you know, people thinking, oh, is Versteeg going to try and, quote, get it back? It's a 13, 14-day commitment to run the Arizona Trail from, you know, end to end. You know, it's 2 weeks. So, and that's if you're doing it ridiculously fast. So, you know, is it liable to happen? I gotta think that that's the kind of thing that once you get the FKT, you have it until you don't, and you don't try and get it back again.
100%. And there's a few things. I'm just going to goo up right now because I'm going to go the long haul. If Versteeg is going the long haul and I got filmers out there, I'm staying with them. So that update. We got Skylar saying that everyone in Heritage Square is at the Collins. I'm going to call Skylar in a bit, see if he'll jump on and give us eyes on the ground in Heritage Square. And then Jared Messersmith, here's a question for us at Aravaipa. Could other racers look at this coverage and contract us to provide coverage for them? Well, just email me at rob@aravaipa.com, potentially. This is while we've been doing various kinds of live streams at Aravaipa for the last few years. We are definitely focused on doing what we can to push the envelope with live streams, and I'm pretty I'm lucky to that it's been a big part of my job here. I actually just started a few months ago, and it's been a lot of fun starting Black Canyon Week, and that's where we met. We met like 2.5 months ago, and
it was pretty impressive for you to come in and literally, oh, by the way, we're gonna do wall-to-wall coverage of a Western States qualifier here. This is your mission.
I mean, I was all
right
for
out
it.
of the gate.
In my interview, I was just like, I'll be ready for the week before Black Canyon if you got anything cool planned. And that was before the live stream. Or no, I think that's when it wasn't announced, but the live stream is ready. But yeah, I don't want to give a what's that? You have an update?
It's like this comment from Robin RDS. I always doubt that knowing the trails is really an advantage this late in the race. Sometimes it can be mentally taxing to know it's ahead.
Maybe, but I feel like, really knowing how technical Eldon is probably is a good thing. Not saying I don't, like I said, I, readily admit I don't know Dax's running resume or his, familiarity with what he's got ahead of him. But, 246 miles in, Eldon is going to be no joke. I don't like it when I hit that trail 2, 4, or 6 miles in, let alone 246.
What's everybody hating on Eldon for? Can we call that out?
No.
It's my favorite trail in Flagstaff.
Not everybody. I'm just hating on Eldon, and I talk a lot.
Sorry. I love that mountain. No, everybody's like, oh, Eldon. I'm like, oh, that Eldon climb. For me, I'm like, yeah, that Eldon climb. It beats me every time. But you know what? It's a damn good mountain.
I look at Eldon as part of a package. Eldon is part of the Flagstaff Fearsome Four. You've got Humphreys, Kendrick, O'Leary, and Eldon.
Yeah.
And Kendrick is one of my favorite places to run and hike. It is majestic.
Is it as good as everybody says?
I believe so.
I hear nothing but good things.
It's
and I
amazing.
went to go do it last month, and we had unexpected snow, and it was before they opened the gates. So
Kendrick Peak is just wonderful. You can actually, there are several ways to tackle it. And Kendrick is one of my favorite peaks to summit anywhere. Then I would say it's kind of a push between O'Leary and Humphreys for different reasons. Humphreys is cool because you're literally getting to the top of the state.
Yeah.
And O'Leary is fun because it's just different. It's actually a little bit, it's almost a little bit too easy. It's a very low-grade climb. There's no point during the climb of O'Leary that I don't think it, like on the scale of the four, it's by far the easiest. But then Eldon just really doesn't do it for me. But yeah, if you haven't done Kendrick, you really, really need to do Kendrick. It is one of the gems of the state.
My dog, Eldon, I named my dog Eldon. That's somebody pointed out in the chat, which I guess I might have said that before on the show, or maybe Tom Abbott. Thanks for remembering that. Yeah, I love that. I love that climb because the thing is, you also get a great view. If you look west, you see the painted desert. You can see some of the cinder cones, and then if you really look out on a clear day, you can see the the crater.
Meteor crater,
right
yeah.
on the way to out toward Winslow.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course, if you look west, you see more of that Ponderosa pine, that lush Ponderosa pine forest, because you don't see it too much when you look east. So I don't know. It has a nice place in my heart. But anyway, I did say it last night, Tom. But last night, when was last night? I probably did. Because I've been wearing the same clothes and we've been covering the same race, I'm just looking at this as one big amazing day. Honestly.
I changed clothes and got mocked for it, so my teal polo.
Well,
I
planned on actually doing a wardrobe switch out. I had it planned out, different T-shirts in my desk drawer, and then I forgot on day 2. So I was like, well, I got to wear it like a uniform. But then I got cold, and Brianna at the Artworks team here made me a custom one-off Cocodona hoodie.
What?
So this is the only one that exists. So,
dude,
I'm pretty much digging it. So
that is awesome.
but let's see. I'm just looking closely. I'm waiting to hear back from a few people here. Let's go back and get more eyes on Versteeg is moving. Oh, he's moving. Oh, and we got David Von Stroh saying Dax is hauling right now. Let's pull that up. I think this is one of those moments where it's like, I think we're going to start to see some action. Of course, things are spread out, but
So Dax Hawk is at mile 224.2 on a most recent ping, and Pete Mortimer is at 223.2 a minute ago. So they're close to each other. And as I zoom in, obviously you can see that the tracker shows Dax, a little bit off the course. I mean, it's hard to tell in this area of, as they approach Walnut Canyon. The pinging is not exact by any stretch. I don't consider that to be something to worry about. But yeah, Dax is moving, as is Pete. They're both moving at a fairly solid clip. So this race is far from over in terms of second place. In terms of first place, let's be honest with each other. Unless something incredibly surprising happens, Michael Versteeg, I would expect to come away with the first place in the first annual Cocodona 250, or not first annual, the inaugural Cocodona 250. Sounds like Mike Versteeg's mom is at Heritage Park, anxiously awaiting his arrival. Hey, Skylar, if you're over there, why don't you introduce yourself and maybe we can bring the two of you on, possibly. That would be a lot of fun. Looking over at the women's leaderboard, Maggie Goodall is at mile 206.7, so she is currently just past Cinder Pit and in 6th place overall. Our second place woman, I believe, is Dawn Greenwald at mile 196.1. And our third place female is Jessie Morton Langenhaug at 195.9. So actually, our second and third place women are 0.2 of a mile from one another at this point. That is definitely an inconsequential difference at this point. And a couple of other names that have entered the top 20. Jose Sosa, Jamil Coury, Mark Vogel, Jeff Garmeyer. Drew Fraze is still hanging in there at mile 203. But yeah, we've got a full day ahead of us tomorrow in terms of the race field. This race is, while the front of the pack may be approaching the end of the line, the middle and back of the pack is still making their way through further back on the course. Right now, the person bringing up the rear of the pack is Andre Lee, a local runner here from the Valley. Andre is currently lives in Tempe and is one of the few people who has run nearly as many Aravaipa races as I have. He is currently at mile 141.5. And I know for a fact that this is his first attempt at anything remotely close to this distance. Gene Dykes is near towards the back of the pack. Pradeep Pais, Kaushik Sunder, kind of maybe do a little bit of scouting of the mid and back of the pack that we perhaps haven't given eyes to. Going to kind of play around with our tracker here, so I hope you can bear with us here. Of course, the next aid station for these runners is Deer Pass, and as we've let you know, the runners have to be at Deer Pass by 3:15 this morning, so in 2.5 hours. And at Deer Pass, or around Deer Pass, we've got several runners, including Courtney Boyle of Colorado. We've got Angela Wilder from Washington. We've got Brian Scheel from Wisconsin. Edward Sosa out of Utah. Bruce Wen from California. Edward Brown from San Antonio, Texas. And I can't really zoom in any closer to differentiate, so I apologize. But just wanted to kind of give you a heads up on some of these runners in the middle of the pack and the back of the pack that are grinding their way. Carol Balloon is at mile 150. Kimberly Haven at mile 150 as well. Roger, did we ever decide whether it was Roger Pineapple? Or he's still plugging along, Roger Pineapple.
I mean, even if it isn't, it's a classic. It's a classic name to mispronounce. So
yeah, I think we can call our shot on that one.
But, I'm gonna bring up we're gonna get Jeffrey's cam up in a little bit. We do have some scenes at the finish line. We are waiting for scenes at the finish line, and then we're gonna eventually try to get. I am working on getting an interview right now with Michael Versteeg's mom. That is what I am working on. We'll see if we could talk to Mary in a bit, but we are also. I also got word that Austin Corbett, one of the filmers out there, so shout out to Austin. It's actually his birthday. What a way to spend your birthday, with being tasked with chasing our race leader, Michael Versteeg, up the Eldon Lookout climb. So that is what is going on, the scene here at the Cocodona 250, our live stream coverage presented by Salomon. So, man, and I just can't thank everyone enough for staying on. It is almost 1 a.m. and we have been going for 20 hours straight at this point for day 3, and there's still 350 of you watching. So that is fantastic. We're working on getting Jeffrey's camera up. He does seem to have found some light. So we'll get some scenes of the finish line area in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. And yeah, in just a moment. But if Jeffrey can hear me, though we can't see his feed yet, Jeff, if you can hear me, can you just press the unmute button? I just want to test out your audio real quick. Perfect. Awesome. So you're not on yet, but I can get some intel from you. What's the scene looking like in downtown Flagstaff?
There's a few rowdy people with Cinco de Mayo downtown, but right now we're laying low, waiting for runners to come in, and people are just conserving their energy and getting ready for runners.
Good to know. So yeah, we got your feed now. So yeah, how far are you from the actual finish line? I'm trying to get some bearings on where you're at.
So I'm just 1 block from the finish line. I am
currently on Lareau Street, which is
Yep.
right downtown. The street lights in Heritage Square seem to have gone off, so it's very dark at the finish line right now.
Oh, I see. So the lights are not up yet, but the finishing chute and everything is up and ready for our race leader. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So hopefully we'll get the lights on very shortly, so we can give you a good look.
Awesome. So yeah, we're just taking a live look at downtown Flagstaff. I recognize this scene now. And we are here at the finish line. Anthony Esposito, our tech director behind this operation, is just looking at me saying, "I can't believe we're here," because it feels like for the last few weeks we've been talking about the Cocodona, and for the last few days we've been talking about getting closer to the finish line. And 250 miles is quite the feat, quite the distance. And here we are with a live look from our volunteer Jeff, who's doing a fantastic job down in Heritage Square. He's making his way closer to that finish area. And it looks like, from the looks of it, looks like you're probably about a block away from Heritage Square at this point, right?
Yeah, I'm about half a block away. So this is historic downtown Flagstaff. This is where we have the pine cone drop on New Year's. And so if I just pan over to my left, this is Heritage Square. You can see it's still pretty dark at the moment. But this is Aspen Street right here. And here in Heritage Square, we have all the tents set up and the finish line. It's just a little hard to see in camera at the moment.
Nonetheless, while it is a little darker, it is still fantastic. We're giving our viewers a look and a feel of Flagstaff, Arizona. We are in the downtown section of this great little mountain town, this college town, of course, home to Northern Arizona University. And yeah, this is where the race is going to end. It's going to be in Heritage Square. So for those of you that are familiar with Flagstaff but may not be familiar with Heritage Square, it is home to some fine establishments. It's right near Babbitt's Outdoor, and it's right near Diablo Burger. So some of those establishments, it's that main brick area, just a couple blocks off the main road.
Yeah, it's a little hard to see, but I'm actually looking at the Babbitt building right now. There's Hotel Monte Vista as well, right there.
Yeah, it's such great. And thank you for bringing these pictures to us. It is again, for those of you tuning in from around the country, and I know we have a lot of international viewers in the chat right now and on the YouTube live stream. It is almost 1 a.m. 1 a.m. in Flagstaff on Thursday morning, and we are awaiting Michael Versteeg, but he still has to make the climb up Eldon, so it'll probably be a few hours before he gets there. But we are getting runners in place to follow him up Mount Eldon, and we're hoping we'll have decent, at least some images, be able to come from that climb. It is, again, climbing through the pines and up Mount Eldon to a little over 9,000 feet. So we're hoping that we've got some decent cell coverage so we can bring you those images of Michael Versteeg. And we have gotten word that Michael Versteeg's mother, Mary, is waiting somewhere near the finish line in Heritage Square. We're going to see if we can contact her or just get her closer to Jeff. We're working on that back here, and we can get a potential interview and hear what she thinks about her son's absolutely inspiring, mind-blowing effort on the Cocodona 250 course. Because honestly, it's just I mean, if for any of you watching, he's been basically running out front for the majority of the race. And again, believe we are getting very close to the finish line. Oh, yes, we'll have Jeff maybe even go through the finishing chute. I believe it's through that alley near, unless it's right there and the lights are not on yet.
So I'm currently standing in the finishing chute itself. I'm pointing the camera at the banner, but you just can't see it. It's a little bit too dark.
Yeah, I can kind of see some of the structure there. So there we go. We got lights. This is the finish line of the Cocodona 250 in Heritage Square, downtown Flagstaff. We are still probably a few hours away from our projected but very probable winner, Michael Versteeg. He is making his way toward Mount Eldon, where he will have to climb about 2,500 feet to around 9,100 feet, just below the Eldon summit. He's going to skirt the summit on the Sunset Trail, and we did get word that it looked like a lot of the snow actually melted from that section. Sometimes it could be there into early June because of the way it sits in the shadows. But Jeff Roast is giving us some phenomenal footage of the finish line in Flagstaff, and we are going to try to get Mike's mom at some point for a quick interview. She has been in our chat on the YouTube live stream on our Aravaipa Running YouTube channel that you are all joining us on, and yeah, we're just waiting for it. And we're hearing from James Cooper in the chat. Would love to see the Michael Versteeg pre-race interview. I think we played it at least once. We might have played it a couple times, but I might post-race, if we don't play it again, I might end up just kind of cutting them up and putting it out there. We'll see. But there's plenty of time and plenty of coverage to put that pre-race interview out. But right now we are waiting to hear back from our runners. So one of our filmers here that we've been working with, our amazing volunteers up in Flag, Austin Corbett, is making his way toward the Eldon Lookout Trail. He said he's going to try to even catch him on the Fat Man's Loop Trail, which is this shorter loop that you have to take. You could take it counterclockwise. You can go clockwise. So it's a loop, and then it cuts in to the Eldon Lookout Trail. And again, once he comes up and over that section, he's going to go down Eldon Lookout Road for a bit. He's going to turn left onto Oldham Road on the Oldham Trail, and he's going to then kind of go over a little bit on the Arizona Trail section again for just a touch, and go through Buffalo Park, cut over toward Hospital Hill, make a left down on Beaver Street, and end up right here in downtown Flagstaff.
Yeah, I want to address something that has been brought up in the chat, and it's the notion, according to our tracker, that Pete Mortimer is now in second place per the tracking rankings. The thing about that is that, and we've also had a few people note that it looks like Dax Hawk is off course. Normally, I would be very quick to dismiss that. Given the fact that we are now 220 miles into the race, I'm still likely to dismiss it, but you never can tell. So it's something that we are going to follow fairly closely here. Up to this point, if a runner's GPS showed that they went off course, we kind of just took it with a grain of salt. I mean, we haven't had any, at least unless I missed something, we haven't had any runners go majorly off course or get completely lost, have to get recovered by a rescue team or anything. But we know that Dax was looking a little bit disoriented when he entered the last aid station. Now, they did clear him to go, and he seemed fine as he left, but at the same time, that has been a little bit of time ago. So I'm personally watching his tracker fairly closely just so we can speak comfortably about the notion as to where each of the runners are at, and hopefully it is just simply another satellite situation rather than a situation where a runner has indeed gone a significant amount off course. Now, if we were to zoom in, we can see if we can determine, based on the scale in the lower left-hand side, it looks like it would be about 1,500 feet off course, perhaps. I'm not exactly familiar with that stretch of the trail that extends just east of the Flagstaff Airport, heading towards Walnut Canyon. But, oh, thank you. So that's the area that we're looking at right now.
There's a better look at the trails right there.
That's an excellent look. So
we shall see, especially as you get in that area, as we've seen throughout the day. The cell service is not. We've. Oh.
Someone else, Peter, is 2 minutes ago, where Dax was 18 minutes now.
For sure.
And another update, we have our filmer heading out to Eldon Lookout Trail, the Fat Man's Loop part of that. And we are going to get his feet up momentarily.
So
we are just working on getting that. And again, we're not in Sedona. We just need to update our graphic right there. We are actually in Flagstaff in Mount Eldon. Hey, Austin, if you can hear me, can you press the unmute button on the bottom?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How you doing? First off, I want to wish you a happy birthday.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
This is quite the way to start the opening hours of your 27th year around the sun.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, so we've got everybody in the chat. Let's wish Austin Corbett a very happy birthday. He is a Flagstaff resident. He's going to be our filmer tasked with following Michael Versteeg up Mount Eldon. Are you making your way toward? Are you on the Fat Man's Loop Trail right now?
Yeah, so I'm actually on like Christmas tree trail, I believe.
Oh, got it. Yep.
So I'm actually kind of just heading out there, figure I'd catch him as long as possible.
Yeah, let me see. Chris, I'm just going to steal this from you real quick and see if we can intersect and get eyes on Michael Versteeg, because I believe he comes through like the Sandy Seep section.
Okay.
And then and then he's going to get on the Christmas tree trail for a bit, so you're right on that. And then, of course, obviously, Austin's a Flagstaff local. He knows these trails like the back of his hand, I'd imagine. And Fat Man's Loop Trail is right there, and he's going to end up at the Eldon Lookout Trail. A few ways to get to that junction for the Eldon Lookout Trail, but we're there a little early, which is good. So we're gonna see when he's coming in. I think we still have some time, because he has not yet passed Sheep Hill. Again, Sheep Hill is that for those of you that climb Mount Eldon. Even if you just get a little bit up there and you look southeast, there is a hill that looks like it has a bit of a quarry on it. That's Sheep Hill, and he's going to be coming around to the east of that and eventually getting on Sandy Seep Trail, onto the Christmas Tree Trail, and then Fat Man's Loop, and of course to the Eldon Lookout Trail to begin the steeper part of that 2,000-plus foot climb, the final big climb, the final climb, essentially, of the Cocodona 250. I cannot believe we are awaiting this moment right now.
Yeah.
I think I'm imagining it.
It could be just delirium.
Yeah.
As those in our chat have noted, Dax Hawk has had his GPS ping, and he is currently on course, and it shows that he's roughly a mile ahead of Pete Mortimer. However, Pete's GPS is not pinged in 10 minutes as well. So we have to kind of assume that we might just have them going through a situation, through an area that's not... Oh, is that a headlamp?
I don't... We got to refresh. Is that a headlamp?
No, that's a course marker. Sorry.
I was like,
gotcha.
Wait a second.
Very Blair Witch right now.
Oh, this is a beautiful view. I mean, I like running at night. And you would see when Austin Corbett, our filmer out there, was on the trail, you can definitely see those course markings, which is good. That's how you'll know that you're on the right trail, Austin. I didn't even think that.
Yeah, it's been pretty helpful.
That's awesome.
Yeah, just as we were mentioning, Dax is still in second place as far as we can tell, and that Peter Mortimer is in third, and the area they're in just must have some rough satellite connections because Dax's signal just pinged, whereas Peter's has not for over 10 minutes.
I mean, it's really not surprising. I mean, anybody who runs with a GPS watch knows that these things can just happen in areas.
Yeah. Well, I was more addressing the notion of people in the chat that were concerned about it.
Oh, no, that's exactly.
Yeah.
From giving them that perspective, you kind of have to think about it like that. But it is always worth looking into. So.
Yeah.
Seen any wildlife out there, Austin?
I did see a little rabbit running around earlier, but that's about it. But yeah, right now I'm at the intersection, I think, with the sandy seep that you were talking about. So I think I might just wait here for them. Got a good view down the trail, so hopefully we'll be seeing them soon.
Do you see any trail markings?
Yeah, so there's a no way or wrong way sign that way, and then the other way, it's not turning that way. And then, yeah, I got a course marker right here.
Perfect. So we are in the spot. We are awaiting Michael Versteeg. He is getting closer.
You haven't crossed 89, have you, Austin?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I'm assuming if you took this down, it would cross over, but I'm still on the Christmas tree trail.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're going to have him hang out there. And just out of extreme caution, Austin, how's the battery on your device? We looking good?
Let's see. Got 64% on my phone, and the gimbal looks charged. All 3 lights are lit up, so I think we should be good.
So we will stay on his visuals for just a little bit as we talk a little bit about more about Michael Versteeg coming in, and then we'll let him jump off for a bit so he can make sure he's got enough battery, because we are trying to pull video in the mountains and broadcast it to you or live stream it to you on YouTube and Facebook. So again, if you are just joining us, we are at the base, essentially at the base of Mount Eldon in Flagstaff, awaiting Michael Versteeg, our race leader on the Cocodona 250. the last climb on this course. Every time I look at the elevation profiles, I'm staring at it on the desk. I'm just like, man, what was Jamil thinking? And then you realize he is of Run Steep, Get High fame, so it's actually spot on.
That is absolutely true. Okay, so we actually have an update on our second and third place runners. Peter Mortimer's satellite just gave an update, and according to this, they are literally neck and neck. Literally, or they're both at about mile 225 and a half, mile 225.6. Whether they're next to each other or not, they're close enough that second place is still not yet close to being determined.
And again, the other development is we are working on getting Michael Versteeg's mom over to the finish line near the Aravaipa's finish line banner, so we can locate her, and we'll get our filmer Jeff out there when he's back up, and maybe get a few words from his mother, Mary, who is so excited. I can't even imagine the excitement that she has for.
Oh, for sure. She's got to be thrilled.
Some big Ponderosa pines out there, as Austin is just waiting in the night for Michael Versteeg. Look at that view. And we're going to give you the best. We're going to try to give you the best view that we can, because it is, of course, 1:14 a.m. in Arizona's dark sky city. So there is pretty much no light other than Austin Corbett's headlight out there. And that is going to be the spotlight that we try to put on the back of Michael Versteeg as we follow behind. We'll give him some space, but we will try to definitely get him and his pacer in view when he comes on. It looks like we're getting a great update from Jason Barrett. That Gene Dykes moved ahead of 3 runners.
Yeah, Gene had moved ahead of the other 3 people that were in their aid station as the last cutoff deadline had hit at Dead Horse.
Hey, Austin, as a Flagstaff local, how many times have you climbed up Mount Eldon?
Well, that's a good question. Oh man, I'd say, I don't know, at least 15 or 20.
So
not as much as I would like to, actually, but
you've got some good awareness with it. So as a seasoned runner and hiker out there, what do you think? How long do you think it's going to take Versteeg to make that climb up Eldon to get to the aid station?
I think if he's moving well, 45 minutes to an hour possibly.
Oh man, that's how much I do it on fresh legs. That's
that's what I'm saying. If he's moving fast, but that climb is brutal, so I imagine could be over an hour. Yeah.
Oh, actually, I think I do it in like an hour and 45. So I mean that's probably spot on then.
Yeah, well maybe up and down. Yeah, I mean just to the top. Yeah, it could be an hour or so more, but yeah, that climb is brutal.
Yeah, I remember I was hiking down there over the summer because it actually became a pretty busy. Obviously, during the weekend it gets pretty busy because it is one of the more accessible trails. It's like right off of
89.
Yeah, right off 89, and the parking lot fills up pretty quickly on Saturdays and Sundays. But I was coming down there. It was the only trailhead in Flagstaff that was open when everything was shut down earlier on in the summer and like in May. And I remember coming down and just seeing 2 runners cruising up. And I was like, are you kidding? And of course, it was none other than Jared Hazen and Jim Walmsley not far behind, just completely showing us what they can do. So
they're pretty quick.
They're pretty quick, yeah. So it'll be curious to see what Versteeg is going to do up that with 240 miles in his legs. And again, Austin, I'm just checking in on your battery. I'm curious how much we're draining from you. You looking good?
Yeah, maybe I'll hop off for a bit and then jump back on. My phone's does seem to be going pretty quick, so
yeah.
I'll jump back on in a few, and I can check the tracker on here.
Perfect. We'll check. We'll get Austin back up and running in a bit. So he is at the base of Mount Eldon, a little bit off the base, on the Christmas Tree Trail. We're waiting Michael Versteeg, our race leader. I can't believe we are at this moment. It looks like you're here to stay for this, at least for maybe the beginning of the climb.
Yeah.
Again, there's zero pressure. I'm just saying. You said for the last few hours you were going to be
pressure
sleeping.
At all.
You could have already taken a nap and came back before work.
Yeah, I'll definitely need.
Classic
to be
moment. How in the chat do we think? Do we think that? Do we think Chris Worden over here is going to stay for the Eldon climb, or is he going to dip out?
See, we were joking earlier, and we saw people in the chat talking about how funny it is. Ha ha! Everybody trying to watch the stream while at work, and trying to hide it from their boss, and don't want anybody to lose their jobs because they're watching the chat. I'd hate to be the one to lose my job because I was in the chat or because I was on the stream.
That is true. I am at work right now, so
yeah.
But Chris is killing it for us. He's just amazing. He is.
I'm just having fun
coming in.
I mean, I go and I count things on a computer, and then I drive over here and I come and hang out for for a few more hours. I'm having a blast. I really am. I knew that I probably wouldn't be out on the course this year. I had originally registered to run it, had no business running it, wasn't ready, wasn't healthy. When the opportunity presented itself to be a part of this, I was thrilled.
Yes, and I'm sorry for that interruption. We are going to go to Jeff Roast, if we can pull him up in a bit. Jeff, before we go to you, can you just unmute yourself? And we're going to get Anthony to pull you up on the screen. I believe we have Mary, Michael Versteeg's mother, at the finish line in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff.
Wow.
We are not live yet. We will be momentarily. And we are live. Mary, can you hear me?
How
are you doing?
Oh,
Ladies
I'm
and
so
gentlemen,
excited. I love listening to you guys talk about Mikey. He is such an awesome guy, and I love hearing you guys talk about him. My heart is just swelling with pride, so thank you for that.
He's doing an amazing job, Mary. He has been a pleasure to follow. And what really caught me was how he looked when he was first entering the Flagstaff area, heading towards Fort Tuttle at mile 220, which is just unfathomable. He was not only moving well, he was actually genuinely running. And then he came into the aid station and was with his dog and having a good time.
Yeah, with his dog. That's him.
Yeah.
He's just something else. I don't know. He just got up off the couch one day and started running.
How much of him have you seen on the course so far?
Well, I was in Crown King when he first came through that first stop there. And then I haven't seen him since, except I saw you guys did a little blurb on him. I think it was yesterday. So I saw that. And that's it. I haven't seen him much on the course.
We did hear you saw him at Crown King, and I just want to confirm this. We have a documentary team out there, and they mentioned that he might have partaken in a shot of whiskey before he headed out there.
My gosh. Okay, so he sits down. He's trying to drink some gel packs and a little Gatorade, and I'm like, well, why don't you try and eat something? And he said, well, no, I just need a shot of whiskey. Somebody bring me a shot of whiskey. And I'm like, no one bring him a shot of whiskey. Don't do it. So of course somebody brought him a shot of whiskey. And I'm like, no, Mikey, don't do it. Don't do it. But he did it. And I guess it energized him because he's still running. So
are you at that is fantastic to hear. We really were looking forward to finding out the story behind that when we first heard about it earlier tonight.
It's true.
Are you at the finish line for a lot of his ultras? I mean, are you able to travel and follow along with his career?
No, not that much. I live in Reno, so so no, I don't get to see him cross the finish line too much. So I'm pretty excited tonight just to see him come across. He's probably not going to be as excited to see me as I will be to see him, but that's okay.
Well, I have to say, you're probably aware of this, but in case you're not, for anybody listening out there, the effort that we are seeing out there by your son, Michael Versteeg, is inspiring a new generation of outdoorsmen and women, of runners,
craziness.
of hikers. It's just incredible. The effort and the grit that he's showing out there on the course has just been so inspiring. We've had thousands of people throughout the day following on the chat on the live stream, and they are just all talking about Michael. So what does that mean to you?
A whole generation of lunacy. That's great. More lunatics out on the road. No, but I mean, how can I not feel proud of him? He's just an awesome guy. I can't believe the things that he does. And not only him, but I think there was like almost 200 people that signed up for this race. Where do you get 200 people that want to run 250 miles? I don't know. I don't get it. It's amazing. The longest I ever ran was 26 miles. And I was like, oh, phew, done with that. Cross that off the list. Don't have to do that again.
Well, I'll tell you this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's it. Go ahead. I'm just in amazement with everybody that's out there running.
Exactly. Everybody out there for sure. And especially, you say, where do you find 200 people? Well, you know what? I think after watching this race, especially Michael's effort out there, I think there's going to be a lot more than 200 people itching to toe the line at any trail race, let it be a 250-miler, whether it actually be the Cocodona or any race. So honestly, this is just a huge defining day, I think, in the sport. So
I hope so. It's good to be outside and get fresh air and exercise and sunshine. It's good for the heart, good for the soul, good for everything.
When you first heard that Michael was interested in running ultra marathons, and he started, I'm sure it just came up that he was going to start running, 30, 50, 100 miles. What did you think when you first heard something like that?
Well, as a mother, it's not exactly what you want to hear, but it's good. I'm just proud of whatever he does, because whatever he does it well.
Absolutely. He's doing an excellent job of this. Obviously, he has a fantastic trail running and FKT resume. Whether he's racing, whether he's doing some through hiking, he's always been successful. At least as far as I can see, he's had a fantastic record to this point, and he's showing this week that he continues to succeed.
Well, and I think he just does it for the fun of it, and I think that's why he's so successful. He truly, truly enjoys it.
Well, you heard it here, folks. Mary, Michael Versteeg's mom, thank you so much for taking the time. This has got to be an exciting moment, and it's happening just a few days before Mother's Day. I think this is perfectly fitting, and so we're going to wish you a happy early Mother's Day, and maybe we'll catch up with you after Michael comes in and finishes at Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. Mary, thank you so much for taking the time with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you for letting me brag about him. It always makes me feel good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Enjoy your time down there.
Thank you. I will. You guys are doing an awesome job, by the way.
Oh,
thank you very much.
We appreciate it.
I don't know how you keep finding interesting things to talk about after this long, but you're doing great.
Well, when you've got nearly 200 people that are willing to put it out there for 250 miles, you tend to find a lot of stories along the way. So
All right.
All right. Thank
Keep
you.
up the good work.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye. Yeah, we'll have to see
Well, there
if we
you
can
have it.
check in with her later. I mean, that was fantastic talking to Mary, and you could tell obviously how proud she is of her son, Michael Versteeg, and how impressive his effort is today. But obviously, she has seen him do many, many amazing things, and she said she doesn't get to see him cross the finish line like this very often because she did come in from out of state. So for her to make the effort, it's a nice story to have it, end this way where, I think that it's fair to say that Michael Versteeg is the presumptive favorite to walk away with the inaugural Cocodona 250 win here in sometime in the next few hours.
And I think we might have our documentary team. I think they're in the underpass beneath the 40. So I know Emily, I'm gonna unmute. Oh, we just lost the feed, because they're probably in the underpass, so it's probably hard to get that cellular. So Emily Donner is with Dylan Harris and the documentary team there, so we're going to get her feedback up.
There we go.
Hey, Emily, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got Versteeg coming through this tunnel.
Oh, we've got Versteeg right now. Here he is, your race
Fantastic.
leader. It's not Fort Tuttle. We are on the way to Mount Eldon.
How are you guys?
Doing great. You guys are doing awesome. Doing awesome.
There he is in the red pack. That's Michael Versteeg. We just spoke with his mother moments ago.
That would be the cross under US 89.
Yep.
Yeah.
Listening to some music.
Michael is?
There he goes. He's going to be making his way toward Austin Corbett.
What do you mean?
So I will give him a heads up that Michael Versteeg has made his way through the tunnel beneath Highway 89. He's in the home stretch, folks.
I
mean, he's
have
just
it
going to
up
go on the
for
Christmas
this
tree
one.
trail for a bit. And Fat Man's Loop to the Eldon Lookout Trail connector.
Out of the tunnel.
Emily, thanks for catching that feed. I don't know if you were able to catch it, but your timing was perfect. We literally just finished our interview with Michael Versteeg's mom at the finish line. So we are, and if you caught that quickly there, folks, this is still part, I believe, it's still part of the Arizona Trail. Yes. I did see the Arizona Trail logo on that trail marker right there real quick.
As did I.
So we're gonna just I mean, there's our race leader coming through, and we're at our ping hasn't updated. That's why we knew he was coming up soon, and there it's just updated right now. About mile 244. Wow.
That was fantastic.
It's happening. We're gonna alert Austin on the ground that Versteeg is on his way. I'm sure he's tracking. But we'll pull up the map real quick. And again, our race leader, Michael Versteeg, just went through the tunnel. That's an underpass, kind of like a culvert beneath Highway 89. And once you go underneath Highway 89, he's back up on the Arizona Trail for a little bit. And that's actually, it's really cool that we got to see Versteeg on that Arizona Trail section that Anthony in the studio brought up. It's a really cool moment, even though there is just handful of miles on the Arizona Trail. It is a trail that Michael Versteeg used to have the FKT on it, a record that held for 5 years until very recently. And he's going to make his way.
And of course, Eldon is the highest point on the course. You can see at the bottom of our screen there, on the profile, there's one lone dot on the left to right elevation profile that has reached the base of the high point of the course, and that is the runner that we're focused on right now, and that is Michael Versteeg. And he has crossed over, or under rather, U.S. Highway 89, and he'll be beginning the Eldon ascent shortly. Basically, it just kind of loops around to the inside of the parking lot at the base of that Eldon climb, and then he'll head up, and then from there it's downhill to downtown Flagstaff.
And that's where we're going to take you to the scene right now. Beautiful footage on this static cam from Jeffrey Roast, who also brought us that great interview. I also didn't know we were going to get phenomenal audio on it. So, Jeff, thank you for giving us a headset so we can interview his mother, Mary.
That was wonderful.
And we are looking at the Cocodona 250 finish line, where we are. It's looking like we're going to see our race leader, Michael Versteeg. I don't know, probably in a. We'll see how he tackles this climb. Again, he did call at mile 219 220 out of Fort Tuttle. He did say, "I'm looking forward to that climb up Eldon," and that is exactly where he's headed, to that climb up Eldon. So we will get. We did just see him coming through that underpass beneath Highway 89.
Yeah, I appreciate his enthusiasm for sure.
Yeah, this is it's going to be a fun one to watch. We're going to try to get as much of that climb up Eldon as possible. Let's take it over to the chat, and that's perfect. Austin did exactly what I would have done as well. He's going to move further up the trail to get more of the climb. So it'll probably be, depending on the speed, it'll probably be another 10 minutes or so until we can get eyes on Michael Versteeg on that Eldon climb. And Naomi K, she says she's running 52 kilometers on Saturday. She was a little bit terrified, but so inspired by this. And that's the thing about this sport, is like the ability to inspire so many people to just get outside, even if it's just a walk around the block. It's not about how fast or how far. It's simply about putting one foot in front of the other, getting outside. And you heard it from Michael's mom. She said it's good for the soul.
Absolutely.
But I got to agree with that. So we're just waiting now, and I am honestly, my heart is racing very fast. It's either the caffeine, lack of sleep, but I think it's probably more to do with the coverage that we're getting from our volunteers out there on the course, that they're bringing us these amazing footage. And I want to thank Chris Worden, who's just hanging tight.
Yeah, I think we're about to the point where I might have to bow out here. I hate to leave when we're at such an amazing point, but I do have some obligations that I need to uphold elsewhere. So.
Well, you know what? You have done a phenomenal job, and I'm not surprised by that, nor should anybody.
I appreciate
that. You are welcome
that.
again tomorrow if you're not completely tired.
Yeah, no, I'd love to come back in and do some more coverage of what's going on. And as I mentioned before, I would have no problem if if we needed somebody to go up to Flagstaff this weekend, potentially, I don't think I would have any problem heading up after work on Friday and catching the tail end of this amazing adventure across the state of Arizona.
So you're hearing that development right there, and I am going to say that sounds like a fantastic idea. If you truly would like to do that, I think you are.
Yeah, we'll
You've
talk
got
about
that spot.
Yeah, I've got some gear, but we can talk about what I might need. I might connect with Anthony or something like that.
We
if you
should
need
find
me to-
out what Jeff was using because that was awesome.
That's pretty fantastic.
So I'm going to connect with Jeff after this. After tonight, that headset that Jeff was using was just a perfect setup for us. I mean, there's so many things that you can use mobily in the field, and a lot of doing this is testing things, trying things out, figuring out what works, what doesn't. And again, what does that sound like? It sounds like ultra running.
Absolutely.
Trial and error, and try again.
But yeah, I think I am going to have to step away. I need to probably get some rest.
Well, you know what? Well-deserved rest, Chris. We will see more of you because we will be streaming more of the race because Michael Versteeg is coming in, and we've got dozens and dozens of more runners coming in, and we're going to try to give you as much coverage as we can. It's going to get harder. Have a good night, Chris. So Chris is leaving. Matt is getting rest because he's going to be back in around 5:30, but I am staying right here, and we're going to keep the eyes on our leader, Michael Versteeg, who will be coming in to Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. Again, he is expected to be looking like he's going to get there. Again, we'll see how well he does that climb, but probably in a couple hours. So please, if you're watching on YouTube, join in on the chat. It's a big community here, and if you've got any questions we'd like to ask our runners or ask the crews out there once we have some correspondence on the ground, we could probably see if we could relay those questions and get some answers for you guys. All right, we're getting an update. Anthony Esposito, now our TD, our technical director here, is looking closely at the race for second place as I am constantly refreshing to see where bib number 3 Versteeg is. We are going to take a look at potentially a leapfrog situation. They are going back and forth, bib 21 and bib 17. So that's 21 is Peter Mortimer, Flagstaff resident, and Dax Hawk. Oh, thank you, Kieran, for that update. Excuse me, folks. I'm yawning over here. You've read my mind. Actually, I did, folks. I did bring a drop bag because I knew I was going to be in this one for the long haul. Anthony, my drop bag is that white bag over there. You think I'm kidding? I actually do have a drop bag. That white, yep, that one with the red handles. And we're just going to do this ultra style aid right now. Going to drop bag it. So I did bring a drop bag. We'll see if we can get the finish line cam up. Definitely having trouble reading words on the screen now, but I think that is more the smudges on my glasses than anything else. And we're going to bring Anthony in here because everybody in the chat and out there, I want to give Anthony Esposito a big round of applause because it sounds sad in here. It's just one person clapping. But Anthony is just been phenomenal. He designed all the graphics you see on the screen right now, and he taught me a lot about how to use the system we have because you always need to have backups, and he's just been helping us behind the scene. We actually do have some visuals on Austin Corbett. Let's pull up Austin. Can you hear us out there?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. I moved up the trail a little bit just so we can make sure to catch as much of the Eldon climb as possible. But yeah, right at the intersection of the Fat Man's Loop and the Lookout, or sorry, the Christmas Tree Trail and the Fat Man's Loop right here. And
Got
looks
it. So
like
let's
should be seeing them any second.
I'm gonna read that sign a bit.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Just to get a little more vantage point. Yeah, no, that's totally fine. So Fat Man's Loop and then Eldon Lookout Trail is 0.5 miles that way. Okay, I know exactly where you are. So Eldon Lookout and 2.8 that way. So yeah, you're right at that junction right there, right?
Yeah, and this is the Christmas Tree Trail that I was just down, but yeah, it looks like they should be coming any second. I haven't seen any headlamps, but just waiting.
Yeah, you're like not far from that from like that the KOA over there, and yeah.
Yep.
Oh wait.
Yeah, right there.
Are those headlamps?
I think it's another course marker or sign or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a sign up there.
Here. And again, we are gonna the birthday boy filmer here, Austin Corbett again, spending his 27th lap around the sun, the opening hours of it, chasing after our race leader, Michael Versteeg, or getting ready to follow him up the climb. Michael Versteeg and his pacer are making their way toward the base of that Eldon Lookout climb. This is
incredible.
This is this is just incredible. And you know what? As we await that, Matt Feldhake and I, my daytime co-host, I guess you can call it, who is getting some rest for tomorrow to get ready for tomorrow's coverage. Him and I, we've been doing beard power rankings, but I think the real
did we ever show that?
Not yet, but there's more coverage to. We're gonna have to fill some
more.
No,
I was just curious if we ever.
I think the real beard. I think the real beard power ranking is Anthony Esposito here.
I just need to run 250 miles, and then I can.
No, yeah, you can just you can be sitting in the chair and it's still epic.
Well, thank you.
But we are waiting, and we're gonna refresh this again.
Tom Abbott, I want to address that question because there is actually a story that's kind of funny that I've heard someone from. I believe I honestly don't know what her name was at this time, but she's from another country, and she's never seen the saguaro cactus before, and the what he was asking was any more hallucination stories. So one story that I know of was it was the first time she was running, and she was running here in Arizona at night. I believe it was at McDowell Mountain, and she was telling me after the race how funny it was because sometimes in the night after running long distance, for her at least, she saw these cactus and they looked like people standing up like.
That had to be like so freaky.
And kind of like she kind of like waved at the first couple and then didn't really know because and if you ever seen out here at night, it is kind of what that looks like.
It's exactly right. You don't even need to be hallucinating to see that. It
exactly.
Could just be, you can see that with no miles or no fatigue under your belt.
So yeah, that's an interesting thing that I always think about every time that I'm out there now.
Yeah. So we've got Austin Corbett, our filmer, out there.
Yeah, I'm moving up the trail a little bit now, trying to see if I can find him, but should be seeing that in a second.
Here we go. We've got a ping update. He is, as of 1 minute ago, Austin, Michael is mile 244.5, and he is going to be taking the Sandy Seep connector up to the Christmas tree trail. So he still has a little bit to go before he gets on the Christmas tree trail. But if you go down the junction on Sandy Seep, he'll be making his way up that way.
Cool.
So it's up to you what you want to do there. Are you still looking good on battery?
Maybe I'll head back up and I'll wait for them a little bit and I'll jump back on in a few minutes.
Sounds good.
Crushing my battery, but yeah, I'll hop on in just a few minutes.
You got it.
Cool.
We're going to head back over to the finish line view in Flagstaff. This is happening. A speechless Anthony.
I really, I feel like I need to say something at this time that a year ago, and I was talking to you about this before, a year ago, I was not into sports like this. And this has really changed even me. Just watching this, making this happen, being a part of this.
Right.
Because obviously it's not just me. All of the people out in the chat, everybody, this is a community sport. As alone as we might be out there, this is very much community. And this is something else.
It really is. We were talking about all week as we were planning for it. It's just like an incredible moment. There's something. There's this draw.
I can't leave.
You can't. You can't. I mean, everybody in the chat, I'm sure, that resonates with so many people watching right now. It's just crazy.
It's like the worst, best, bad accident you've ever seen.
Right.
So this is what it's like to be over here, huh?
This is the view, yeah. This has been the view from the office for the last few days, and honestly, I feel like I'm doing the real Cocodona virtual, which is seeing the course through. I feel like the luckiest person here, because my legs are pretty fresh after this.
I did see in the comments someone said, and I apologize, I don't remember who it was. I just ran a mile. I'm coming for you, Versteeg.
Hey, it starts with 1 mile.
Exactly. I mean, they said it as a joke, but it's very much true that's how it starts for all of us, right?
It really does. And that reminds us, as we continue to wait for our race leader, let's go back and do some updates on the rest of the pack. Of course, we will start with second and third place. Again, leapfrogging, going back and forth between Peter Mortimer and Dax Hawk. Maggie Gutturl is our lead woman and 6th overall. She's got Joshua Locke and Whit Weisbrom in front of her. Todd Bachman from Missoula.
I just have to interrupt you, Chris. I don't know if you.
Oh, yep.
Chris, thank you very much.
Chris is saying, Anthony, you've immersed yourself into the culture of trail and ultra running, and our community is better for it. I would have to agree wholeheartedly.
The other thing is I'm better because of the community. It's very much both ways.
That's just how it goes, right?
And Tom Abbott, you're so right. The aloneness of running is what a lot of people love about the sport, and the community of running is what gets you out. I feel that.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, and you don't even have to. You have to race, or
you don't.
There's just something about it.
You don't have to be the fastest. You don't have to be the slowest to be considered anything. You just have to walk and then run and then keep going.
Yeah. 1 foot in front of the other. That's really how it goes. And we've got an update from Rory Moynihan. Per Peter's pacer, Peter is closing in on Dax Dax is within sight, and that is, thank you, Rory, for that update, courtesy of, according to Pete's pacer. And we are awaiting Versteeg to make his way towards Fat Man's Loop section, the intersection of Fat Man's Loop and the Eldon Lookout Trail.
You know what? This is a perfect time for me to do what I've been trying to do, but I had really no reason.
I feel like I'm going to be surprised as well, folks, so let's see what it is. Oh, the shades. You've been dying to put these shades on. Anthony's new favorite gooders. That's a good look for you. Dude, the VRGs are where it's at. The ones with the...
You're telling me.
Right? This style, I think Shelby's calling them the VRGs. Where's Shelby at? Bib 29.
Wonder if we can get an update from her.
We're trying. I mean, at this point, the runners are obviously hurting, and I'm like, I'm being a little less, like, not that we're being pushy before, but I'll usually text them or message them, be like, or their crew, and be like, hey, they want to jump on? But,
well, I was just kind of sort of saying if they were listening.
If they are listening, Jason Gerhardt, Shelby's husband, if you're listening, I would love to talk to you or talk to Shelby if she's up for it. Try to find her out there.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I don't think I've ever loved a pair of sunglasses as much as I love these. And I don't quite know that I have the exact name of them. Oh. Maybe it's Lapis Lazuli Lodestar? The name's inside the... But they're really, really something else, and I love these.
That's the name, because I know these are See You at the Party, Richter, and that's exactly what that says. So let's do it. We'll step into the night here as we await word on Michael Versteeg. And I got to agree with Robin RDS, who just put the most recent comment in the YouTube chat. She said Eldon is going to be decisive for the Dax-Pete battle. It really is. Eldon could be the differentiator. One more time. Yep, there we go. Thank you, sir. Differentiator for that battle for second place. That I'm going to say that Peter knew he was, that was the race in his mind when we talked to him at mile 174 at Huntley Tank. So. Sherlin SG said, "Is there a dog with Austin?" No, I think Austin, our runner out there, is just alone. Pretty sure I know he has a dog. Again, Flagstaff's a big trail runner dog community. It's kind of a thing about mountain towns. Telluride's like the same way. Just a good vibe. So, and we've got to give an update now. So we'll give an update while we await Versteeg. Actually, before we go, we're just going to keep refreshing to make sure we don't miss that, because I know that the battery out there, because services between the low service and sending video to us, it definitely sucks the battery, drains the battery dry. Oh, I was just going to check where the latest on Versteeg. As of 4 minutes ago, okay. So he might be making his way, but again, Austin's going to make his way a little bit back to that section where he's going to get on the Eldon Lookout Trail.
It's
moving at 2.7 miles an hour.
I thought it just moved.
Oh, man. Sorry for the yawn, folks. We're going to end up doing 24 hours straight coverage here.
I did take a little break.
Did you get 9 hours in last night?
Sleep?
Yeah.
No, not that much. Maybe 9 hours of break time, but definitely not that much sleep.
I forgot to do my drop bag check-in.
Oh,
so I did bring a drop bag. I should say my wife packed me a drop bag. My wife is my crew. And so my wife risks
Facebook it over here.
What's
refreshing? Zuckerberging. Never mind.
Wait, I'm not catching small jokes now. My brain is on fumes. But this is what's usually in my bag. Like when I go do like rim to rim or like dip down into the canyon, I just pack a bunch of these in my pack because you can close them back up. So.
Yeah, I like the squeeze actions.
Yeah, it's nice. But I don't know. I think I might be replacing them with the French toast goose because I think I've had like 15 of them in the last 3 days.
You know, I like them because they're very light compared to
They are. That's
some
the
of
thing.
other
These
ones.
these things are heavier. So I do love the goose. So
Do you
again,
do?
we are waiting for our camera feeds to come up. If you're just joining us, or if you're wondering what's going on at 1:57 a.m. Arizona time. The Phantasm 24 coverage. Yeah, Jam. Jamil has raised the bar, and I'm just trying to meet it. So he is honestly just pushing the envelope for the sport, and I'm just honored to be here.
You know, it's crazy, and you guys were mentioning it earlier, how many runners that are out there that are very experienced and very far back in the pack.
I mean, again, like races like this are equalizers, and experience doesn't always mean like fast or a guaranteed a guaranteed optimal result every time.
Yeah. And this is definitely one of those times that could definitely be a moment for a lot of people that they step back and think about doing something again, seeing how hard it was and trying to beat that next time.
Yeah, it's always about progression, individual progression. We're gonna. Speaking of Jamil, I just want to get an update for those asking in the chat. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, so Jamil is what aid is he going toward? I think that's Black Tank. No, sorry, not Black Tank. That's Turkey Butte. And so we're gonna see him tomorrow on the live stream. Yep, mile 195. Jamil's approaching mile 195. He's about a half mile out from aid station.
50 miles behind Versteeg, apparently.
Yeah, that's about right.
Different strategies, I believe, though.
Oh, totally. I mean, that's the thing is like this is where like having a different strategy as a runner, like there's not. Most races it's the same way. There's not a one-size-fits-all approach to racing. There's not a one-size-fits-all approach to life, So we are awaiting updates from the Mount Eldon area.
I'm going to grab my phone so I don't have to keep moving my head.
And again, this is Anthony Esposito joining me here. He has been behind the scenes for the majority of this. And I'm glad he could join me here as we're about to approach hour 20 or hour 21. No, hour 20. Hour 20 of coverage for day 3. Just fueling up here, folks. This is an ultra for all of us, and we are in it.
I'm kind of wondering what else, what other flavors we have, if any. Back
I
here.
mean, we got a lot of stuff from our friends, from our great sponsors here. Of course, all of the sponsors, of course, Gooder, Goo, Gnarly Nutrition, Kogala Ultra. There we go.
This one is... I'm here for the wacky stuff.
I mean, it's definitely, this is the latest stream we've done, but I'm not going anywhere. We are waiting the race leader. I'm so stoked we were able to get a runner on him. He's waiting. Austin Corbett, and it's his birthday. There's just like so many like perfect intersections happening. Like we saw it yesterday with Stan the Man, with Stan Barry. It was his 36th wedding anniversary, and we caught him on camera. And he became like the star of the in the chat.
And I'm sure that if I don't want to say anything bad about myself, but in a way, I wish that I could be Austin out there. I definitely couldn't keep up.
I mean, we could send you out there. There's going to be a lot of other runners if you want to go follow some people up Eldon.
No,
I could definitely use another filmer.
Meant with. You knew what I meant. Right now, tonight. But even at his pace right now, I don't think I could keep up.
I
is what I'm saying.
I definitely couldn't either.
Do you want to try this with me?
I don't know if that's going to mix. I just had a bunch of stuff.
Well, I'm going to try this pineapple and let you all know how it tastes.
We'll find out what whiskey Versteeg was drinking. I know that in the Whiskey Man documentary, he was down in the Thumb Butte because it's a local distillery in Prescott. But I'm not sure if the same. You know what? I know there was a bottle of Jim Beam at the Crown King aid station based on the visual I saw, but we were not able to ask his mom that. But nonetheless, he did. Oh, so Sherilyn SG, she says, she's so psyched your sister is almost caught up to Shelby. Sherilyn, remind us what bib number your sister is. I had no idea. Or maybe I did, and I just escaped my mind. And again, I got to continue to thank. There's been a steady number of about 350 of you hanging out with us. It is after 2 a.m. here in Arizona. And again, I'm waiting to see Austin's video pop up on my feed. We'll check that. We'll check.
What's that?
I just want to see. No, I want to just refresh real quick.
Oh, I just did.
Oh.
It just was updated.
Oh, sorry. All right. So he's on the Christmas tree section. So here, let me bring this in real quick. So Versteeg is now on the Christmas tree trail. He was on the Arizona trail for a bit. Then he crossed over to what I believe is the Sandy Seep Trail, this part that runs to the northwest, and then he hooks a left on the Christmas Tree Trail, and those trails are kind of they're wider. It's not exactly single track, but it's not like double track where it's a road, but they're wider trails. There are some rocks. There's moderate technicality. The Sandy Seep Trail is a pretty wide one with not much technicality to it. So he's going to follow the Christmas Tree Trail, which basically merges into Fat Man's Loop. And back onto the other section. Oh, this is the Sandy Seep. Sorry, the Christmas Tree connector is right there. So he's on Sandy Seep. Again, moderate technicality on that. And then when you start, he's going to be on Fat Man's for a half mile, Fat Man's Loop. There's some I'm trying to think, that top section has a little bit of there's a few boulders. And they come up to the Eldon Lookout Trail. Right here. I do want to make sure that he got to the right junction.
This pineapple. As a side note, this pineapple really does taste delicious.
Oh my God, we've got Jeff Garmeyer. Jeff Garmeyer is on course watching the live stream and talking to us on YouTube. FKT, the fastest known tiger. Jeff, how are you doing? Guys, you can now chat with Jeff Garmeyer. Again, we're going to bring up Jeff, who is probably pretty... Yeah, so Bib 24, the fastest known tiger. Looks like Jeff is about to make his way from the Yavapai County boundary lines into the Coconino County boundary lines. Well, that's exciting. He's getting on the Coconino Plateau, or he's up on it right now, and really, he's about to come into the Ponderosa Pines. He's gonna have a good time.
This is a treat.
Yeah, Jeff, I totally hear you. I mean, I'm not saying I empathize with it. I'm just saying I can't imagine what the sleep deprivation is probably like for you. He says the sleep deprivation is catching up. Yeah, this is just is this happening?
All I have to say to that, Jeff, is don't stop.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeff, you were on 13 and a half minutes of sleep the last time we chatted. Did you get a like, I wonder if he got any more snooze time. We'll have to see, but other than that, that is Jeff Garmeyer in the chat that we are talking to. So if you are watching on YouTube, jump over to the chat. His name is Jeff Garmeyer, and that is what his YouTube name is as well. So easy to find.
You said it's perfect out here.
It is perfect out there. I mean, it's probably a beautiful starry night. Again, Flagstaff, the Flagstaff area is a certified dark sky city. There's not much ambient light. You can see pretty much every star in the sky, and depending on the time of the year, I have seen the Milky Way with my naked eye before.
Yeah,
it's that incredible.
And that's something to note for all the any people that out there that are astrology lovers. That
it is a great place to do star photos and bring out your telescope. Of course, the Lowell Observatory is located in Flagstaff.
So many good things come. Pluto was discovered in Flagstaff at that exact place.
It was.
Yeah.
And we got to thank Jeff Garmeyer for checking in. That's just incredible. We are going to take a quick look again at Michael Versteeg. It appears that he is making his way on the Christmas tree trail. As of 7 minutes ago, so I'm going to guess he's down in this section right now. He's going to get on the Fat Man's Loop pretty soon. So yeah, this section of Fat Man's Loop, so it goes Christmas Tree Trail. So those of you that are familiar with Flag, Anthony, could you adjust the layers for me?
Yeah. You like that, huh?
Yeah, that's how I like to look at maps. And there we go. Oh, it's right in front of me. Anthony coming in clutch. Mile
Jeff,
200.
I was just wondering, Jeff.
Got Austin on the feed, but Anthony's got a question for Jeff.
Well, you could switch it too, but
Austin, do you have eyes on Michael? All right, we got two headlamps. We are gonna head over to Versteeg. Again, we've got Austin Corbett, local Flagstaff resident, ready to film. Michael Versteeg, our overall race leader. He is with his pace leader, so those are the two headlamps you see in the distance. Hopefully not a mountain lion. I believe it's just the two headlamps we see there.
Jeff, I was
Kidding
just
off some
wondering
little humor for your birthday here.
what the the most amazing thing you've witnessed out there was.
So we'll see what Jeff says in the chat. But while we wait for that, here he is coming in.
Oh my gosh, it's happening.
And Austin's gonna follow him. Is that him in the front right there?
Never been
he's in the
so
back.
excited to
He's in the
see
back.
kids.
Perfect.
Way to go.
So just, yeah. Austin is just going to be like a fly on the wall. He's just going to give him some space and follow him up that climb. He's going to keep the headlamp on Versteeg the best he can. But right now, the goal is to follow Versteeg as long as we have service and as long as we have battery. It could be the entire climb, or it could be 2 minutes. Either way, we got to thank Austin Corbett for these visuals. Michael Versteeg is making the climb up toward Eldon. Are you already on the Eldon Lookout Trail, Austin, or are you still on the Fat Man's Loop part?
We're still in the Fat Man's Loop. I think we're about a half mile from the actual turnoff for the Lookout Trail.
Got it. And that is Michael Versteeg, the race leader in the red Salomon pack that you see right there. The red pack and the red shoes.
Now, is that a pacer with him?
Yes, that's his pacer, yeah.
And did you see Jeff's comment?
I did not.
Jeff says, where was it? I'm not even sure if I'm actually chatting here or not.
Yeah, again, so there's a lot developing right now. We've got the race leader, Michael Versteeg, on screen right now. He is making his way up to that steep climb up Eldon. We've got Jeff Garmeyer, bib 24, the fastest known Tiger. He is out there. He's just getting into the Coconino County section of the course.
And every sunrise is an amazing and an immediate boost, he says.
Yeah, he's watching the live stream while running the race on, as far as we know, less than 14 minutes of sleep, 13 and a half minutes of sleep since the start on Monday on the live stream, and he's chatting with us in here. This is no words. And again, if you've been with us for the last hour, you also know that we did speak with Michael Versteeg's mom at the finish line at Heritage Square in Flagstaff, and she is just completely thrilled and excited at her son's effort.
And this is just incredible footage right here.
And again, folks, that's Versteeg right there. You can see the reflective Salomon logo on his that red pack. Yeah, I'm wondering. Actually, not sure who's pacing Versteeg right now. Rob Rich is wondering if it's Lars. Jeff, thank you so much for that. Jeff is saying incredible job with the coverage. This is amazing. Jeff, you are amazing. The fact that you are joining this live stream, this is just one big hallucination for me. I can't believe this is all coming together.
I'm getting word that John cannot pronounce that name, is in the chat with us.
We've got not one, but two participants that are on course are in the chat with us right now. Do you see him in there, Anthony?
Well, I was getting word of it. Seeing how our chat's been very reliable. With
our chat is
a lot of things.
Foundation of our coverage right now. The foundation for us. Obviously, our filmers out there are the bedrock of everything. And we've got Emily Donner from the documentary team joining in. The fitting tiger emojis. This has just been...
Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate you saying that. He says, incredible job with this coverage. This is amazing. I think that what you are doing out there is amazing. And I think I'm the one that's to put it simply, relaxed and in awe.
Yes, we got to thank everybody for Okay, and now we're starting an Ask Me Anything in the chat. If this is your chance, if you wanted to know anything about the fastest known tiger, Jeff Garmire, the legend Jeff Garmire, he is in the chat on YouTube right now.
With another hashtag.
Yeah, with the growing list of hashtags. We do, Anthony, add this to the growing list of our post-race content that you and I are going to be losing more sleep on. Everything that we've dubbed PC is now going to be PPC, post Cocodona.
No, it'll be pre-Cocodona.
And again, we're just one big community in here. We're watching the race leader. We're chatting with not one but two runners who are further back on the course. But again, absolutely everybody out there is just crushing it and inspiring it. I want to run the race next year, but I also want to cover all 125 hours because now I know it is definitely possible because we've basically done it this year on accident. So
we'll have to get you out there with a microphone and a camera the whole entire time.
So I'm going to have to train and, yes, lots of stuff to do, but I've got a year to do it. And we've got the race for second place happening as well between Peter Mortimer and Dax.
And I'm getting word from Sarah Black that Walnut Canyon Aid Crew is checking in with us. How are you doing out there?
This is just one big happy trail party here.
Or it could be a hoppy trail party.
It's almost, you know what, hit me up with the Goo Hoppy Trails. It's about the happy hour. Bottoms up, Anthony. We'd like to thank Goo for hooking us up with the energy gel.
I actually had a bad experience with this goo, and it's not the goo's fault. But I actually, for the time being, I'm going to stick with my French toast.
Yeah, this is actually growing. It's grown on me a lot in the last 3 days.
Well, I was out of race.
Wait. We got some updates from Jeff in here. All right, Jeff is calling out the Stroop waffles. I got one right here. It's been sitting there all day. It's probably a little hard, but got the Goose Stroop. Oh yeah, I should have opened a new one for sure. So Jeff Garmire is now telling us that he's been taking 2 to 5 minute naps and then tuning into the live stream coverage when he's not napping. This is probably one of the greatest days of my life. I'm just going to put this out here. I can't believe. If you told me 10 years ago this is what. And my birthday's on Monday, I'm going to be like, this is like the greatest 7-day stretch. So we got Jeff with these amazing Ask Me Anything questions. And again, we are just watching excellent footage. Look how clear we got this footage of. Again, Austin Corbett is following Michael Versteeg, our race leader.
Jeff, I have a question.
These are those boulders I was talking about, Anthony. You have to step around. I know exactly where he is on this trail. There's often you can definitely if you're cruising down that, you could definitely take a digger. I've definitely done that. I fell right and grabbed my hand.
Or grabbed, or the boulder grabbed you, I should say.
Yeah.
Jeff, what is your favorite trail? That's a hard one, I bet. But I don't know the answer.
I'm gonna guess it's whatever trail he's got the FKT on, which is a lot of trails.
He's jogging and watching.
Make a list of
how amazing this is.
Well, again, like I second Naomi K's notion in the chat. She says Jeff Garmire rooting for other runners in the chat while running / hallucinating in the same race.
Can we back up for a moment?
When am I going to wake up and find out that none of this is real? We talked to Courtney DeWalt. I interviewed Courtney DeWalter 3 times yesterday live.
I would like to address the
this is fake
Michael McKnight situation.
Oh, we've got an update?
Well, someone was curious about the what happened.
Oh, again, yeah, the best way to just is go to Low Carb Runner. He put all the information on his Instagram account, and again, we are wishing Michael the best as he recovers. It's definitely a wise move to take care of yourself and your health, and so he did have to pull out of the race and go to the hospital. And again, if you're just joining us, we've got Michael Versteeg, and the second person you see ahead is his pacer. Again, going along those boulders on the.
He said AZT overall.
Yeah, the Arizona Trails Jeff's favorite track.
Did I miss that?
Oh, that's right. He's really multitasking out there for sure.
I feel that in here.
Austin, are you about to enter the Eldon climb? Is that what I'm seeing right now? You're like a little bit before it, right?
I think so, yeah. Should be getting there pretty soon. It always feels a lot longer. This is when it gets all rocky.
I'm gonna take my jacket off.
All right.
We're gonna take a little break real quick, I think.
Yeah, we're just gonna stand and watch as Michael Versteeg sounded like he was gonna do a jacket swap and update.
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
Switch out his headlamp. And again, Austin Corbett, our fly on the wall here, just giving us a look as we approach that final section of the big climb. So the Fat Man's Loop is essentially the beginning. You are gaining vert, and then you enter the actual Eldon Lookout Trail section. All right. Jeff Garmar is saying only one bio break during the race. Only one number 2. I mean, you got to ask that question in trail running.
He's got the Hoka Speed Goats.
Right. You know, we are seeing a lot of different shoes out there.
I gotta say, those were a little rough for me.
Yeah, well, everybody's got their own preference.
Everybody's got their own thing, and I'm just impressed that
Again, we still have the feed with Austin. We are climbing up Mount Eldon with. And there we are. We got the headlamp back on. Just watching in.
Sorry about those.
Oh,
Gotta
no
turn my
worries, you're
phone to low battery power. Yeah, it might not last too much longer, but I'll hang on as long as possible.
Hey, that's totally fine. We're definitely asking a lot out of that technology and out of you on your birthday morning. Did you think that this is how you were going to ring in the year?
Not really.
Sun?
I mean, the original time was, I think, 1 p.m. I was supposed to start filming, so. But hey, that's why it's trail running. It's an adventure.
That is Cocodona Adventure awaits. What's up?
Dog Crew is officially at Walnut Canyon.
I don't know that that's accurate. I think they should be at the finish line.
That's what Sarah Black says from Aid Station.
Oh, maybe they are. Maybe they've split up. Dylan's obviously got his logistics down, so I'm sure they've got eyes everywhere. And then you're looking at a pan around. This is the view as we're making our way up that Eldon Lookout climb. That is Flagstaff you're looking at. And the further west rather you look, you're getting closer to downtown Flagstaff. Continue that climb.
This is just incredible footage right here. Can't thank you enough for being out there. Thank you very much, Travis.
Yeah, thanks, Travis, for that super chat. Sorry, I got a stroop waffle that went down the wrong pipe.
Do you need some water?
I'm good. Yeah, Shelly, we have been live since you probably last saw us. We went live at 6 a.m. sharp yesterday on Cinco de Mayo, and it is now May 6th, 2:26. We are on our third stream of the day. We, of course, do take a 5-minute break between the streams that we have to restart.
And this one's been going for about 5.5 hours.
It's kind of perfect timing.
Yeah.
And again, there's Michael Versteeg in that red Salomon pack. He's been racing in the Salomon S-Lab since the whole way. It's such a light and nimble shoe.
And to answer Graham Howell's question, time on the trail right now should be the same time as here, which is 2:27 a.m. Arizona local Mountain Standard Time.
I'm wondering if we also know his total trail time. We'll get that for you right now. Just bear with us.
Oh, it's gotta be. Well.
2 days. Michael has been out there for 2 days, 21 hours, and 19 minutes. That is
more than I have.
Yeah.
Or less than I have, I should say. That's incredible.
So currently, that's 69 hours, 19 minutes clock time, for those of you wondering in the chat. So it looks like this race is definitely going to be more of a in the 70s.
Graham, thank you. We do appreciate you coming here. Thank you very much, H2.
Again, if you're just joining in, we are trying to not talk too much because we're just listening into this is the action. This is Michael Versteeg, our race leader, climbing up Mount Eldon.
This is some true trail running ASMR.
It really is. No, it's actually perfect. Dylan Harris is telling me to not fall asleep. I did start to almost close my eyes there, but not because I'm not entertained. We're just listening in. I mean, this is like pretty. I can't believe. Again, we want to thank Austin Corbett for getting this great footage for us. I'm actually super amped up right now. I'm just talking to this voice because I don't want to interfere with interfere with the natural sounds we're getting out there on the trail. The same goes to Dylan. Don't fall asleep either, Dylan. You still have some footage to catch. Texas Country Limit is saying more caffeine. I've had way too much caffeine. Aaron Simmons, dude, you need to
David Vaughn.
Shh. I don't want to interfere with what's going on. Yeah, that's exactly right. Are you about at that junction now? I think there it is.
Looks
right
like
there.
it.
Yeah, because there's Vic. Is that Vic?
How's it going, man?
It's Victor.
Aravaipa zone.
Wait a second.
Thank you. Oh, I just come to see you guys. I want to see how I saw him on Black Train on my breakfast.
Yes, he is drinking a Tecate right now.
Is there a beer? Just Trail Magic. We'll just dub it up to Trail Magic. So this is that section, everybody, that where there is a climb, and
Last part, man.
Beer, that's what your pacers are for.
I don't know. We're gonna see if again we don't want to interrupt our runners as they are making their way up the course.
And Dylan is at Walnut Canyon. About to film Dax and Peter.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the downhills.
Yeah, what's take a check here. We're just listening in now. It's Michael Verstegen is Pacer, sorry.
Morning from the Beach Coast.
So Jeff Garmeyer in the chat, who is out there racing, is saying he's going to be tough after 250 miles. Oh, what's just check in for Cheryl over there. Sister Nicole.
26.
Bib 26. Oh, let me get on the right feed.
Thanks, man.
Hey, can we see if we got someone blocking the view? You can get around that hiker on the trail.
Oops, sorry. There you go, man.
That's for you guys.
Oh, okay. Thanks, man.
Yeah, that is. Oh, I think that is Vic. He is actually filming, getting some extra shots for a documentary too. I'm so sorry, I didn't even recognize him.
Oh, no, you're good.
I saw him before. I thought he walked down, and then I saw his sandals.
I'm not sure that somebody's gonna come today.
Okay. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, Dylan, your team is competing with the live stream for the shot right now. And again, we're getting live updates from Jeff Garmeyer, again, out on the trail in the chat. He's now started some slow jogging. But an update, Charlene was asking about Nicole, or her sister Nicole Ederle, is that Black Tank. That's awesome.
And thank you, JT Stanley. JT's aunt, Phyllis Stanley, is racing. Go, Phyllis.
Oh, right on. Yeah, shout out to Phyllis Stanley.
100%.
So Rebecca Dieters, who's in the live video? We are looking at the climb up Mount Eldon. We are on the Eldon Lookout Trail, and this is the race leader, Michael Versteeg. He's about 240 1:40.
And getting word from Dylan Harris that Jeff does not have a pacer for the rest of the race, and the chat is helping him.
Well, the chat just, you know, this is, I guess it's kind of a new era. It's like you can watch a live stream while running.
That's the same race that you're watching.
I guess this has never happened before. I mean, obviously, I don't know that anybody was doing it with Black Canyon because they're just running so fast. This is a completely different kind of race. I did get a few DMs from runners today in my personal Instagram, and they were like, "Hey, we love the live stream," and I'm like, and I checked, and I'm like, "Wait, they're still in the race, and they're taking their time." And I'm like, "Of course, it's an adventure. It's a multi-day adventure." Sure. Checking in at Instagram, maybe they're in the Cocodona campfire sessions, or.
Jeff says he's learning from Versteeg how he should finish.
Well, I mean, at this point, I guess we are in a new era where the beta is just out there during the live stream.
They are required to have a GPS device, and most of the time that is their phone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jeff Garmeyer joining us with an Ask Me Anything. He's been with us for about an hour in the YouTube chat here. And again, shout out to all 422 viewers we've got on YouTube. And I'm blown away by these super chat donations. They just keep rolling in. Everything is going to go towards supporting future live streams here at Steep Life Media, the media wing of Aravaipa Running.
I will probably lose you guys pretty soon here. My phone's about to die. Sorry. Go ahead.
So we'll probably lose this feed soon, but we are super grateful for this footage from Austin Corbett following our race leader, Michael Versteeg. That's him right there, bib number 3 in the red Salomon pack.
Let's just take a moment to take this in.
Yeah.
At mile 246.7.
And we'll just go until that feed cuts. I do have to say, poles up Eldon is like a really wise choice. And this is that rocky semi to technical trail here that we were describing, and now you're seeing it for yourself.
And one thing I love about, the trail running is you don't have to run necessarily. It's not about running.
Yeah.
You can see right here. Thank you, Tattooed Butcher. The live feed has been more amazing. Hope to see you again. Thank you, Yvette. We appreciate you being here.
I just took some photos of this just for proof that it's happening, because I am so grateful for the trail magic that has headed our way with the fact that we were able to get all this to work out. It's almost like Jamil knew that creating a race like this, everything can just come together.
Thank you, Bridget. This is game-changing coverage, she says.
Bridget, that means a ton. And thank you, Eric, for the donation.
That means a lot to all of us here.
Oh, we got Austria tuning in. What time is it in Innsbruck, Austria? It is 2:41 a.m. local time here. We're live streaming to you in the picture-in-picture on the bottom. We are in Phoenix, Arizona, but we've got our race leader in Flagstaff.
And thank you for that donation, William. Much appreciated. You know,
so the
it
temperature
doesn't
for
sound
the
too
runners.
windy up there tonight.
It doesn't, but once that could change once they get toward the top. They still do have a good amount of tree coverage.
I heard it was like that all the time, no matter what day or night, time, or day. Hello, Holland.
So it's probably around 40, 42 degrees right now, based on.
I think it was 35.
Yeah, I mean that's just at downtown Flag, so you gotta think if he's halfway up the climb. Usually it's 3,000 feet of gain. It's usually 4 to 5 degrees cooler.
5 minutes.
Seems to be 33 degrees Fahrenheit, 1 degree Celsius. That's less. Iman's still here, if you remember from earlier.
And again, if you're just joining us, this is race leader Michael Versteeg climbing up Mount Eldon, the final big push on the Cocodona 250 course.
James Cooper has a very, I completely agree. The natural sounds of the footsteps is so satisfying.
Yeah, that's why the main reason why we're trying to just basically talk in our wildlife voices. And it is definitely, this is Cocodona ASMR right now, now trending in the chat.
Is that a new hashtag?
Yeah, hashtag Cocodona ASMR. So it looks like there's a lot of Europeans in the chat, and they're all getting excited about the opportunity to maybe potentially come over in 2022 and race.
He's moving so evenly. How is that possible? Yvette asks. I don't know.
We'll have to ask him at the...
Yeah, we're not the people to be asking that, because...
And again, this great footage is coming to you from Austin Corbett, a Flagstaff local.
Troy Sandoval, beast mode. Yes. Oh. Look how he tackles those. Just one after another, the steps.
Again, yes, you see the hashtags in the chat. This is Cocodona ASMR.
Ethan Scott, you got it, Stieg. We have Germany in the house. Jim.
And again, for everyone watching, anyone watching, if you are enjoying the coverage, smash that like button, hit the subscribe, because we're going to be coming back again throughout the rest of the race.
If we ever leave.
This is home now, Anthony.
Absolute legend. Yeah. Go Stieg. How can watching the back of... Wait. BJ Hoopu? How can watching the back of someone walking in the dark be so engrossing?
Yes, we're reading off, for those of you listening, and we are reading off some of the great comments and questions from the chat here on our YouTube feed.
Ben Smith. Great comment. Trail Gangsters in the house.
So you see Trail Gangsters, that's
is
Rory
Rory.
Moynihan. Rory Moynihan is going to be the runner who's going to follow Versteeg down off Lookout Road on the Oldham Trail when he gets there. Still got a little bit before that, but...
And can I just give a shout out to Trail Gangsters?
Yeah, big shout out to Trail Gangsters.
Like,
I think they have a
if you
group
don't-
run every couple weeks in Flagstaff at
Yeah,
the
if you-
historic location in downtown.
If you don't know, go check out their social media. Definitely. Versteeg still has 1,000 feet to the top of Eldon.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So he's about halfway up the climb. Jeff Garmeyer is saying that, because again, Jeff Garmeyer is running, but he's watching the live stream, which is something that all runners can be doing on course.
Yeah.
So they are required to carry a GPS device, which is for most people, it's usually their smartphone.
Well, it's a GPS and a... I'm too tired to remember, but they're one and the same usually, which is a cell phone.
Jeff's saying Mike Versteeg is currently his pacer.
Update on Dax and Pete. Thank you, Eric Ivy. Apparently they're still together.
Yeah, well, we'll check back to that in a little bit, but right now we just can't pull away from it. We're just gonna listen in and stay quiet. Well, Michael is stopped right now. But yeah. And we will wait for Michael to start moving again.
Gotta stop for some nutrients and energy and water. It's very important. Although maybe he has beer in there, who knows?
Hey Austin, just hold back like another 5 feet if you can, just so we can get more of them in frame. See, folks at home, this is again, it's more and more boulders as you get closer to the top.
Jeff has a couple small I feel the same, Eric Ivy. This footage is unreal.
Yeah, and again, this footage is coming from Austin. Austin Corbett, Flagstaff.
Is there a whiskey flavored goo?
There isn't yet.
I hear a sponsorship coming on.
Yeah, so Shoes Lots More is asking, what is the total mileage of this race? Well, the intention was 250. It is actually 255-ish.
Yeah, we actually, and I guess I do feel comfortable saying it. There actually isn't a official mileage because the race has never been ran.
Yeah, so that's based off of the best known satellite GPS data, trail system data. But we'll know by the end of the week when we have all this GPS data coming in from those that complete the full course.
It'll definitely be over rather than under.
Oh, it's definitely not under. I think we know that by now.
Jamil still running?
Yeah. Is Jamil still running, guys?
He is. Do you have any words for Jamil, Michael?
You got any words for Jamil, Michael?
He's fighting for a tough time. Say hello to Rob and Matt. Or Chris. Tell them that Vic is here.
Vic says hello, guys.
Yeah, we see you, Vic. Just trying to listen in to the natural sounds of the trail. So it looked like it was no words for Jamil, but I think that's it's probably a fitting response. I think that's the best response.
I think his facial expression showed it all.
Yeah, that was it.
He kind of just turned away. The dramatic turn.
Yeah, so he might be able to hear us. I just want to, this way I'm talking quiet, I do want him to feel like we're not there, but of course we also do want to bring you there, so that's kind of why we're not saying much.
Remember.
Yeah, they did say we're looking at the view right now, and the feed is quite good. The audio will be in and out. But again, we are watching Michael Versteeg make his way up. Yeah, it looks like Jamil is currently in 16th place.
Yeah, he just passed.
I'm sticking. I mean, he's finished in the top 10.
Turkey Butte.
Did he pass Turkey Butte, or did he just go into Turkey Butte?
Just passed.
Just past Turkey Butte.
Oh, actually, wait. I stand corrected.
I mean, if he happens to be tuning in, he probably isn't. But if he is, I'm all game and ready for a jam cam.
Surreal footage from Sven. Yes.
And if you're tuning in, you can see those lights. Those lights that we just saw on the left of the screen. That is Flagstaff. This is the view. This is the view as they make their way up.
Jeff wanted to know if people are running or sleeping. I think people are running.
Thank you, Yannick Fournier. That honestly means so much. Yeah, to check in from about Maggie. Maggie has a commanding lead on the rest of the women, but she's really closing in on. I guess that would be closing in on the 5th place spot. So those of you running at home, Maggie is making her way toward Fort Tuttle. She's about 8.5 miles out from Fort Tuttle. And look at this great view as we watch Michael Versteeg climb. So in this section, yeah, it looks like he's, this is where the ponderosas really start to take over that sagebrush and like alligator juniper trees that are on the bottom part of the climb. You can see the thick, those are those ponderosa trees, those beautiful thick trunks. And then this climb will top out with some young aspen trees, which I don't know if we'll make it that high. We are challenging in battery life at this point, but we'll continue to watch Michael Versteeg make the climb up Mount Elvis.
He doesn't stop.
He does not stop.
It's very inspiring.
Ladies and gentlemen, it just ticked over to 3 a.m. Arizona time. It's just amazing.
Footage is breaking, but it's still good. The footage.
Yeah. We'll give him a little more space as this section as this section gets a little more technical.
There's one more aid station at the top of Mount Eldon. Well, not the top.
Yes, there's an aid station at the top of Eldon. Not at the top, but it's after the Sunset Connected Trail, and that is aid station 21 of 21. I suppose the last one is so-called the finish line, so...
240, and dude doesn't even pause. He is an animal. He's more than.
Yeah. Well, keep these comments coming. There's just so glad that so many are joining in to experience the inaugural Cocodona 250 presented by Salomon here. And this is the section I knew we'd go to. This is where the feed will probably cut as we get higher up on the mountain, and that's it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that we just did 2/3 of the climb up Mount Eldon with race leader Michael Versteeg. Again, thank you to Austin Corbett. It's his birthday, and I called him today and said, "Hey, I know you volunteered, and we were unsure where you'd go because we were moving times around." I said, "How do you feel about following our race leader up there?" And he said yes. And then we later found out that it was his birthday. So we will have eyes on Versteeg on the descent. We're going to have Rory Moynihan of Trail Gangsters following Versteeg into the finish. At least that is the plan. He's going to pick him up or try to get footage of him on, I think, coming off at the intersection of like where Eldon Lookout Road is. So you can like drive down on that backside, and then you hit Oldham, and you go down Oldham, and I believe you'll follow that trail down a bit. You get on the Arizona Trail for just a little bit, and go through Buffalo Park, and cut onto the road, go over Hospital Hill, and then hook a left down Beaver Street, and make your way right into Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff, and that's where our finishing chute will be, and it will they'll end up right here in downtown Flag. That's perfect. We got Jeff Roast down there, another great volunteer who is in Heritage Square. You can see that on the toward the bottom left of your screen, on the floor. And there is the Cocodona 250 finish line. And Michael Versteeg is
headed
there. He's 2/3 done with that climb up Eldon. And again, excellent footage from Austin Corbett, who now has to go down the trail, or maybe we'll seek some views at the summit to celebrate the rest of his birthday. But I think that was amazing that we were able to capture that, and thank you all 450 of you watching on YouTube. I don't have my Facebook feed up, so all of you watching on Facebook as well, thank you so much. This has just been one riveting day for us here in the studio. And when I say day, I do mean 3 days.
And shout out to Yannick Fournier, if I said that right. You rock as well.
Yeah, Rebecca Dieter is saying she's going to want to see Jamil climb this when he gets there. That is the plan. I am, again, if you live in Flag, I think it depends on when, I think I have runners for tomorrow, so I think we should be good. But I'll make that update on that tomorrow, because the things are just unfolding day by day here as we look around. Jeff, do you know how many staff members are down there? Have you seen any Aravaipa staffers at the finish line?
Yeah, we have Jubilee is here. She just stepped away for a few minutes to get some warmer clothes, and we have a number of volunteers with us as well.
You read my mind. I was going to see if you knew who Jubilee was, and if she was there, if you did, to see if she was there. So when she comes back, maybe we can get a word with Jubilee. She is a race director here. She's the race director of the Black Canyon Ultras, Javelina 100, Whiskey Basin, of course the Nardini Series, all Aravaipa races here. And did you have any sighting? Do you know who Stephen Adderholt is, the RRD? Do you know what he looks like? Have you seen him down there?
I do not, but I can ask around.
Yeah, let's see if we can get the RD, Stephen Adderholt. I know his home base for the majority of the race was at Fort Tuttle at around mile 219, 220, where we spent a lot of time during our coverage a few hours ago. But I'm going to have to imagine, as the RD, he may be moving toward the finish, at least catch our winner of the inaugural Cocodona 250. So we'll see if we can get a word in with Stephen and Jubilee to just hear about what's been going on down there at the finish line, as the clock ticks over to 3:07 a.m. in Arizona, and we are looking at live footage in Flagstaff, and we're coming at you in the studio in the bottom right. That is us in the Phoenix, Arizona, at the Steep Life Media Studios in Phoenix at Aravaipa Running HQ.
Mary B, Steve's mom.
Mary B joining the chat again.
Looks like he just woke up from a full night's sleep and is out for a Sunday stroll.
I couldn't agree more. So Mary B in the YouTube chat right now, that is Michael Versteeg's mom. We spoke with her about an hour or so ago, right there, again, courtesy of Jeff, setting that up for us. And I would have to agree, Mary. He was just cruising.
Yeah.
My favorite moment of the climb, I will say, is when he did stop and look. I could sense that he was open to us asking a question. We had Austin relay our question of, "Do you have any words for Jamil?" Because he stopped and he asked, like, "Do you know if is Jamil still running?" Like, here's the thing.
He was thinking about it.
He's thinking about it. Like, they're buddies. They go a ways back, and he wanted to make sure that Jamil is doing fine, and he is. Jamil is actually currently in 16th place overall as of last check, and when we asked if he had any words for Jamil, because Michael has had some select words for Jamil throughout the course, as it select few words, of course, all friendly banter. But when we asked this time, he simply gave us a look
and turned away.
And
it could mean a lot of things.
It could mean a lot of things, but you decide. We're just out here trying to cover as much as we can on the trail. And again, if you're just joining us, I am Rob Riccardo, and to my right is Anthony Esposito, who's usually behind the camera. He is helping us with all the tech. He actually built a lot of the graphic packages. It's basically the entire graphics package on your screen. And
to cut you off, now that I'm actually here with the opportunity, I would like to give a shout out to Rob.
Oh, that's okay.
No, seriously, because I didn't do that alone. It was definitely collaboration, and this is a big teamwork effort.
Teamwork. I mean, it's teamwork across Aravaipa. There's so many people out there. From events crew, artworks, RDs. This is what we're in it for the ultra. We can do a new shirt. In it for the ultra. Hashtag in it for the ultra. Sorry, folks. I've been up for about 30 hours straight at this point. And I'm loving every minute of it, because so has a lot of runners, including Jeff Garmeyer, who was in the chat for a while. And
we've had a lot of people.
He might have left the chat, but probably for good reason. I think he's amped up. He was apparently watching the entire Versteeg climb, and he made a joke that, I guess Versteeg is my pacer, because he was going pacerless. So if you do happen to still be in the chat, big shout out. We really appreciate you joining in, taking the time during your big effort at the Cocodona 250 to tune into this live stream coverage that we've worked on, and to becoming a part of it. He's been on video many times throughout this coverage. He is, again, the fastest known Tiger. You'll remember him as the one wearing the Tiger kit cutoff, which we confirmed was performance wicking. It wasn't just for the stylish look.
And his phone might have died. I might have missed it.
Is someone saying? Is they saying that up there?
Well, what I was going to say was that he did answer a question about having battery packs at his drop bag.
Oh, that's right.
So,
and we do have an update that Steve is not yet at the finish line. He is very deservingly so, catching a few hours of sleep. Steven Adderholt, again, another huge shout out to our race director. Yeah, Steve has just been living, breathing, eating, sleeping Cocodona more than anyone. Of course, other than Jamil, he basically birthed this brainchild and is now in the midst of it. So
he's. I can't imagine what Jamil's thinking at the moment.
We'll hopefully find out tomorrow. I talked to Skyler, his one of his pacers, on the phone a few hours ago, and he said Jamil's looking good.
Yeah, he looked good today.
He did, and he said that they hit it a little harder than they thought in Black Tank, and then he picked up Anthony Tadajewski to go up the Kasner climb, so he should still be with Tony now, and we'll check in with them probably in the daylight hours, unless if we can get him on the jam cam again. We're gonna be on air until Mystique finishes, which I think is gonna bring us to sunrise. So we're just gonna blend right into day 4 coverage here. I'm here for it. I still have half of those that triple espresso shot, whatever you got before.
6 espresso shots.
6 espresso shot. Yeah, I definitely felt it. It was a little too much, but I think it was everything I needed. Just had to pace myself.
Pace yourself.
So anyway, we're gonna give you.
Can I also say, for those of you who have left and came back, Rob's finish time of 11.
I was trying to go past that, but I'm way off. I did make a very bold prediction earlier in the show.
You're not the only one, though. A lot of people have admitted the bold predictions that they've also stated.
Well, after we saw Mike running out of Fort Tuttle and he was just cruising, I said, "Oh, what do you guys think now?" Because I had already made the prediction, and they were like, "Oh, I think it could be pre-midnight."
A lot of people changed their mind after that.
Yeah, so I originally said 11:44 p.m., but of course it is 3:13 a.m. We are about three and a half hours past that prediction, that very wildly inaccurate prediction, and we are closing in on 3:13 a.m. at the finish line. Right now, we're going to give an update. We'll take a look at some of the other runners out there. Of course, we had 176, I believe the number was, starters on Monday. Amazing efforts out there by all.
Do we have a number on DNF at the moment?
Yeah, I don't. Not at the moment. We can certainly get that. But we'll take a look. I was just looking for. There we go. Again, Versteeg, as of last pin, is at mile 247.3, which means he's getting close to that climb. Oh, sorry, to the aid station atop that Eldon climb. But let's take it back to the Sedona Red Rock country to check in. I am trying to get word on. There's a story that I wanted to confirm all day, and I haven't been able to get any intel on it. So maybe if those of you in the Aravaipa family, if you're listening in, Aravaipa staff, or anybody else who knows about the potential mountain lion sighting, I believe was yesterday from Jeff Hemperly and Holly Hovius. They reportedly.
No, I thought that was a joke when I read it.
No, I don't think that was a joke. They reportedly saw a mountain lion and 2 cubs. That's why I wanted to confirm it. I'm just reading what I see. I don't think it was a joke.
And as Steve Adderhurl, the race director, had put in the race briefing, it's in his opinion, it's a privilege to see them.
And we've got Raquel working at Race Command. Again, thank you to all of our staff working out there, especially out of the Race Command. I know they are cycling, taking shifts on this massive undertaking of a race. So she's confirming right from the best source to give us that answer. It is a 58, currently 58 DNFs in the Cocodona 250.
That's out of 174, is that
That's
right?
out of 176, I believe. It was 176 the night before the race, but I don't know if there are any DNSs. Sometimes there are a few no-shows. DNSs did not starts before the on race morning, but
maybe Race Command can
looking at. I mean, this is just this is quick math, but we'll get a more accurate answer. But
how many people does it take to put this on?
Well, I guess it takes a lot of folks out there. We actually did not have a lot of cameras today, but I would say if it takes over 20 to 25 volunteers scattered throughout the 4 days that we've had. And then in the studio, we are pretty much, there's about, Anthony and I spent like most of the last few weeks kind of like dialing everything in. And then Matt and I, it takes a village is the answer. I'm trying to count like an actual number to give Jeff detailed intel, but
I mean,
it takes several
it's
people.
kind of split up into different
Yeah,
sections, right? Because as much as we all know what each other's doing, none of us actually are doing everyone else's job.
Yeah.
And so there's sometimes other people that are involved that we don't always
We actually
get to.
Hold on a second. We have apparently Ryan Ingham talked about it on his Facebook story, and I do know Ryan was running close to Jeff and Holly, El Frico and Turbo, their trail names. He was running just behind them today in Sedona, so I would imagine he has been running with them for a decent portion of the race. So it sounds like we have another confirmation that there was a mountain lion and 2 cub sighting sometime yesterday or potentially the previous night. So we'll get more information on that because I know there was some talk about that in the chat. But yeah, there's a lot of wildlife out there, but everybody is safe. If most of the time, it's actually as Steve will put it in the race briefing, it's actually it's a little bit of a treat when you get to see them because they don't. Really
I think that's maybe the word that he used.
Yeah, I think
instead
he might have
of,
said treat. I'm trying to find the direct quote, but you can see it. I'm sure they've all read it in the race, heard it in the race briefing.
Yeah, you definitely did because I edited that.
Yeah.
And
he did. Oh, that's right.
There was well, he the way he put it was they'll see you, but you don't always see them.
Yeah, and that is actually.
And you only see them when they let you see them. He said.
Oh, we've got Pam Reed at 174 heading into Black Tank. That is true. They did. I saw 2 mountain lions a couple years ago in Sedona on Wilson Mountain. It was clearly because they didn't mind that I saw them because they were safe up on the cliff. So we're just looking in at some other runners in the section between Huntley Tank and Black Tank.
We're currently at about a 70-ish% or 30% DNF.
Look at 30. Is that the number on your phone right now? So 33. So
about
one third.
Roughly, yes, about. Just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, great intel from one Sue in the, if I said that name right, in the YouTube chat. 2nd, 4th, and 6th place are currently 2-runner races. See, we've got like these little races within the race. It's just why we love the sport. Jeff Garmeyer would love to be a part of the coverage next year. Jeff, I would love, if you're able to, and if you're down for it, we would love for you to jump on the live stream right now. We can get that set up.
I thought it was set.
I have it set up, and I had to have the pleasure of meeting Jeff in person a few times earlier this week as he made his way to Arizona. And I did email him some of the info. And he does have his hands full, literally. I know he's got trekking poles out there because he goes through hiker style, which is my favorite style to go. I do like the poles as well. So literally has his hands full, but he's also, he's got some miles in those legs. And not a lot of sleep on the mind.
Well, apparently, I thought I saw someone say that he slept an hour. And
That would
clear that up for
still
us.
put it under 50.
Well,
So an hour, maybe it's an hour and 13 minutes and a half now. So
it's still not a lot.
Still not a lot.
That's not what I was saying. 1 bar, let's try
Jeff
in 30.
Garmeyer in about 30 minutes is going to do his best to jump on the live stream. Right now, this is day 3, stream 3. This is kind of actually day 4, I guess, at this point, because it is 3:21 a.m.
Well, it depends, because it's not 5 a.m. yet.
That's true. Absolutely true. If we go,
Let's go technicalities.
Clock time day, we should do that 24 hours from. That's a great point. Rather than midnight being the day, kind of like a Barkley time thing. It's like you go on that race start time as
and
the 0
he's
hour.
been going for 2 days, 22 hours, and 20 minutes.
Yeah, of
I guess
course,
all of them
We're
have.
talking about Michael Versteeg. Is 2 days, 22 hours, 20 minutes. All of our
All of them have.
Well,
All the
slight
wave
adjustments
one.
because slight adjustments because of those wave starts. But again, the difference between wave 1 and wave 6 is 50 minutes. So over
What
the
a
course
time.
of nearly 3 days, 50 minutes seems like a drop in the bucket. But yeah, we actually do have Dylan Harris. Let's try to.
And he did confirm, got almost a full hour tonight.
Yeah, so Jeff Garmeyer. Yeah, Jeff is telling us he said it too. Wait, is Dylan up at? Dylan might be up at the aid station. I'm gonna pull Dylan in right now. Anthony, I think you're gonna have to go and roll.
I will have
and
to
do
do that.
Do your check thing.
Do my job versus the other jobs.
Oh, it was nice joining in because I might have dozed off without my drop bag, and Anthony was my pacer basically. That's what that was. So we're gonna get a feed. If Dylan can hear me, or maybe Emily's near him, we can get some confirmation on what section of the course he's at. Might be the finish. I do hear cowbell. This might be Walnut Canyon? Again, we're looking at the feed from Dylan Harris's device. Whether that's Dylan or someone else holding the device, if you can hear me, can you just tell me what aid station you're at right now?
Walnut Canyon.
Walnut Canyon, correct. Thank you so much. And we've got runners coming through Walnut Canyon. That looks like Peter Mortimer coming through Walnut Canyon.
Stacks is moving hard, dude. I saw you guys were really. They pushed so hard up that climb, yeah. We're duking it out for a little bit. He's just a few minutes behind too. That's hot food, boys. Hot food.
We have hot food.
Again, if you're just tuning in, this is Peter Mortimer right there in the red vest, green shirt.
Yeah, plain broth, green lid.
He's coming to us from the aid station at Walnut Canyon. Mile 235. So we got about he has about 20 miles to go on his adventure on the Cocodona course. And we're going to watch in with him, and then we are going to get again, we're with Peter Mortimer. We're going to get Jeff Garmeyer up on here in a minute, who is in the race and is going to join in with us momentarily.
They're a little
eyes. Spiders. You can see their eyes like reflecting off.
Scared of spiders.
Ryan. About how far back did you guys pass that?
And if Jeff can hear me, Jeff will just have to unmute himself and turn his device before I go to him.
He looks good though. He's solo without a pacer. He said he slept for 20 minutes.
And we're gonna go over to Jeff Garmeyer right now. Jeff, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's fun out here.
You seem to be having a blast. You've been joining us on the live stream in the chat for at least an hour and a half.
Yeah, I had a full phone battery, no pacer out here, and just having a tough night, so I thought you guys could cheer me up.
You're cheering us up, so yeah. I guess that is mutual. If you're so, tell us. I know we can't see much because it is almost 3:30 in the morning out there, but I would like to hear some description. You got the Tiger kit on now at this point in the race, or is that always on?
It's always on. It's always the base layer, but I got another layer on top of it. A little breezy, perfect stars out. Nice out here.
Have you seen any wildlife out there? I mean, you're no stranger to long efforts alone in the wilderness. Have you seen anything worth sharing?
Just some deer, lots of rabbits, a few snakes earlier, but nothing too crazy.
Any what kind of snakes? Like rattlesnakes or just like king snakes?
Just I think king snakes. Yeah, mountain snakes sounds cooler. Yeah.
Yeah, the good kinds.
Yeah. Yep.
So, what's your nutrition been like for since the last push?
It's been so boring the whole time. Pretty much just like 100 Stroop waffles.
That seems to be your go-to, huh?
Yeah, it just is working, and then drink a ton of electrolytes and haven't had a cramp almost to 200 miles, so can't change it if it's working.
Yeah, so I mean, you heard it there from the seasoned. Jeff has a ton of experience out there, so it's really good intel. And a lot of people in the chat are asking about if you have had any cool hallucinations at all.
Oh yeah, for sure. A stick was slithering away earlier. The prickly pear cacti seemed to be a hot spot for hallucinations, where the big old panels just melt into faces and stare back at you. So those are always a little interesting. So you can't get this kind of entertainment anywhere else.
I mean, you did say that you saw snakes, and then you told me you saw a stick that was slithering away. So did you see a bunch of sticks, or maybe you saw all snakes? I mean, how can you tell the difference between what is real and what is just a hallucination?
Well, I think it's what's probably going to be a hallucination. Like, there's probably not plants growing faces, but it looks like they might be.
There is a section.
The stick and snake thing. A little different.
Oh,
we did see a skunk last night. I had a pacer for.
Who paced you during that section? Oh yeah.
Bryce, his name Bryce Brooks. He said he was into pacing me, and he came out and he stuck around for 50 miles through the entire night, and then hitchhiked back to his car.
He hitchhiked to get back to his car? So
after running all the way through the night, 50 miles with me.
It's no big deal, right? And now, what about sleep? So I talked to a few people from the documentary team that were near you, and you had relayed a message earlier today.
Word.
How much sleep have you got total?
an hour today, so that brings it to about an hour and 13 minutes maybe. So that should be enough for the whole race. Plenty.
So for those of you in the chat that were wondering about sleep, specific to Jeff Garmire's sleep strategy, an hour and 13 minutes is all you need for the Cocodona 250. At least that's what Jeff Garmire's plan is. So Jeff, before we go, I just want to see if you have any final thoughts on just the Cocodona 250, the course, and just the experience as a whole so far.
Oh yeah, I mean it's awesome, but it's definitely more extreme in most senses, like extreme exposure, temperature, some big old climbs. It's no joke. It's next level, and I think we could all say that 250 is the new 200, right?
I guess so. I mean, I guess only folks like you and everybody else out there who have towed the line and done it can confirm it, but I would say that sounds good to me and it rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah. Well, thank you for letting us in on the Garmire cam. I mean, we're happy to stay with you, but I don't want to take away from your race experience, so I'll defer to you. I know the folks in the chat. Does anybody else in the chat have a question with Jeff before we let him go? So we'll crowdsource some of those for a bit. You seem to give people a lot of intel on those Stroop waffles. That seems to be a new discovery for our 500 viewers that are watching at 3:33 in the morning here in Arizona. So
Well, good. I expect my check in the mail from them. So
yeah, you're just gonna have to send me your PO box, and we'll send some trail magic your way.
Perfect.
Amazing. But what's that? Yeah. So Jeff, we're gonna let you go with that, and I really wish you the best in the race. We'd love to check in with you tomorrow at some point, or maybe even again in a few hours, because we will be on. We're just gonna keep going until we can't. So that's the plan here.
All right. Yeah. I'll check in a little later.
Check in, enjoy the rest of your race. And again, we are talking to Jeff Garmire, who is the fastest known Tiger, enjoying himself out there on the Cocodona 250 course. Jeff, have a good one. All right, buddy?
All right. See ya.
Take care.
Thanks.
All right. I'm going to go back again to the finish line where all of the runners out there are heading in downtown Flagstaff, Heritage Square. That is the scene. Right now, it's quiet. We will try to talk to, I know Jubilee Page is down there. She is managing the finish line. And if race director Steven Adderholt gets down there, I know he has taken a well-deserved snooze in Fort Tuttle at mile 219, where he called home base for most of the race. If he gets up there, we will chat with him as well. Other than that, we're going to go back to our feed in Walnut Canyon. I'll have Anthony pull up Dylan, who is got his feed in Walnut Canyon, where Peter Mortimer had come through right before we jumped on to talk to. Right before we talked to Jeff Garmire, and now that looks like Dax Hawk. That is definitely Dax Hawk. He is in the Walnut Canyon aid station right now. And of course, I'm getting intel from the chat that Versteeg, yes, according to the GPS, Versteeg is heading into Eldon aid station. So Rory Moynihan, if you're still listening, get ready to run, because we will be trying to get that footage of you down there. And, of course, Jeff Roast will be waiting to get – he has a finish line cam right there set up for us for our probable race winner, Michael Versteeg. But right now we're at Walnut Canyon. We're watching Dax Hawk. Looks like he's tying a jacket around his waist, or getting it situated there at the aid station. mile 235. Again, Dax Hawk is, let's actually listen in.
My wife is taking care of the bottles.
How high is the concussion? Low or high?
I'll do so. After this.
See if we could put up a little title there for those of you tuning in, so you know that this is Dax Hawk.
Can I have another one of those caffeine pills? So Eldon is 12 miles, and then with descent.
Yeah.
12.4.
All the way to Flagstaff.
So you'll go.
That's 12.4 to the top of Eldon. 21.2 miles to the finish.
Almost
there. Got it. You're doing awesome. You look fantastic. Yeah. And it's fairly flat, and then the climb to Eldon's like the last 2 miles. Yeah. 2.5 miles.
2 miles and 10 miles from the aid station. And I think I heard that it's low wind up there
That's
right
good.
now, which is real good.
So it's 8 miles of just kind of flat.
Yeah, it's just gently gentle rollers. Nothing crazy. Oh, yes, we do. Do we have one that's open anywhere? No? Yeah, we have a cold one. Oh, okay, great. We're grab back cooler, the orange one. There's an open Coke.
And this is the aid station, if you're just joining us, where Dax Hawk is.
Hey, good stuff, Dax. I'll see you up there, okay?
Mile 236 at Walnut Canyon. Dylan, are you there? Can you hear?
Hey, Anthony, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you? How's it going?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Seems that Dylan cannot. Okay.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, just give you guys a quick update before I head over to the base of Eldon and we chase Michael.
Chasing Michael.
You mean chasing him up the climb?
Down to Flagstaff, I believe, right? I think we lost him. The service is really choppy out there.
Yeah.
But I believe he was saying that he was going to head to the base of Eldon, and I would imagine that means he's going to be following him back to the start line. So we might have double front and behind.
I hope so.
Of him
Because
at
if
the
he
same
is going to the
time.
base of Eldon to chase him
to the start
up the mountain, he
no.
missed that opportunity. No, I know Dylan is on it. I think he's going to go to the obviously the north side of the base and chase him into town. It wouldn't be logistically. I mean, that's why we did see his filmer on the way up. We had Vic helping him out with filming.
Right.
That was Vic that we saw in there.
I would imagine it's.
Yeah, we can hear you
you're
now. I'll
back.
pull you up. His feed is not coming up.
It is there. It's just taking a moment. Let me see if I can fix that. But he is on air, so you can talk.
We've got your audio. What kind of? Right. Yeah, Dillo. Perfect. Yeah, so sorry about that. His audio cut out. We thought you were able to hear his audio, but I will relay all of that great information to you. So I was talking to Dylan Harris, again, leading our documentary team out there. He was at Walnut Canyon, and he watched Peter Mortimer come in first ahead. Peter Mortimer come in second overall, but ahead of Dax Hawk. So Peter Mortimer had been chasing Dax really for the last day and a half, and his goal was to race for that second place spot. And now both of those runners are heading up and over to tackle the Eldon climb. And actually, so here's Dylan now. So we get a brief. Did I miss anything there on that recap?
Yeah, no. I mean, you're exactly right. But Dax Hawk is actually not left Walnut Canyon aid station. It looks like he's going to stick around. He came in and was just talking about how strong of a runner Dax is and how he has no business chasing him up this climb because Peter is apparently known as a kind of a climbing specialist. So it sounds to me like Dax is comfortable sitting here by the heater. He's going to get some compression on his legs. And I think he wants to finish this strong and feeling good. But he's in good spirits. And yeah, I don't know how long he's going to stay. I'm going to end up taking off here in the next minute or so. But my guess is he stays for probably 5 or 10 minutes.
Awesome. That's great intel. Thank you for the update from the field, Dylan. You guys holding up all right out there on the documentary team?
Yeah. I just ate a handful of espresso beans. I had a large cappuccino about 4 hours ago. Fell
right there with
asleep
you, buddy.
sitting up about 45 minutes ago. And so, it's a wild ride, but we're out here getting it. Milky Way is out. The sky is incredible tonight, and we're shooting a beautiful time lapse. Derek Lytle's shooting a time lapse of that now, and we got Jake up on Eldon right now shooting Michael. So yeah, and then we're just gonna plan for a fun little follow for our first ever finisher of the Cocodona 250. So yeah, we're hyped.
Man.
Ready for a nap, but I don't know, the excitement's kind of carrying over. So
Yeah, it's pretty much no sleep till Flagstaff at this point, meaning the finish, because we are all super amped. And yeah, Dylan, thank you for the update. Again, Dylan is leading the documentary team out there, so we get a little teaser of what is to come in that documentary.
Did he say if he was following behind, or
yeah,
are we gonna have 2 cameras behind the first finisher of the Cocodona 250?
Potentially, meaning 2 as in
Live-
our live
live.
stream cam. Reminder, thank you. Let me make sure our filmer Rory is ready. I know Rory is born ready for this. So Rory Moynihan is awaiting
instruction.
Site. No, he knows what he's doing. I was on the phone
Well, I
with him
meant
for a while before.
direction, more timing.
Oh yeah, he's just gonna track them. That's the beauty of this. Everybody can go to Cocodona.com/live, and when you do go there, you will see a tracker map. You can pull up all the runners out there.
And
that number is their bib.
I personally like doing the.
Yeah, I like that one too. It's kind of more like a.
And it also gives you the topo, if you go in further enough.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, I think that was close enough. I mean, it is 3:48 a.m. I'm actually getting amped because once I hit 4 a.m., I am like,
I'm excited
because that's when I was supposed to come. I would have been come back anyway to restart a feed. We're just going through the night. We're gonna get back up to Jeff, who's at the finish line.
Let's do it
and see if he's got any updates for us. Or we are trying to find Jubilee Page down there, but it still looks like a quiet scene. But it will not be too quiet.
Not for long.
I'm trying to estimate at this point. When do we think Versteeg could be coming through? He is on his way down the descent off Eldon.
Is he still? Sorry.
Hold on a second. Let me pull this up and explain exactly where we're going to have a filmer. So again, bib number 3 right there. That is our race leader, Michael Versteeg. The course goes down Eldon Lookout Road, as you can see right there. There's an indicator near his bib. The label right near where his bib number 3 is on the map. This whole thing is Lookout Road. Eldon Lookout Road goes down, and then it cuts. If you are going down the road, you would take that left fork to Lower Oldham. And you take Oldham all the way across the pipeline right there. You drop in. That is actually part of the Arizona Trail for a bit. And this open field area, kind of in the middle of the map, that is Buffalo Park, a Flagstaff staple for training, and
it's a nice area.
It's just a nice area. A lot of families go out there. You know, it's good wilderness place to stroll without having to go too deeply into the wilderness.
And
of course, it's like right in town. You can see it. And so we're gonna come back. They come through the parking lot right there, and they hook through. They're gonna get back on trail a little bit. They're gonna go over Hospital Hill, and then they turn a left on Beaver Street, and they go all the way down, and then they make their final left, and then a right-hand turn right there, and they end up in downtown Flagstaff, where they'll basically have plenty of options to nourish them after running a cool 255 miles.
In less than 3 days, or is that right?
Well, for Versteeg, he is on pace. Well, we'll see. It's pretty close. I think he's almost at 2 days, 21 hours. So
it's close. He could make it.
Be, yeah, I mean, should be at this point. So again, we'll have a filmer.
Can I just stop and admire that incredible feat of strength that he has?
Yeah, it is pretty incredible. I mean, I can't wait to see him running down. We're gonna have the filmer right here at this junction at that fork. But yeah, Anthony, you're absolutely right. I mean,
I can't wait to meet the guy someday if that ever happens.
wait a second. Rory is in the chat. Rory Trail Gangsta is the runner that we are talking about, that who is going to be following after Michael. He's going to be following Michael Versteeg and his pacer coming in. Hey, Rory, Anthony, I'm going to need you to get Rory's
is he?
up. Yep, you still do have
No.
Anthony is like in after hour mode. He's like, "Oh, let's just hang out."
Hey.
And I'm all for it, but I do need to make sure we get the shot up.
I don't know anymore.
No, he doesn't, but you know where to find his info. So yeah, Rory, if you want to pop in and give us a chat while we're waiting for him, but yeah, it'll be getting fairly close. I mean, Yep. Sorry. So we're just trying to listen in there. And you are looking at a downtown Flagstaff at the finish line, the Cocodona 250, presented by Salomon. I can hear you, but we will not have your feet up yet. But oh, sweet. Yeah, so we're gonna get Rory Moynihan queued up in a little bit. But right now, I'm just checking out some views at the finish line. Yes. There we go. Yeah, Rory, we've got your feed up on the screen now.
Awesome. Give me a sec. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, here's the sign right off of Eldon Lookout Road. So, pretty well marked. Props to everyone who made that happen. Most people know the checkered flag here, right? You're going the wrong way. So it's a nice cruise on Eldon Lookout Road down to the Schultz Pass Y. I think someone in your the chat there was asking about like what's ahead, how technical is this? I think it's getting pretty smooth here. You're gonna roll into Buffalo Park, kind of like what you were saying, and I like this part. It's kind of flowy overall.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, I've never been on that section, so that's a good description for our viewers here.
Kind of a connector trail, so oops, sorry about that.
No worries.
Getting used to this version of the gimbal. Yeah, so here's one of our signs. I actually was lucky enough to run this with Jamil and Peter a couple weeks ago as they were scoping out the final section of the course.
I know we do actually. That footage he's talking about is on the Steep Life vlog, the latest Steep Life vlog with Jamil, Jeff Garmeyer, and Peter Mortimer, and of course Jeff Browning and Rory Moynihan, who they met up with in Flagstaff. Now there was snow on Eldon on that Sunset Trail part during the video, which really was just a few weeks ago. Have you been on top of Eldon or in that area on Eldon since?
I haven't been there since, and Jamil and I were kind of betting if it would still be there. And then I believe a week later it snowed a little bit. And I knew some people who went to Snow Bowl and were actually skiing like a week after that. So I'm willing to bet they encountered a little bit of snow, at least some remnants. So
Yeah, I haven't been able to fully confirm. I did have a drone in the sky earlier, and they said that our drone pilot Troy Wicks said that he didn't see much snow. He said maybe a little in that section,
Okay.
but it's hard to tell.
But also today it was like kind of hot. You know, that's the nature up here in the mountains.
Yeah, it's
Felt like
constantly changing.
upper 70s. So yeah. Yep. Here's the Brookbank Trail, and one thing, if you see this in the daytime, it's kind of rough. There's a lot of forest fires here in the past year, so it's still looking pretty scorched. A lot of the landscape of Eldon. So yeah, if you've been here at any point in the past couple years, it's not going to look the same.
Is that that's the part where a few years ago there was that pretty massive wildfire right?
Yeah, and I said last year, hard to keep track of time these days. Probably 2 years ago now.
Oh yeah, no, I think.
But yeah.
I totally know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
And again, if you're just tuning in, we are talking with Rory Moynihan. He is our filmer who's going to be running Michael Versteeg down into the finish. We're just getting a look at the scene on the backside of Mount Eldon. Versteeg is already through the Eldon aid station, and he's already making his way down that Sunset Trail to get on Lookout Road and on Upper Oldham. So
looks like in that video he's wearing a t-shirt. I'm trying not to shiver, to be honest. I think I could have worn a couple extra layers for waiting around.
It does look like it's probably, I don't know, pretty cold. Again, temperatures are, the forecast is saying 40 in Flag, but again, you are a little higher up, and you know how every 1,000 feet it drops about 4 or 5 degrees. So
I'm guessing, it's probably like 35. A very slight breeze. We're kind of protected by the trees, so shouldn't be an issue. Should have worn gloves. That was a mistake by me, but I figured I'd be, navigating the phone and the screen a lot. So, can you just give me a rough estimate of like when you think he might be here? I don't want the same thing to happen. I'd love this feed to go all the way into downtown. So.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I was just actually going to ask. You read my mind. Where's your battery at? You're looking pretty good right now.
Yep, got a battery pack, but just in case.
Sweet.
Kind of hard to plug that in on the go. So, if this can make it to the bottom, that'd be awesome.
Well, best way to guarantee that if he's running a fast pace, well, that's up to him.
Yeah. No. What is nice is I guess if we want to see a little bit more, he's going to be on Eldon Lookout Road. Maybe about 2.5 miles, I want to say. So really just a smooth, service road all the way to the top. And then he'll get back on the trail where he just was.
Yeah, we're going to get that whole thing. Before we let you go, we'll cut off your feed for a bit so you can preserve your battery. We're going to go over the finished feed for another look for our viewers, and then maybe a recap for some of the rest of the field, some update on some other runners that we haven't talked about for a while. But first, I know that you had quite a big workout day on the legs, and I know you were doing like 5:30 pace with the fellow Flagstaff runner down there for marathon pace, and then I think you did a track workout. So how are your legs feeling? Are they ready to chase after our first place finisher, first place runner? Is this like a big shakeout run for you?
Yeah, so sorry if it's cutting out a little bit. I heard the gist of your question. Yeah, I mean, not to name drop, I was running with Molly Seidel earlier today on Lake Mary Road, and she's going to be in the Olympics for the marathon. She was the second runner at the trials, and really cool runner, and just asked me to help out with pacing. So probably logged 15 miles this morning, and then one of my athletes, actually the guy who was just with Peter, Ryan Zamierski, I helped him out with a track workout at like 4 p.m. And then to give you a full circle, I met up with Austin Korb since we collabed for that beer run, and I had some beers with him as we talked about our strategy for filming tonight. So
yeah. And that is actually hilarious. because I called you,
Right.
and then 2 minutes later, I go, I'm going to call another runner too. And then it ended up being him. And he's like, yeah, I'm actually sitting right next to him. I heard your entire conversation. So that's just actually a sign of how the community is in Flagstaff. It's a really welcoming endurance community. And again, thank you, Rory. We're going to come back to you in a bit. But shout out again to the Trail Gangsters, which Rory leads. And I'm sure maybe we can get a rap or something later from Rory. But at this time,
Wow.
we're
Appreciate the love. It would be hard to freestyle on the run, but you never know.
Well, there's going to be future live streams for that, so we could plan it because we did
Yeah,
already
yeah.
get our music fix earlier. If you remember, I don't know if you caught that, Rory. We had a pacer bust out a homemade bass at Sedona
Ooh,
aid station,
okay.
and I might have been hallucinating it myself at this point, but I could. The beauty is I can go back on YouTube and scrub through the live stream and confirm it, but.
Yeah, I mean, we want to avoid that copyrighted music, so.
It was purely original, I think. So, but.
No, that would be a good way to do it. I'm just testing out the other view for future reference, but yeah, I'll let you go in the meantime so I can save this battery.
Sounds good. All right, and we're going to bring it back here, and Anthony's going to see if our audio is okay on our end. We are hearing that the studio audio might be a little choppy. And we are seeing the stream. This is actually the big thing. Our stream is at 7 hours. Shit, people are not. What's the backup? Are you serious? I don't know what's going on. Folks, we're just checking in on the audio. We are getting close to our stream limit. Can you hear the audio now? We're getting hashtag StudioGate. We got audio. We're going to try to get that up and running. So if you are you are with us, we are going to be. I'm trying to time this. We're of course. I do know we had the hot mic. Hey, I'm on. I knew I was probably hot. I was saying, hey, what's happened? We're trying to fix this. That's just what's going down right now. Its audio is good now. We're looking all right. We don't know what happened. I think it's the fact that the computer. The stream is again reaching its limit, and that's when things kind of start to get wonky. So we may very well be. I'm just trying to get a read on where our race leader is. So we've got some reporting from Eldon A that Versteeg left a few minutes ago after a brief stop. We're back in the studio. Can you Cool. We're not going to miss anything. We actually are going to cut the stream and restart it because we are right around that 8-hour limit. We were trying to make the call here. We're like, do we hope he's running fast enough so we can get it? But so if you are watching, please do join us because we are moments away from Michael Versteeg coming in. We have a few minutes. Are we good to restart the feed, Anthony?
Yeah.
All right. So we're just going to get that set up in a few minutes. And again, Anthony and I have both been in the studio for a little over 24 hours now, so we could just be hallucinating this.
You are hallucinating because I have not been here that long.
Oh, that's right. Oh, it's just one big day. No, but seriously, thanks for everybody supporting the live stream and joining us in the chat. We're going to get it up and running. Will be actually day 4 of stream 1, but we'll just keep it rolling. Clear to restart. Are you make sure?